Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Frankenstein, The Dead Town, by Dean Koontz, performed by Christopher Lane. To the memory of Gilbert K. Chesterton, who presented wisdom and hard truths in a most appealing package, changing countless lives with kindness and a smile. Men can always be blind to a thing so long as it is big enough. It is so difficult to see the world in which we live. G. K. Chesterton. 1. Owl-eyed and terrified, Warren Snyder occupied an armchair in his living room. He sat stiff, erect, his hands upturned in his lap. Now and then his right hand shook, his mouth hung slightly open, and his lower lip trembled almost continuously. On his left temple a silvery bead gleamed. As rounded and as polished as the head of a decorative upholstery tack, it looked like a misplaced earring. The bead was in fact packed with electronics, nanocircuitry, and was rather like the head of a nail in that it was the visible portion of a needle-thin probe that had been fired into his brain by a pistol-like device. Instantaneous chemical cauterization of flesh and bone prevented bleeding. Warren said nothing. He had been ordered to remain silent, and he had lost the power to disobey. Except for his twitching fingers and the tremors, which were both involuntary, he did not move, not even to change position in the chair, because he had been told to be still. His gaze shifted back and forth between 2 points of interest. His wives. With a silver bead on her left temple and her eyes glazed like those of an amped-out meth junkie, Judy Snyder perched on the sofa, knees together, hands folded serenely in her lap. She didn't twitch or tremble like her husband. She seemed to be without fear, perhaps because the probe had damaged her brain in ways not intended. The other Judy stood by one of the living-room windows that faced the street, alternately studying the snowy night and regarding her 2 prisoners with contempt. Their kind were the spoilers of the earth. Soon these 2 would be led away like a couple of sheep to be rendered and processed. And one day, when the last human beings were eradicated, the world would be as much of a paradise as it had ever been or ever could be. This Judy was not a clone of the one on the sofa, nothing as disgusting as a mere meat machine, which was all that human beings were. She had been designed to pass for the original Judy, but the illusion would not hold up if her internal structure and the nature of her flesh were to be studied by physicians. She had been created in a couple of months, programmed and extruded, born as an adult in the hive, deep underground, with no Tao other than her program, with no illusion that she possessed free will, with no obligation whatsoever to any higher power other than Victor Laban, whose true last name was Frankenstein, and with no life after this one to which she needed to aspire. Through the parted draperies she watched a tall man crossing the snow-mantled street, hands in his coat pockets, face turned to the sky as if delighting in the weather. He approached the house on the front walkway, playfully kicking up little clouds of snow. Judy couldn't see his face, but she assumed he must be Andrew Snyder, the 19-year-old son of the family. His parents expected him to return home from work about this time. She let the draperies fall into place and stepped out of the living room into the foyer. When she heard Andrew's footsteps on the porch, she opened the door. "Andy," she said, "I was so worried." Chucking off his boots to leave them on the porch, Andrew smiled and shook his head. "You worry too much, Mom. I'm not late." "No, you're not, but terrible things have been happening in town tonight." "What terrible things?" As Andrew stepped into the foyer in his stocking feet, the Judy replicant closed the door, turned to him, and began to unbutton his pea-coat. In the best imitation of motherly concern that she could manage, she said, "You'll catch your death in this weather." Pulling a scarf from around his neck, he asked again, "What terrible things?" He frowned with confusion and annoyance, as if her fussing with his coat must be out of character for her. As she opened the buttons, she maneuvered him until the doorway to the study lay beyond even his peripheral vision. "All the killings," she said. "It's horrible." Intent upon her to an extent he had not been until now, Andrew said, "Killings? What killings?" As he spoke, his replicant glided silently out of the study, directly to him, and pulled the trigger instantly upon pressing the muzzle of the brain probe pistol to Andrew's left temple. The young man's face wrenched with pain, but only for a moment. Then his eyes widened with terror, even as his face relaxed into an expression that was hardly more readable than that of someone in a coma. "Come with me," said the replicant Andrew, and led his namesake into the living room. "Sit on the sofa." Silvery bead shimmering like a drop of mercury on his temple, Andrew Snyder did as he was told. If the replicant Andrew had chosen to sit opposite the real one and squeeze the trigger again, the pistol wouldn't have fired another skull-piercing dart. The second shot would have been a telemetric command initiating transmission from the embedded needle to a data storage module in the replicant's inorganic brain. In 90 minutes or less, the essence of the young man's life experience, acquired knowledge, memories, faces, torrents of sights and sounds, would be downloaded to his impersonator. The replicant had no need, however, to pass for Andrew Snyder in more than appearance. By this time the night after next, all the citizens of Rainbow Falls would have been killed, rendered, and processed. No one who had known the real Andrew would remain alive to be deceived by his laboratory-bred double. 90 minutes devoted to memory downloading would be, in this instance, a waste of time. Replicants despised waste and distraction. Focus and efficiency were important principles. The only morality was efficiency. The only immorality was inefficiency. The community, as creatures born in the hive called their new civilization, would soon possess a secret base from which to move outward relentlessly across the continent and then swiftly across the world. Communitarians were the embodiment of progress, the end of history, the end of all the repulsive messiness of human delusions and random events, the beginning of a planned future that, according to a precise timetable, would lead one day to the absolute perfection of all things. The communitarian Andrew Snyder, already dressed for the winter night, left the living room to join the communitarian Warren Snyder, who waited for him in the Ford Explorer that was parked in the garage. The real Warren, paralyzed in the living room armchair, was the general manager and the program director of KBOW, the only radio station in town. Early in every violent revolution, those who would overthrow the current order must seize control of all means of communications in order to deny the enemy a command structure that might facilitate resistance. Everyone working the evening shift at KBOW must be controlled and then conveyed to one of the centers where the people of Rainbow Falls were being vigorously processed. The replicant Judy remained behind with the Judy whom she had replaced and with the two males sitting docilely in the living room. Her assignment was to wait here until a transport arrived to collect the brain-pierced trio and take them to their destruction. Even if the members of the Snyder family had been in control of their faculties, they would not have been acceptable company. Human beings were, after all, not merely base animals like any creatures of the fields and woods. They were by far the worst of all species in the world, so vain as to claim exceptional status among all living things, so utterly deranged as to believe that they were born with souls, and were meant to live with meaning so as to fulfill a cosmic destiny, when in fact they were a cancer in the bosom of nature. In spite of their pretensions, they were meat, just meat, blood and bone and meat, and insane, mad. They were mad meat and nothing more. Communitarian Judy despised them. She loathed the way they lived, too, with no concern for the numerous imperfections of their surroundings. The living-room carpet was only the most immediate example of their inferiority in this regard. Lint. She counted 6 bits of lint just in the area bordered by the 2 armchairs and the coffee table in front of the sofa. And not merely specks of lint, cat hairs as well. The cat had fled through a pet flap in the kitchen door, but its hairs were everywhere. Order was an important principle, no less important than focus and efficiency. Indeed, efficiency was not achievable in a state of disorder. Order must be imposed before perfect efficiency could be achieved. This was a truth deeply programmed into her. Waiting for the transport that would haul away the Snyders was not an efficient use of time. As Judy paced back and forth across the filthy carpet, stopping now and then to part the poorly hung draperies and search the street for a sign of the scheduled truck, she was acutely aware that progress waited to be made on countless fronts, that there was a world to be conquered and changed, and that she was at the moment contributing nothing to the heroic efforts of the community. She felt somewhat better when she got the vacuum cleaner out of the closet and swept all the exposed areas of carpet until she could see no lint, no stray thread, no single cat hair. But then, through the glass top of the coffee table, she glimpsed what might have been a peanut that had been dropped by one of the Snyders and had rolled under the furniture. Agitated, she dragged the coffee table away from the sofa where 2 of her prisoners obediently waited, and she exposed the carpet under it for closer inspection. In addition to the peanut, she found a dead fly. The insect appeared to be dry, brittle, as if it had been under the table for days, and would crumble to flakes and dust upon being touched. The peanut and the fly were not the sum of it. There were cat hairs, too, and a crumb of something that she could not identify. "Lift your feet! Lift them!" she ordered Andrew and his mother, and with no change of expression in their slack faces, they obeyed, raising their knees high and their feet off the floor. With communitarian fervor, Judy vacuumed the carpet in front of the sofa. When she saw that Warren, in the armchair, had raised his feet, she also swept that area. Inevitably, she began to wonder what dust and debris might have built up on the baseboard behind the sofa and on the carpet under it. She had visions of extreme disorder. She went to the window and parted the draperies, in which the folds had not been ironed with sufficient care to ensure that they would hang uniformly. She looked left and right along the wintry street. A patrol car cruised slowly past the house. All the police in town were already communitarians, had been for the better part of the day, but that fact did not calm Judy in the least. Only one thing would assure her that the planned takeover of the town was proceeding in an efficient manner: the arrival of the transport and the crew that would collect the Snyder family. Turning away from the window, she surveyed the room and judged the entire space a disaster. 2. Silent legions of snow marched softly through the night, laying siege to Rainbow Falls, Montana, conquering the black streets. Like clouds of battle smoke, the blizzard faded the red brick buildings and the towering evergreens. Soon streetscapes and landscapes would be ghostly and bleak, apocalyptic visions of a dead future. Oblivious of the cold, Deucalion roamed the snow-swept town as only he in all the world could travel. The terrible lightning that shocked him to life in Victor's original laboratory more than 200 years previously also brought him other gifts, including a profound understanding of the quantum structure of reality, an intuitive awareness of the weave in the foundation fabric of all things. He knew that the universe was immeasurably vast and yet a strangely intimate place, that distance was both a fact and an illusion, that in truth every point in the universe was next door to every other point. A Tibetan monastery on the opposite side of the world from Rainbow Falls was, in another sense, only one step away, if you knew how to take that step. Deucalion knew how, and in an instant he transitioned from an alleyway behind Jim James' bakery to the roof of the Rainbow Theater. This town of 15,000 souls had an Old West feel, because many of its buildings dated to the late 19th and early 20th centuries. They had flat roofs with parapets of the kind that bad guys and sheriffs hid behind during gunfights in old movies. No building in town rose above 4 stories, and the theater ranked among the tallest structures. From this vantage point, high in the falling snow, Deucalion could see east and west along Cody Street. Most businesses were closing early because of the storm, but the restaurants and bars remained brightly lighted. Only a few vehicles were parked along the curbs, and traffic had fallen to a fraction of what it had been just half an hour earlier. The large panel truck with midnight blue cab and white cargo section was one of only 4 vehicles moving along Cody Street. Other identical trucks operated elsewhere in the town. Earlier, Deucalion had learned the nature of the task in which the hard-eyed 2-man crews were engaged, transporting subdued citizens of Rainbow Falls to facilities where they would be killed. The victims had been replaced by lookalikes created in Victor's facility somewhere along State Route 311, which locals called the End Times Highway, a 24-mile loop of wide 2-lane blacktop that dated back to the Cold War. That road apparently served nothing along its remote wooded route, except for an array of missile silos that had been decommissioned after the fall of the Soviet Union and had been in some cases abandoned and in other cases sold off to corporations for use as low-humidity, high-security storage vaults for sensitive records. Many locals were convinced that the silos were but a small part of what lay hidden along the End Times Highway, that other secret subterranean facilities had been built deep to withstand multiple direct nuclear strikes. Finding Victor's lair this time would not be easy. No doubt the first people to be replaced by replicants and murdered had been those in the police department and in elected offices. Victor would take control of the town from the top and work down to the last unsuspecting citizen. Deucalion had already seen captive employees of the telephone company being herded into one of the blue and white transports, whereafter they were taken to a warehouse for disposal. When the truck down on Cody turned north on Russell Street, Deucalion stepped off the roof of the theater and directly, boldly, magically onto the corrugated steel step that served the passenger door of the vehicle. Surprised, the man riding shotgun turned his head. Holding fast to an assist bar on the wall of the cab, Deucalion wrenched open the door, which barely cleared his great bulk, reached inside with one hand, seized the passenger by the throat, crushed his windpipe, pulled him off the seat and threw him into the snow-swept street, as if he weighed no more than a hollow plastic department store mannequin. "Always wear your seatbelt," he muttered. Earlier this night he discovered that the current generation of Victor's creations were not as hardy as the new race specimens that the would-be god produced years previously in New Orleans. Those individuals had been difficult to take down even with an urban sniper, a police-only shotgun that fired slugs instead of buckshot. These Montana replicants were nevertheless tougher than human beings, though they were easy prey for Deucalion, whose strength considerably exceeded theirs. The truck's forward movement threw the door back against Deucalion, but he had a great capacity to endure pain. He pushed it open again and swung into the passenger seat, pulling the door shut behind him. Taking out one of the 2-man crew and boarding the vehicle required mere seconds, and the confused driver only half-braked when he saw his partner snatched from the cab. Deucalion reached for the key, switched off the engine. Surprised but not afraid, these new replicants seemed fearless. The snarling driver swung his right fist, but Deucalion seized it in mid-strike, twisted it, and broke the wrist. The driver grunted but didn't cry out in pain. As the truck coasted along the street, Deucalion clamped his left hand to the back of his adversary's head, slamming the replicant's face into the steering wheel. He slammed it again and again and yet again, only twice sounding the horn. The weaving truck swiftly lost momentum. The front tire on the port side met a curb that it barely managed to climb, and the driver stopped resisting. As the vehicle came to a full stop, the front bumper thumped gently against a lamp-post. Deucalion was certain the replicant must be dead, but for insurance he got the man in a chokehold and broke his neck. These 2 killings could not be called murder. True murder was strictly a crime against humanity. Except for outward appearances, these specimens from Victor's current laboratory were not human in any sense. Abominations, monsters, lab rats. Deucalion felt no guilt for having terminated them, because he was, after all, another monster, the earliest model in Victor's product line. Perhaps he had been somewhat sanctified by contrition for his long-ago crimes and by his centuries of suffering. He might even be a monster on a sacred mission, although still in essence a monster, a product of Victor's hubris, created from the bodies of hanged criminals as an affront to God. He could be as brutal and ruthless as any of his maker's newer creations. If the war against the natural world had begun, humanity would need a monster of its own to have any hope of survival. Leaving the corpse behind the wheel, Deucalion got out of the truck. Even in the breathless night, the storm still seemed to qualify as a blizzard, so thickly did the snow fall. Suddenly it seemed to him that the flakes of falling snow did not take light from the street lamp, but instead were illuminated from within their crystalline structures, as if they were shavings of the lost moon, each filled with its measure of the lunar glow. The longer that Deucalion lived, the more magical he found this precious world. Russell Street, a secondary thoroughfare, was deserted, free of both other traffic and pedestrians. No shops were open in this block, but a witness might appear at any moment. Deucalion walked back along the tire tracks and stopped beside the individual whom he had thrown from the truck. In spite of its crushed throat, the lab rat still tried to draw breath and clawed at the tire-compacted snow in a feeble attempt to drag itself onto its knees. With the hard stamp of a boot to the back of its neck, he put an end to the creature's suffering. He carried the corpse to the truck and opened the rear door. The cargo space was empty. The next batch of luckless people destined for extermination had not yet been collected. He tossed the body into the truck. He pulled the driver from the cab, carried him to the back of the vehicle, threw him into the cargo box with the other corpse, and closed the door. Behind the steering wheel, he started the engine. He backed the truck away from the lamp-post, off the curb, into the street. The display screen in the dashboard brightened with a map of a small portion of Rainbow Falls. A blinking red GPS indicator showed the current position of the truck. A green line traced a route that the driver was evidently meant to follow. At the top of the screen were the words, "Transport number 3, schedule." Beside those words, 2 boxes offered options, one labeled List, the other Map. The second box was currently highlighted. Deucalion pressed a forefinger to List. The map vanished from the screen, and an assignment list appeared in its place. The third address was highlighted, the Falls Inn, at the corner of Beartooth Avenue and River Road. Evidently that would have been the truck's next stop. Along the right side of the touch screen, in a vertical line, were 5 boxes, each labeled with a number. The 3 was highlighted. When Deucalion put a forefinger to the 1, the list on the screen was replaced with a different series of addresses. The legend at the top now read, "Transport number 1, schedule." Here, too, the third line was highlighted. The 2-man crew of Transport number 1 had evidently successfully collected the people at the first 2 addresses and perhaps conveyed them to their doom. Their next stop appeared to be KBOW, the radio station that served not only Rainbow Falls, but also the entire surrounding county. Having replaced the employees of the telephone company with identical replicants earlier in the evening, thereby seizing control of all landline phones and cell phone towers, Victor's army would next take control of KBOW, preventing the transmission of a warning either to residents of the town or to the people in the smaller surrounding communities. Deucalion switched to Map and saw that the radio station was on River Road, toward the northeastern end of the city limits, about 2 miles from his current position. Transport number 1 was scheduled to arrive there in less than 4 minutes to collect KBOW's evening staff. This suggested that the assault on the radio station might already have begun. If the route he followed to KBOW was the one that the truck's navigation system recommended, the show would be over by the time he arrived there. He opened the driver's door, swung out of the truck, and stepped from Russell Street onto the radio station parking lot. 3. Mr. List drove around going nowhere in the snow while he tried to think what to do next. Nummie O'Bannon rode with him, going to the same nowhere, because Nummie didn't drive, but he was good at riding. Nummie felt kind of bad about riding in this car because Mr. List stole it, and stealing was never good. Mr. List said the keys were in the ignition, so the owner wanted anyone to use it who might need it. But they had hardly gone a mile before Nummie realized that was a lie.
Grandmama, she used to say, if you can't buy what somebody else has or either make it for your own self, then you shouldn't keep on always wanting it. That kind of wanting is called envy, and envy can make you into a thief faster than butter melts in a hot skillet.
Well, excuse me for being too damn stupid to build us a car from scratch, Mr. List said.
I didn't say you were stupid. I don't call nobody names. That's not nice. I've been called enough myself.
Yeah, I like calling people names, Mr. List said. I get a thrill out of it. I delight in calling people names. I've been known to make little children cry the names I call them. Nobody's going to tell me I can't do something that gives me so much innocent pleasure. Mr. List wasn't as scary as he looked earlier in the day. His short, chopped gray hair still stood out in every which way, like it was shocked by all the mean thoughts in his head. His face was squinched, as if he just bit hard into a lemon. His eyes were as dangerous blue as gas flames. Shreds of dry skin curled on his cracked lips, and his teeth were gray. He seemed like he could get along fine without food or water, just so he had his anger to feed on. But some of the scary had gone out of him. Sometimes you could almost like him. Nummie was never angry. He was too dumb to be angry. That was one of the best things about being really dumb, so dumb they didn't even make you go to school. You just couldn't think about anything hard enough to get angry over it. He and Mr. List were an odd couple, like odd couples in some movies that Nummie had seen. In those kind of movies, the odd couple guys were always cops, one of them calm and nice, the other one crazy and funny. Nummie and Mr. List weren't cops at all, but they were really different from each other. Mr. List was the crazy and funny one, except that he wasn't that funny. Nummie was 30, but Mr. List must be older than anyone else who was still alive. Nummie was pudgy and round-faced and freckled, but Mr. List seemed to be made mostly of bone and gristle and thick skin with a million creases in it like some beat-up old leather jacket. Sometimes Mr. List was so interesting you couldn't stop looking at him, kind of like in a movie when the little red numbers were counting down on the bomb clock. But at other times, staring at him too much could wear you out, and you had to turn away to give your eyes a rest. The snow was soft and cool to look at, floating down through the dark like tiny angels all in white.
"The snow's real pretty," Nummie said. "It's a pretty night."
"Oh, yeah," Mr. List said. "It's a magical night. Breathtaking beauty everywhere you look, prettier than all the prettiness and all the pretty Christmas cards ever made, except for the ravenous monster Martians all over town, eating people faster than a wood chipper could chew up a damn potato."
"I didn't forget them Martians," Nummie said, "if that's what they are. But the night's pretty anyway. So what do you want to do? You want to drive out to the end of town, maybe see are the cops and the roadblocks still there?"
"They're not cops, boy. They're monsters pretending to be cops, and they'll be there till they've eaten everyone in town." Although Mr. List drove slowly, sometimes the back end of the car fishtailed or it slid toward one curb or the other. He always got control again before they hit anything, but already they needed a car with tire chains or winter tires. If Mr. List stole another car, one with tire chains, and if Nummie went with him, knowing from the start it was stealing, he would probably be a thief himself. Grandmama raised him, so the bad things he did would bring shame on her in front of God, where she was now. Nummie said, "You don't really know the monster cops are still there till you go look." "I know, all right."
"How do you know?"
"Because I'm a freaking genius," Mr. List said, spraying spit, gripping the steering wheel so hard that his knuckles looked as sharp as knives. "I just Know things. My brain is so damn big. Back there in jail this morning, we hadn't known each other 2 minutes till I knew you were a dummy, didn't I?"
"Oh, that's true,"
Nummy admitted. On the cross street ahead of them, a police car passed south to north, and Mr. Liss said, "This is no good. We'll never get out of town in a car. We've got to find another way."
"Maybe we could go out the same way you come in? I always wanted to take me a ride on a train."
A cold, emptied boxcar isn't the glamorous fun it sounds like. Anyway, they'll have the train yard covered.
"Well, we can't fly."
"Oh, I don't know," Mr. Liss said. "If your skull is as hollow as it seems to be, I could tie a basket to your feet, blow hot air up your nose, and ride you out of here like you were a big old balloon." For a block or so, Nummy thought about that as the old man switched on the defroster and as the windshield, which had started to cloud at the edges, became clear once more. Then he said,
"That don't make no sense. Unless it was just you being mean."
You may be right."
"I don't know why you have to be mean."
"I do it well. A man likes to do something if he's good at it."
"You aren't as mean to me now as you was at first, back when we just met."
After a silence, Mr. Liss said, "Well, Peaches, I have my ups and downs. Nobody can be 100% good at something 24/7. Mr. Liss sometimes called him Peaches. Nummy wasn't sure why.
"A couple times,"
Nummy said.
"I even sort of thought maybe we was getting to be friends."
"I don't want any friends," Mr. Liss said. "You take a Kleenex and blow that thought out of your head right now. Blow it out like the snot it is. I'm a loner and a rambler. Friends just weigh a man down. Friends are nothing but enemies waiting to happen. There's nothing worse in this world than friendship."
"Grandmama, she always said friendship and love is what life is all about."
You just reminded me there is one thing worse than friendship. Love. Nothing will bring you down faster than love. It's poison. Love kills.
"I don't see no way that's true,"
Nummy said. "Well, it is true."
"No, it's not."
"Don't you call me a liar, boy. I've torn the throats out of men who called me a liar. I cut their tongues out and fried them with onions for breakfast. I'm a dangerous son of a bitch when I'm riled."
"I didn't say liar. You're just wrong about love. Just wrong is all. Grandmama loved me, and love never killed me."
"She's dead, isn't she?"
"Love didn't kill her. It was the sickness. If I could have took her cancer into me and then died for her, I'd be dead now, and she'd be alive here with you."
They rode in silence for a minute, and then Mr. Liss said, "You shouldn't always listen to me, boy, or take what I say too seriously. Not everything I say is genius."
"Probably most of it is, but not what you said just now. You know what? Maybe we could skidoo."
"Good. What?"
"You know, like a snowmobile."
Mr. Liss steered the car carefully to the curb and stopped. "We could go overland. But is there enough snow for that? It's like an inch on the ground."
"Deeper than an inch,"
Nummy said.
"And lots more coming fast."
"Where would we get a snowmobile?"
"People, they have them all over town. And then there's the snowmobile place they sell them over on Bear Track."
"Another damn street with Bear in its name. Whoever named the streets in this godforsaken jerkwater had about as much imagination as a stump."
"Like I said, there's a bunch of bears in the general area. We don't got no tigers or zebras to name our streets after."
The old man sat quietly for maybe 2 minutes, just watching the snow fall, as if he decided it was pretty after all. This was a long silence for Mr. Liss, who always had something to say about everything. Nummy was usually okay with people being silent with each other, but this much quiet from Mr. Liss was worrisome because it made Nummy wonder what he was scheming. Finally, Mr. Liss said, "Peaches, you actually know anyone who has a snowmobile?"
I know a couple.
Like who?
Like the Bows.
Bows?
Officer Barry Bozeman. People call him the Bows. He races off-road all year round in one or another thing.
Officer?
He's a policeman. He laughs a lot. He makes you feel you're as good as anyone.
He's dead, Mr. List said bluntly. If he's a cop, they killed him and replaced him with one of their lookalikes. Nummie should have known the Bows was dead, because even the police chief, Rafael Jaramillo, was one of the aliens, so every cop was for sure one of them too. All the real police were dead and eaten, like happened that morning to all the people in the jail cells next to the one from which Nummie and Mr. Liss escaped. Grandmama always said no matter how sad something was, still you needed to keep in mind that you would be happy again someday, and you needed to go on. Going on was important, she said, going on and being happy and doing the right thing, because if you went on long enough and were happy enough and did the right thing often enough, you would get to go live with God. But God really didn't like quitters. "Is he married?" Mr. Liss asked.
Is who?
"Tarnation, boy, there's so much vacant space in your head, you should rent it out. There's a whole damn warehouse full of empty racks between your ears. The Bows! Who else would I be asking about? Is the Bows married?"
Kiko, her head blowed up. She went to quiet, and it just buzzed away. So you never know.
Mr. Liss made a big bony fist, and Nummie flinched because he thought Mr. Liss was going to hit him. But then the old man took a deep breath, opened the fist, patted Nummie's shoulder, and said, "Maybe you could say that again, but in English this time." Puzzled, Nummie said,
That there was English.
"Tell it to me. In different English?"
I only know but one kind of English.
Mr. Liss's knobby hand fisted again, but he still didn't hit Nummie. He brought the fist to his mouth, and he chewed on a knuckle for a while, and then he said, "What is Kiku?"
That's Mrs. Bozeman, like I said. She was a nice Japanese lady.
"What did you mean her head blew up?"
From the bee sting on her neck. She had the allergies, but never knew till the sting. Her face, they say it blowed up like a balloon.
"What do you mean she went to Quiet?"
Quiet Meadows, the cemetery up on Brown Bear Road. The bee, it stung and just buzzed away. But Kiku, she died. So you never know.
"They have any kids?"
The Bows and Kiku? No. That's good because now Bows is dead too. The kids would be orphans, all sad and everything.
Now they'd be monster food, just like the Bows was. And since he's a cop, now a monster cop, Mr. Liss continued, we'll be able to get at his snowmobile because he won't be home to stop us. All the cops will be out and busy killing people and building those cocoons like we saw and doing whatever filthy stuff their stinking alien kind does.
I didn't notice they stink,
Nummie said. "Oh, they stink big time."
Must be something wrong with my nose.
4. Behind the wheel of the Jeep Grand Cherokee, squinting through the snow, Carson O'Connor Madison, with Michael Madison, cruised Rainbow Falls on a monster hunt. Earlier, Deucalion had told them about the large unmarked panel trucks with midnight blue cabs and white cargo sections, which were essentially on an Auschwitz mission, collecting citizens who had been forcibly subdued and delivering them to an extermination facility in a warehouse. They had found one of the trucks and had tried to take the two-man crew captive for interrogation by pretending also to be Victor's creations. But the driver quickly recognized the deception, said, "You're not communitarians," and then it was just kill or be killed. From an earlier encounter, Carson had learned that these newest golems of Victor's were harder to take down than an ordinary man or woman, but were far less tough than his previous creatures in New Orleans. She didn't know why he had stopped producing the nearly invincible specimens that he had called the new race. unless perhaps his failure to be able to control them completely and at all times had instilled in him some fear of his own creations. Because they couldn't think of anything else to do, they were looking now for another blue and white truck with the hope of being able to wound rather than kill the crew. With the right techniques of enhanced interrogation, maybe the wounded could be persuaded to reveal Victor's current center of operations. The snow complicated the search, diminishing visibility and hampering mobility even for a four-wheel drive vehicle. Carson was a need-for-speed driver, but these road conditions inhibited her. Snow sucked. Carson had been born on the bayou. She was a Louisiana girl who loved Cajun food and danced to Zydeco. As a New Orleans homicide detective, she had chased down Victor Helios, a.k.a. Frankenstein, and once he and all his creations in the Big Easy were dead, she had been able to look back on the case as an exhilarating adventure. In fact, even at the height of the terror, she and her partner, Michael, now her husband, had been having fun. Police work was always fun. Taking down bad guys was the best fun there was. Guns were fun. Even being shot at was fun, as long as the shooters kept missing. They were no longer cops. They were private investigators, and they lived in San Francisco. Here in Montana, they were out of their element and without authority, though not without big guns, including urban sniper shotguns that fired slugs capable of dropping a grizzly bear. A weapon of this power was its own kind of authority. In spite of the guns, and even though they were decked out in ultra-cool black Gore-Tex Thermalite storm suits, the situation in Rainbow Falls was so desperate that they hadn't had a laugh since before sundown, and the prospects for fun seemed bleak. "Snow sucks," Carson said. "That's like the 10th time you've made that observation," Michael noted. "Am I boring you? Is our marriage over? Do you want some woman who has nothing but good things to say about snow?" "Actually, boring turns me on. I've had enough excitement for a lifetime. The more boring you are, the hotter I get." "You're just barely walking the line, Johnny Cash. Better watch your ass." In this residential neighborhood on the south side of town, the properties were half acres or larger. The evergreens soared so high that their upper branches seemed to weave into the substance of the sky, and the houses under them appeared, by contrast, to be smaller than they were. There was a Black Forest feeling here, the atmosphere of a fairy tale, but one in which a troll with sinister appetites might appear at any moment. Seen through the tremulous curtain of densely falling snow, the lights of every home seemed to twinkle with a promise of mystery and magic. One house, set farther back from the street than many of the others, on at least an acre, was the locus of considerable activity. Several pickups and SUVs were on the driveway near the house, parked at different angles from one another, engines running and headlights set high. Exhaust vapors smoked up through the snow, and pairs of bright beams tunneled the dark, pierced the storm, and revealed at various distances the fissured trunks of trees. As there were no sidewalks or street lamps in this neighborhood, Carson pulled onto the shoulder of the roadway and stopped to better assess the activity. A few people were standing around the cars, and a man, a mere silhouette from this distance, stood at the head of the front porch steps as if guarding entrance to the house. The rooms were bright behind every window, and bustling figures could be glimpsed beyond those panes. "Us or them?" Michael wondered. Looking past him at the house, Carson said, "Hard to tell." A sharp tap on the window in the driver's door redirected her attention. A man with a walrus mustache, wearing a Stetson and a greatcoat, had rapped the glass with the muzzle of a shotgun, which was aimed at Carson's face. 5. Transport number 1 had not yet arrived when Deucalion stepped out of distant Russell Street and into the KBOW parking lot. 4 vehicles were in a row to the left of the building, and a Ford Explorer stood in a no-parking zone near the front door. Judging by the steam rising from the falling snow that melted on the hood of the Ford, the engine of the SUV had been switched off only a moment earlier. A single-story brick building housed the radio station. The open girder transmission tower rose behind it, topped by an array of red lights blinking high in the snowy night. 2 men, evidently from the Explorer, approached the front door. They had their backs to Deucalion, and they were unaware of him as he approached. Most likely they were Victor's people, the advance team leading the assault on the station's night staff, but he could not attack them without some evidence of their intent. In a single step, Deucalion transitioned from the parking lot to the reception lounge beyond the front door. The lights were low, and no one manned the desk. When he heard a key in the front door, Deucalion turned on his heel and, in the same instant, pivoted out of the lounge and into a hallway beyond a closed door. He was following the men by preceding them, which required that he guess correctly where they would go next. At low volume, ceiling speakers carried the voice of the current on-air personality. Judging by his words and by his slight Montana accent, he must be a local talk show host in these lower-rated hours, when a nationally syndicated program would be an unwise use of prime programming. The first door on the left was labeled Men. Deucalion stepped into the small restroom, which smelled of pine-scented urinal cakes. He didn't switch on the light, but held the door ajar an inch to watch the corridor. He heard them enter from the reception lounge, and a moment later they passed him without glancing in his direction. They looked solemn and determined. Farther back in the building they opened a door, and someone in that other room said, "Warren, didn't you go home?" Because the lavatory door had operated soundlessly when he entered, Deucalion boldly opened it now and stepped into the hallway behind Warren and the other man. They had already disappeared into a room farther along the corridor where the door stood wide. The same voice that greeted Warren became suddenly alarmed. Hey, what the hell?" And there were sounds of a struggle. Crossing the threshold, Deucalion saw two men dressed in snow gear, the pair from the Explorer, and a third who wore jeans and a sweatshirt. The guy in jeans sat in a chair at an L-shaped control board covered with indicator lights, gauges, and switches. One of his assailants pinned him down, pressing the right side of his face hard into the board, as the other man withdrew a small pistol-like instrument from a pocket of his ski jacket. That device would no doubt fire one of those silvery, round-headed needles that robbed people of their free will, and that perhaps had other functions no less horrifying. Shadow-silent, Deucalion moved, surprising this drone from Victor's hive. He seized the wrist of the hand that held the brain probe, broke fingers as if they were breadsticks, twisted the weapon out of the other's grip, jammed the muzzle to the replicant's temple, and pulled the trigger. Face to face, Deucalion saw the drone's pupils briefly widen, then shrink to pinpoints, as if the room lights had first dimmed and then flared brighter than the sun. He collapsed to the floor no less emphatically than if the glimmering bead on his temple had possessed the mass of a boulder bearing him down. Reacting perhaps more quickly than would the average human being, but as a tortoise to a hare when compared to Deucalion, the second drone released the engineer whose face he'd slammed into the control board. He reached into a pocket of his ski jacket. His confidence came from his programmed identity, which declared members of Victor's newest race to be superior to anyone they would ever meet. But like any ideology based upon a lie, it would fail to sustain him in a confrontation with hard reality. The hardest reality this creature would ever face was the speed and power that Deucalion had received from the strange thunderbolt that had brought him life, and far more than life, out of the storm. Deucalion's fists were the size of sledgehammers. Blow by brutal blow, the startled drone reeled backward. A flurry of punches to the throat crushed his airway. He gasped for breath, drew none. Without breath, he had no strength to escape a chokehold. In that vice grip, his cervical spine shattered, and he collapsed in his executioner's embrace and then out of it to the floor, as loose and limp and inanimate as a knotted mass of rags. The first drone was not affected by the brain probe in the same way as were real people. He remained alive, twitching on the floor like a beetle with a broken shell, clawing at the carpet with his hands. Tremors rattled his teeth together, his eyes rolled wildly in their sockets. Plumes of pale blue vapor issued from his nose, not in rhythmic exhalations, but in continuous streams. Deucalion pressed one boot against the creature's neck, pinning it in place. He bore down harder, with all his weight, until a snap and crunch of vertebrae, like the click of a switch, put an end to the spastic movements and to the plumes of vapor. When he looked up from the dead drone, he found the engineer regarding him with terror. Deucalion's size was not the only thing about him that could inspire crippling fear in even the most fearless men. With one exception, his wounds healed rapidly, and he was never ill, but the ruined half of his face, ravaged in a confrontation with his maker centuries earlier, served as a constant reminder that he too was ultimately mortal. Perhaps only Victor in all the world had the power to destroy him, but that was a theory for which he avoided seeking proofs. The broken planes and grotesque concavities of that half of his countenance were partly concealed by an intricate tattoo in many colors administered by a monk in a Tibetan monastery. The design was genius, distracting the eye from the grievous scars and the hideous contours over which the bright inks seemed to be in constant motion. Yet still Deucalion lived mostly in the night and shadows, because anyone could see through the tattoo to the truth if they stared long enough, just as this radio engineer saw through it. Periodically as well, subtle pulses of light throbbed through his eyes, as if the lightning that had brought him to life remained within him, endlessly traveling the circuits of his nerves. He had seen this phenomenon in numerous mirrors over the centuries, and even he could be disturbed by it, although not for the same reason that it spooked others. Having been stitched together from cadavers, he sometimes wondered if the light within might be evidence that, when lightning animated him, he had been given not only his various powers, but also a soul, and perhaps a soul of a unique kind. Although he had come to love this intricately woven world with all its grace and beauty, he was weary of the strife that was as well an element in the weave. And he was weary of the loneliness unique to one who had not been born of man and woman. He hoped for a better world beyond this place, a realm of peace and charity and perfect tenderness. But he was also disquieted by the possibility that he possessed a soul, because the rage and murderous violence of his early years, when he had been so bitter and confused, left him with a daunting weight of guilt from which he must be redeemed. Perhaps a realm of peace was not a reward that he could earn. His inner light might be an inevitable hellfire. Having risen from his chair, the engineer stood in the corner formed by the L-shaped control board, regarding Deucalion as if he were indeed a demon. His round face and rubbery features would more readily shape themselves to smiles and laughter. His expression of shock and terror was so at odds with the nature of his fundamental appearance that it seemed comic, like the exaggerated look of fright that a mime might wear as he strove mightily to sell his emotion to the audience without benefit of a voice.
"They weren't human," Deucalion said, "and regardless of how I may appear, I'm not one of them. But more of them are coming, and they'll be here soon."
The engineer's mouth moved, though no sound issued from him. With both trembling hands, he gestured so aimlessly that no sign he made conveyed the slightest meaning.
"Pull yourself together, man. You've got to fight or die. There is no other choice. How many of you are in the building?"
The engineer clutched one hand with the other, as if to still them both, and when at last he spoke, his voice was unexpectedly calm. 4. There's just 4 of us. 6. Jocko on the brink of greatness. In the study of the pretty little house he shared with Erica 5, beyond the town limits of Rainbow Falls, snow at the window. Sometimes Jocko sat on the swiveling desk chair in front of the computer, sometimes knelt on it, sometimes stood on it and danced hard enough to make the chair spin. His red and green hat with silver bells jingled merrily. Sometimes Jocko typed with his feet, long, ugly toes, ugly but flexible and limber, good toes for typing. His fingers were ugly too. Everything about his body was ugly, even his bizarre tongue with its 3 hairs. Jocko was a tumor. Well, He started out as a tumor-like lump in the biologically chaotic flesh of one of Victor's new race in New Orleans. Then he became self-aware. A tumor with attitude, hopes and dreams. And he grew fast. Later he burst out of that host body, became something more than a tumor, something better. He became a monster. Some people screamed when they saw Jocko, others fainted. Birds dive-bombed him, cats hissed, and rats fled squeaking. Jocko was a very effective monster. Misshapen skull, pale warty skin, lipless slit of a mouth, eerie yellow eyes, both too large for his head, one larger than the other. A monster was a more respectable thing to be than a mere tumor. Nobody liked a tumor. What was to like? But they wrote books about monsters, made movies about them too. People liked some monsters as much as they feared them. When you started out as a tumor with a brain, you had nowhere to go but up. Jocko was passionate about self-improvement. Although he had become a monster and harbored even greater aspirations, Jocko nevertheless remained humble. He never forgot where he came from. Once a tumor, always a tumor. Somewhat taller than a dwarf, Jocko secretly wished he was 6'2", and handsome, with hair on his head instead of on his tongue. In some dreams, Jocko was not himself. In dreams, he was a movie star, often George Clooney, sometimes Ashton Kutcher. Once he was Dakota Fanning and knew what it must be like to be loved by everyone. He wished that he really could be a handsome male movie star. He didn't care which one, except not Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp scared Jocko. The thought of Johnny Depp made Jocko's hands shake badly. Ugly fingers stuttered across the keys and gibberish appeared on the screen. He took his hands off the keyboard. Slow, deep breaths, easy, calm. Johnny Depp was at least 1,000 miles away from Rainbow Falls. Jocko wasn't just typing on the computer, wasn't playing games, wasn't working on Excel spreadsheets. He was hacking. His online path wasn't through a phone or a cable company, but through the satellite dish on the roof. Jocko was a total firewall-busting, code-breaking, backdoor-building internet wildcatter who could drill out more data than Exxon drilled oil. That was why he wore the red and green hat with silver bells, his hacking hat. He had 13 other hats for different occasions. Jocko loved hats. Deucalion, monster of monsters, Victor's first maid, mentor and maven, legend, had entrusted Jocko with an important task. Hack into the Department of Motor Vehicles' secured files. Find out who owned the blue and white truck with a certain license plate number. Jocko was part of the team, needed, maybe a hero. In the past, Jocko had sometimes been a screw-up, washout, flop, failure, fool, moron, idiot, ninnyhammer, dumb bunny. But all that was behind him. Now he was going to make his mother proud of him. Erica wasn't his biological mother. Former tumors didn't have real moms. She adopted him, unofficially. They didn't take mother-child trips to the park or go into town for an ice cream soda. On the rare occasions when people saw Jocko, they wanted right away to beat him with sticks. Sticks, umbrellas, canes, buckets, anything handy. So far, Jocko didn't seem to be one of those monsters that most people feared but also liked. For his safety, Jocko was limited to this house and the 40 acres that came with it. Erica 5, who lived now as Erica Swedenborg, was the 5th of 5 identical wives that Victor had grown in his creation tanks in New Orleans. The first 4 displeased him. They were terminated. Victor didn't believe in divorce. Erica 5 also displeased him. But she escaped on the night that Victor's evil empire in Louisiana collapsed. Took a bunch of his money, too. She was the only member of his new race to survive that catastrophe. Suddenly, Jocko peeled the final DMV passcode out of its security skin as easily as stripping a banana, and he was in. "Banzai!" he cried. He entered the truck's license plate number, requested the owner's ID. The information appeared on the screen. "Huzzah! Hurrah! Hooray!" The truck was owned by a non-profit corporation, Progress for Perfect Peace. That sounded nice, warm and cuddly. Progress was a good thing. Perfect peace was a good thing. Even a monster with lemon-yellow eyes and virtually no proper moral upbringing could see what good things they were. Progress for Perfect Peace had an address in Rainbow Falls. Jocko printed it. After he backed out of the DMV, he looked for a Progress for Perfect Peace website. Wasn't one. That seemed peculiar. Suspicious. A charity ought to have a website. Everyone had a website. Even Jocko had a website. www.jockothinksaboutlife.com. When he had an important insight about life, he posted it there. Maybe his thoughts could help other people. Just a few days ago, he had posted, "All muffins are tasty, but some are tastier than others," which isn't an insult to the lesser muffins, it's just the way life is. I like mine with jelly. Jocko checked public records for Montana corporations. No need to hack them. Progress for Perfect Peace Incorporated had an address. It matched the one from the DMV. The CEO was Victor Laban. The name was no coincidence. Victor Frankenstein, then Victor Helios, now Victor Laban. Victor. Holy moly! On the screen, the O in Victor seemed to be an eye, watching Jocko. Victor would know Jocko found him. Victor knew everything. Jocko was wearing a T-shirt bearing the image of Buster Steelhammer, the greatest star in the history of world wrestling entertainment. The shirt usually made him feel brave. Not now. The O in Victor, watching. Impossible. But Victor could do anything. Victor was omniscient. Bad, very bad, terrible. Catastrophe! Jocko suddenly became supercharged with negative energy, nerves wound tight, heart swelling with fear. Work it off, dance, dance! Jocko sprang to his feet on the chair. He danced desperately. The chair spun. Victor watched through the O in his name, somehow, someway, watched. Dancing, spinning, watched by Victor, Jocko was as good as dead. Jocko was a dead monster dancing. 7. Behind the wheel of his Land Rover, Daggett followed a serpentine course through Rainbow Falls, hoping his lawman's intuition inspired the many turns he made. He suspected that he was probably guided by nothing more than whim. In the passenger seat, Frost studied his laptop. On the screen, a blinking red dot on a partial map of the town revealed the current location of the patrol car driven by Rafael Jaramillo, the chief of police. The day before, they had secretly affixed a transponder to Jaramillo's vehicle, and thereafter they had monitored his movements. Since the previous morning, the chief had visited a lot of places around town, only one of them with any apparent law enforcement connection. "Yeah," Frost said. "He's not just paused at Montana Power and Light, it's a full stop." The Land Rover was fitted out with a police scanner, but Daggett and Frost no longer bothered to listen to it. More than 12 hours earlier, Chief Jaramillo and his men stopped using a common 10 code that any cop anywhere might understand, and began to use a code of their own creation. Frost had tried to crack it with his computer, but he had failed. The portions of the police transmissions that weren't in this code were crisp statements, revelatory of nothing. "You want to go to the power company?" Frost asked. "See what's happening?" "What I'm thinking is, while the chief is out and about, maybe we stop by his house, have a little chat with his wife." Daggett and Frost, who had been in town 3 days, were agents with a unit of the FBI so secret that it was unknown even to the director of the bureau. They believed something was badly wrong in Rainbow Falls, but they didn't have any clue what it might be. The whistleblower who had alerted them to the situation knew only that during the past couple of years enormous money had gone into some operation in this burg, channeled to a non-profit named Progress for Perfect Peace. The sum was so huge, the funds laundered through so many accounts before arriving here, that it suggested a criminal enterprise of extraordinary proportions. And this past afternoon, from their unit boss, Maurice Mumaw in D.C., they had learned that the money man, source of those funds, was scheduled to arrive somewhere in the Rainbow Falls area the following day. Weather permitting, he would come in by helicopter from Billings. The money man was a high-profile individual. If he was making a personal appearance, the conspiracy, whatever the hell it might entail, must be approaching one critical point or another. Dr. Harmille's wife? Frost didn't like the idea. I'm not ready yet to drop our cover. I didn't say we'd flash bureau ID. We snow her with some story just to see what she might say, just to get a look in the house. Frost shook his head. I'm not a good bullshit artist. You've seen me in action. I can produce more than a herd. You just stand there smiling and nodding. Leave the rest to me. Frost considered the blinking light on the laptop map and then gazed through the windshield at the falling snow. All day the atmosphere in Rainbow Falls had been strange, disquieting. He could not say why. The behavior of the police suggested they were engaged in some secret and perhaps illegal activity, but that alone wasn't what made him so deeply uneasy. For the past several hours he had sensed that the apparent normalcy of Rainbow Falls was a deception, as though the quaint and pretty town were only a hyper-realistic painting on a stage curtain, which at any moment would be swept aside to reveal a different municipality of strange and hideous structures in a state of advanced decay, narrow, twisted streets, and in every shadow some creeping feral thing without a name. Now, as the town succumbed to the bleaching snow, it seemed not to be vanishing beneath a shroud that would later be drawn aside by the restorative sun, but seemed instead to be fading entirely from the world, as if when the snow eventually melted away, Rainbow Falls would be gone, as though it had never existed. Frost was not a man who spooked easily. Until now, he'd never had the kind of imagination that made hobgoblins out of shadows and sensed boogeymen around every corner. The problem wasn't him. The problem was Rainbow Falls. Something was very wrong with this place. "All right," he said. "Let's go have a chat with Harmille's wife." 8. In addition to the guy in the Stetson and the greatcoat, 2 other men materialized out of the night and snow. They were also armed with shotguns. Carson and Michael had their urban snipers as well as pistols, but seated in the Grand Cherokee, they were not in a position to survive an exchange of fire. To Michael, she said, "I could shift gears, tramp the gas." "Bad idea. I didn't take my invincibility pill this morning." "Then what do we do?" "Whatever they want us to do," Michael said. "That's pussy talk. We're not pussies." He said, "Sometimes you're too macho for your own good." The guy with the walrus mustache rapped on her window again with his gun barrel. He looked as if he had been constipated since birth. When she smiled at him, his scowl curdled into a glower. Carson thought of Scout, her baby, not 7 months old, back in San Francisco, in the expert care of Mary Margaret Dolan, housekeeper and nanny. Her little daughter had a smile that could melt glaciers. With Scout in her mind's eye, Carson was overcome by a dread that she would never see the girl again. Switching off the engine, she said, "They'll make a mistake. We'll get an opening." "All is for the best in this best of all possible worlds." "Who said that?" "I don't know. One of the Muppets, maybe Kermit." They opened their doors and got out of the SUV, raising their hands to show that they were not armed. The cowboy with the walrus mustache warily stepped back from Carson as if she were the biggest and meanest piece of work that he had ever seen. His face suggested fearlessness, but his quick, shallow inhalations, revealed by rapid frosty exhalations, further belied his fierce expression. He directed her toward the front of the Grand Cherokee. One of the other gunmen shepherded Michael from the passenger door and told him to stand beside Carson. This one wore a Stetson, too, and a leather coat with sheepskin collar. The cold air revealed his breathing to be less agitated than that of the other man, but his restless eyes, shifting from Carson to Michael and to various points in the night, revealed the fear that he was striving not to disclose. These were not Victor's creations. They were real men with some reason to know that horrific events were occurring behind the scenes in this apparently peaceful Montana night. The third man, who quickly searched the SUV, appeared with both his shotgun and one of the urban snipers. "They have another this here. Never seen its like before, pistol grip. and it seemed to be loaded with big slugs, not buckshot. They had 2 pistols and a satchel full of spare magazines and shotgun ammo. The second cowboy looked to the one with the mustache.
"What do you want to do, Teague?"
Teague indicated the urban sniper and said to Michael,
"You want to explain that cannon Arvid is holding?"
"It's police issue, not available to just anyone."
"You're police?"
"We used to be."
"Not around here."
"New Orleans," Michael said.
"Used to be, but you still have a police-only gun."
"We're sentimental," Michael said. Teague said,
"Ma'am, you handle a weapon that powerful?"
"I can handle it," Carson said. "I can handle you."
"What kind of police were you?"
"The best. Detectives, homicide."
"You come right at folks, don't you?"
"Fewer misunderstandings that way," Carson said. Teague said,
"I have a wife like you."
"Get on your knees and thank God for that lady every night." Most people weren't as bold at eye-to-eye contact as Teague. His stare was scalpel-sharp. Carson could almost hear her stare ringing off his with a steely sound. "What are you doing anyway, riding around all gunned up?" Arvid asked. Carson glanced at Michael. He raised his eyebrows, and she decided to go with a little bit of the truth to see how it played. "We're on a monster hunt." The 3 cowboys were quiet, weighing her words, glancing at one another. The soft, silent snow coming down, breaths smoking in the cold air, the great dark trees slowly fading to white all along the street. Their quiet reaction to her strange statement suggested they had experienced something that made a monster hunt seem as reasonable as any other activity. "What have you seen?" she asked. To his pals, the nameless cowboy said, "They have guns. That means they must be like us. They need guns." "Clint's right," Arvid said. "Those killing machines don't need guns. We saw what they can do without guns." Michael said, "Machines?" Unlike Arvid and Clint, Teague hadn't lowered his shotgun.
"They looked like real people, but they weren't. There was a Terminator feel to 'em, but even weirder."
"Space aliens," Arvid declared. "Worse than that," Carson said. "Don't see what could be worse." Teague said,
"Ma'am, are you telling us you know what they are?"
"We should get off the street to discuss it," Carson suggested. "We don't know what might come along at any time. Clint's right. You and us were on the same side."
"Probably,"
Teague said. She indicated the house set deep in the trees and all the parked cars in the driveway, their headlights aimed in different directions. "Seems you expect to have to defend the place. The wife you mentioned, is she over there?"
"She is."
"What's her name?"
"Callista."
"I bet Callista would make up her mind about Michael and me 5 times faster than you. She must want to kick your butt sometimes. How long you take to make up your mind?"
Deliberate. She likes that."
"She'd have to." They engaged in another staring contest, and after a half-smile jacked up one corner of his mouth, Teague lowered his shotgun.
"Okay, arm yourselves. Come with me, let's swap information. See if we can all come out of this thing alive."
Arvid returned to the urban sniper. Michael settled into the passenger seat of the Grand Cherokee as Carson climbed behind the steering wheel again. By the time she switched on the headlights, Arvid and Clint had returned to their sentry posts, vanishing into the snow and shrubbery. She drove forward along the shoulder of the road and turned right into the driveway, following Teague, who had already walked halfway to the house. As she parked behind the last SUV in the caravan, Carson realized there were more vehicles ahead of her than she had first thought, at least a dozen. The property was bigger than it appeared from the street. The single lane of blacktop curved past the house to a low building, perhaps a combination garage and workshop. When she got out of the Jeep, she heard the engines of some of the other vehicles idling, those that brightened the snowy night with their headlights. Here and there, in the shadows between the cars, men stood in pairs, quiet and vigilant. Crossing the yard to the front porch, Carson said to Teague, "Are these people your neighbors?"
"No, ma'am,"
Teague said.
"We belong to the same church. We were at our family social, which we hold once a month out at the roadhouse May Potter owns, when these aliens, or whatever they are, attacked us. We lost 3 good people. No kids, though, thank the Lord."
"What church?" Michael asked.
"Riders in the Sky Church,"
Teague said as they reached the porch steps.
"Our folks who died earlier, we reckon they all rode heavenly horses through the gates of paradise tonight. But that's not as fully consoling as it ought to be."
9. Nancy Potter, wife of the mayor of Rainbow Falls, was at first displeased by the arrangement of 26 porcelain figurines that stood on 3 shelves in a glass display case in the Potter living room. Over the period of an hour, her displeasure became annoyance, which grew into anger, which escalated into rage. If the porcelain figurines had been real people, she would have killed them all. She would have gutted them and torn their heads off and set their remains on fire. If the real Nancy Potter had not been dead, this Nancy Potter would have beaten her to death just for having bought the figurines in the first place. 3 shelves with 26 porcelains simply could not be balanced and pleasing to the eye. For one thing, the closest she could come to having the same number on each shelf was 998. For another thing, the ideal number per shelf, to ensure that the display case would look neither too empty nor too crowded, was 12. She could make it look acceptable with 11 per shelf, but that still left her 7 figurines short. The real Nancy Potter clearly had no awareness of the necessity for symmetry in all things, for order and balance. Every communitarian understood that perfect symmetry, absolute order, balance, and conformity were important principles. There were numerous important principles, none more important than the others: undeviating focus, efficiency, unconditional equality, uniformity, obedience to the community's creator, the embrace of cold reason, and the rejection of sentimentality. The real Nancy Potter had been a typical human being, poorly focused, inefficient, and talk about sentimental. These 26 porcelain figurines were angels. During the hour that the replicant Nancy spent striving to bring symmetry to the display, she had become increasingly disgusted not only with the disorder, but also with all these mawkish, maudlin, insipid, inane angels, in their infuriatingly stupid poses of stupid simpering adoration and stupid self-righteous piety. They were an affront to reason, an insult to intelligence, and an offense against efficiency. If the real Nancy Potter had been here, communitarian Nancy would have beaten her to death, but not until she crammed every one of these stupid porcelain angels down the stupid woman's throat or in some other stupid orifice. Exasperated, she dropped 2 of the angels on the floor and stomped on them until they were worthless debris. This left 24 figurines, 8 per shelf. Balance. They were still angels, however, and the shelves looked too empty to please the eye. She plucked 2 more porcelains from the display and threw them on the floor and stomped on them, stomped, and then 2 more, and yet 2 more. Destroying these schmaltzy gimcracks gave her intellectual satisfaction, immense satisfaction, smashing such crass symbols of blithering ignorance. She despised them, these loathsome little winged totems. She hated them, and she hated the foolish human being who had collected them. They needed to die. Every last clueless human being needed to be exterminated, because with them would die their idiot fantasies, their moronic, witless, irrational, dull, obtuse, foolish, imbecilic, puerile beliefs and ideas and hopes. Every last preening, self-deluded man, woman, and child needed to die, especially the children. They were the worst, those filthy excretions of an unthinkably messy biological process. They all needed to be stomped, smashed, pulverized, ground into meat paste. From the archway between the living room and the downstairs hall, Ariel Potter said, "You aren't obsessing, are you?" This was not the real Ariel, who had been 14 years old. That Ariel was dead. This Ariel was blonde and blue-eyed like the other, but she had been programmed and extruded little more than 9 days earlier. "Because if you're obsessing, I have to report you to our Creator. He'll have to recall you." Members of the community were as efficient and as focused as machines. Efficiency equaled morality. Inefficiency was the only sin their kind could commit. The sole thing that could render one of them inefficient was obsession, to which a few of their kind were prone. Not many. The tendency to obsession was easily recognized by hive technicians within 3 days of a communitarian's extrusion. The techs identified 99.9% of these flawed specimens and dissolved them back into the mother mass from which all of their kind were created. After each crop of communitarians was tested, the chances of an obsessive making it out of the hive were virtually nil. Nevertheless, a single such individual operating in the world beyond the hive might malfunction to such an extent that it would not pass for human. Therefore, each undetected obsessive might expose the existence of the communitarian race and might alert humanity to the secret war being waged against them. "I'm not obsessing," Nancy said. Ariel regarded her with a bland, non-judgmental expression, for they were absolute equals. "Then what are you doing?" "I'm eliminating clutter and bringing order to this hideously disordered house." Ariel surveyed the shattered porcelains littering the floor. "This doesn't look like order to me. Where am I mistaken?" With a sweeping gesture, Nancy indicated the remaining angels on the shelves, and then her open hand became a tightly clenched fist that she shook at them. "First, I have to destroy these stupid icons. That's only logical. They're insipid symbols of unreason and disorder. After I utterly and finally and forever destroy these repulsive, despicable, detestable icons, I will of course sweep up every shard, scrap, splinter, every trace of dust, and the living room will then be ordered, serene, immaculate." Ariel studied Nancy in silence for half a minute and then said, "Isn't using excessive adjectives and adverbs an indication of an obsession disorder?" Nancy mulled over the question. Intellectual vigor and honesty were expected of communitarians in relationships with one another. Smashing the angels had made her feel quite vigorous. "In this case, it's only an indication of the intensity of my focus on the task. I am totally focused more sharply than an astronomical telescope, than a laser." After a moment of consideration, Ariel said, "I've eaten almost everything in the refrigerator and half of what's in the pantry. I'm still hungry. I think the problem is that I'm hungry to begin. I want to go out to the barn and become what I am." "But you're phase 2, Nancy said. "You aren't scheduled to begin your work until Saturday, when all the humans in town are dead and we have full, unchallenged control." Ariel nodded. "But I think I'm like you. I'm so focused like a laser, so dedicated to the mission, so eager to proceed efficiently that it makes no sense to wait. Logic tells me to act with reason. Reason tells me to proceed only with good cause. And I've got good cause, which is that I can't wait any longer. I just can't. I can't. It's sheer torture to wait. Excruciating. I've got to do it, got to become what I am meant to be tonight, now, right now." For 12 seconds, Nancy deliberated over Ariel's presentation of her case. Like all communitarians, a 1,000-year calendar and clock were part of her program, and she always knew the precise time to the second without need of a wristwatch. Nancy said, "Timeliness is part of efficiency. If you're able to perform your duties earlier than scheduled, that just means you're even more efficient than you were designed to be." "My readiness ahead of schedule," Ariel said, "is proof of our Creator's genius. He is the greatest genius who ever lived, and my inability to tolerate these stupid, freaking angels is proof of my commitment to the community." "For the community," Ariel said. Nancy replied, "For the community." "Will you come with me to the barn now?" "Let me smash the rest of these first." "All right, if you have to." "I have to. I really need this. Then I'll assist you with your becoming." "Just hurry," Ariel said. "I have my needs too. I need to be in the barn, becoming. I need it so bad I feel like I'll explode if I don't get it really soon." The communitarians were produced asexually, manufactured rather than conceived. They had no sexual capacity or desire. But Nancy was pretty sure that what she was feeling now must be similar to what great sex was like for human beings, a powerful tidal rush of energy that shuddered through her entire body, and with the energy came a pure black hatred of all humanity and of all living things not made in the hive, a hatred so intense and so hot that she half thought she would burst into a pillar of fire, and with the energy and the hatred came a beautiful vision of a dead world that was scourged and silent and stripped of meaning. Nancy swept the remaining porcelain figurines from the glass display shelves. She stomped on them one after the other, stomped and ground them under her heels and kicked at the fragments. She snatched up an angel head and threw it across the room with such force that a sharp piece of the broken neck lodged in the sheetrock. The glazed and haloed head, big as a plum, stared down at her as if with astonishment, like the head of a trophy deer mounted on a hunter's wall. Stomping, grinding, kicking, Nancy suddenly became aware that she was shrieking with a kind of furious delight, her shrill cries echoing off the living-room walls, and the wild sound empowered her, thrilled her. Ariel must have been thrilled too, because she took a single step past the archway into the room and stood shrieking along with Nancy. She raised her fists and shook them, and she threw her head back and forth, whipping her shoulders with her long blonde hair. Her eyes were bright with intelligence and reason. Her voice was strong and clear with intelligence and reason. She wasn't usurping Nancy's moment, but rather encouraging her. This was a "you go, girl" shriek. 10. Mr. Liss parked at the curb and switched off the headlights, and all the bright, tumbling snowflakes came down dimmer in the dark, as if the light that was turned off had been in each of them. "You positive this is Bozeman's house?" Nummy said.
"Yes, sir. This here's just one block over from Grandmama's place, where I lived before the Martians come."
The cozy brick house was one story with white shutters at the windows. The front porch had a white-painted iron railing and white iron corner posts, and what they called a baked aluminum roof. Nummy always wondered where they found an oven to bake something as big as that roof. "You sure he lives alone, Peaches?"
"Kiko, she's dead, and the kids was never born."
"How long ago did Kiku buy the farm?"
"She didn't buy no farm. It was a grave plot."
"I guess I misunderstood. How long's she been dead?"
"It might be like 2 years. Longer than Grandmama."
"Maybe Bozeman doesn't live alone."
"Who would he live with?"
Nummy wondered. "A girlfriend, a boyfriend, one of each. His grandmama, a damn pet alligator. How the hell should I know? The son of a bitch could live with anybody. If you used what brain you had, boy, you wouldn't ask so many dumb questions."
"The Bose lives alone, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, there's no lights on in there, so nobody's home."
"Alligators can see in the dark," Mr. Liss said. "But come on, let's go. I want that snowmobile, and I want out of this village of the damned." The house next door was dark, too, and there were no street lamps. The blacktop and the lawns were covered with snow, but although that white blanket seemed like it was giving off light, it really didn't. And the falling flakes were so thick they were almost like a fog, so you couldn't see far. Even if someone might be looking out a window somewhere, he wouldn't be able to see that Mr. Liss carried a long gun held down at his right side. Mr. Liss had 2 pistols and all kinds of extra bullets in the pockets of his big coat. He found the guns in the preacher's house that they burned down because it was full of the giant cocoons growing monsters inside. Mr. Liss said he was going to pay for the guns with his lottery winnings. He had a ticket in his wallet with what he knew would be the right number. But Nummy had the bad feeling that Mr. Liss really just stole them. Mr. Liss seemed like his folks had never churched him when he was growing up. The snow made a soft crunching sound under their feet as they walked around the house to the back porch, where they couldn't be seen from the street. Mr. List didn't need his set of lockpicks, because when he tried the kitchen door, it opened inward, hinges creaking. Suddenly, Nummie didn't want to go into Officer Barry Bozeman's house. Not because it was wrong to go into a house when you weren't invited, but because something bad waited for them in there. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew. A sick, sliding feeling in his stomach, a tightness in his chest that prevented him from drawing deep breaths.
"Let's leave now,"
Nummie whispered.
"Nowhere to go," said Mr. Liss, "and not enough time to go there."
The old man crossed the threshold, slid one hand along the wall beside the door, and switched on the lights. When Nummie reluctantly followed Mr. Liss, he saw the Bose in his underwear and open bathrobe, sitting in a chair at the kitchen table. The Bose's head was tipped back, his mouth hanging open, his eyes rolled back in their sockets.
"Dead,"
said Mr. Liss. Nummie knew dead when he saw it. Even though Officer Bozeman was dead, Nummie was uncomfortable seeing him in his underwear. He was also uncomfortable because it seemed wrong to stare at a dead person when he didn't know you were there, and he couldn't tell you to get out or even make himself more presentable. You couldn't look away from a dead person either. Then it would seem you were embarrassed for him, as though it must be his fault he died. When the dead person was someone you knew, like the Bose or like Grandmama, you felt a little like you wanted to die yourself. But you just had to look at him anyway, because this was the last time you would see him, except in photos, and photos were just photos. They weren't the person. A silver bead glistened on the Bose's left temple, just like the beads on the faces of those zombie people in the jail cells. All the people in jail had waited like good dogs told, "Stay." And then the handsome young man had arrived and turned into an angel, but then not an angel, and then he had torn them all apart and had taken them into himself. Nummie hoped the handsome young man didn't show up here any time soon. Mr. Liss closed the back door and crossed the room, leaving clumps of snow on the vinyl floor. He peered closely at the corpse, but didn't touch it.
"He's been dead a while, at least 8 or 10 hours, probably longer. Probably it happened before dawn."
Nummie didn't have any idea how you could know when a person must have died, and he didn't want to learn. To learn such a thing, you'd have to see a lot of dead people, and most likely examine them close. But what Nummie wanted most was never to see another dead person as long as he lived. From the table, Mr. Liss picked up a sort of gun made of shiny metal. He turned it this way and that, studying it. On the table stood a bowl of fresh fruit, a few bananas, a pear, a couple of big apples that didn't look quite ripe. Mr. Liss pointed the strange-looking gun at an apple and pulled the trigger. Thump! Suddenly on the apple appeared a gleaming silvery bead just like the one on Officer Bozeman's face. Mr. Liss pulled the trigger again, but nothing happened. When he fired the gun a third time, thump! The second apple now had a silver bead too. The fourth time, nothing happened again.
"A 2-cycle mechanism. What's it do in the second cycle?"
Mr. Liss asked. There wasn't any kind of cycle in the kitchen, not a bicycle or a tricycle or a motorcycle. Nummie didn't know how to answer the old man's question, and he didn't want to be snarled at again and told that he was dumb. They both knew he was dumb, he always had been, so neither of them needed to be reminded of it all the time. Nummie kept silent. As Mr. Liss returned the silver bead gun to the table where he'd found it, piano music rose from the living room. The Bose had a piano. He called it an upright, so Nummie figured it originally must have been in a church or somewhere clean and holy like that, not in some bar room. Kiku played the upright, and she taught the Bose to play it, but neither of them could be playing it now, both being dead.
"Let's get out of here,"
Nummie said.
"No, we're in it now, boy."
The old man raised his long gun.
"Cowardice is often a fine thing, but there's times when it can get you killed."
Mr. Liss went to the hallway door, which stood open. He found the light switch, and the dark hall brightened. As Mr. Liss stepped out of the kitchen, Nummie decided it was scarier to be alone with a dead person than it was to go see who was at the piano. He followed the old man. The music was pretty but sad. At the end of the hall, the living room remained dark. Nummie wondered how anyone could play a piano so well in total darkness. 11. Sammy Chakrabarty never stood around waiting for someone else to get things done. He was always moving, doing, thinking, dealing with the task of the moment, but simultaneously planning ahead. He stood 5'10", weighed only 130 pounds, ate enough for 2 men, but couldn't gain an ounce because he was so active and his metabolism was always revving. He had been helping to adapt the current broadcast to the failure of all phone service and internet access, which seemed to be a crisis when it happened in the middle of a talk show. Now it wasn't a crisis anymore, wasn't even a problem, considering that 2 men had just been killed, men or something passing for men, and KBOW had plunged into the twilight zone. Sammy ran from the engineer's control room to the kitchenette, which featured a refrigerator, microwave oven, ice maker, and coffee machine. Sammy yanked open the cabinet drawer that contained flatware and various utensils, including a few knives, and he selected the biggest and sharpest blade. At 23, Sammy was already the radio station's program director, promotion director, and community affairs director. He lived in an inexpensive 2-room apartment, drove an ancient Honda, and invested half his after-tax income doing his own online stock trading with considerable success. His plan was to become general manager by the age of 26, purchase KBOW by the time he was 29, and use it as a platform to develop groundbreaking programming that might have enough appeal to be syndicated across the country. The extraordinary events of the past few minutes might have ramifications that would set back his plan as much as a year, perhaps even 18 months. But Sammy Chakrabarty could not conceive of any circumstances that might delay him longer than that, or thwart him altogether. Carrying the knife, he hurried back through the building toward the engineer's nest, where the station personnel and the giant with the half-smashed face, who called himself Deucalion, stood over the bodies that looked like Warren and Andy Snyder, but perhaps were not. Ralph Nettles, their engineer, was a rock-solid guy, known for his reliability, truthfulness, and common sense. So it must be true that Warren and Andy had tried to kill him, that this tattooed stranger saved his life and was their ally, and that pale blue vapor gushed from Warren's nostrils during his death throes, as though he might be less a man than a machine in which some reservoir of coolant had been ruptured. It must be true, but everyone preferred to have a bit more confirming evidence. In the control room, in addition to Ralph and the giant, there were Bert Cogborn, the station's advertising salesman and ad copywriter, and Mason Morrell, their weekday evening talk show host, who had switched from live chatter to a pre-recorded segment that he kept on hand for emergencies like this. Well, not exactly like this. The kind of emergency Mason had in mind was an unexpected attack of on-air diarrhea. Everyone but the stranger looked anxious and confused. In Sammy's absence, the body of Warren Snyder had been stripped to the waist, and his pants had been pulled down far enough to reveal his entire abdomen, sternum to groin.
"I don't know exactly what you'll see," Deucalion said, "but I'm confident it will be enough to prove this wasn't the real Warren Snyder."
The giant knelt beside the corpse and plunged the knife into it, just below the breastbone. Mason Morrell gasped, probably not because the mutilation of the corpse shocked or dismayed him, but only for effect, to suggest that he, an on-air talent, was by nature more sensitive than those who labored behind the scenes of his show. Sammy liked Mason, though the guy was always performing to one degree or another, whether at the microphone or not, and he was sometimes exhausting. A thin serpent of blood slithered from the haft of the buried knife and along the pale abdomen, and for a moment the cadaver seemed human after all. But then Deucalion slashed to the navel and beyond, and the illusion of humanity was cut away. The lips of the wound sagged apart, and the blood, if it was blood, proved to be confined to the surface tissues. Deeper, all was strange, not the viscera of a human body. Some of the organs were the color of milk glass, others were white, tinted unevenly with faint streaks of gray like the flesh of certain fish, and a smaller number were white with the merest suggestion of green, some smooth and slick, others textured like curds of cottage cheese, all of them bizarre in shape and asymmetrical. A double helix of opalescent tubes twined through the body trunk, and a creamy fluid leaked from those that had been nicked or severed. Throughout the body cavity lay a fine web of luminous filaments that seemed less biological than electronic, and they glowed softly even though this replicant of Warren Snyder was surely as dead as the real man that he had replaced. Leaving the knife protruding from the body, Deucalion rose to his full height. With a quiver of revulsion and with fear in his voice that dismayed him, Sammy Chakrabarti asked, "What is that thing?" "It was made in a laboratory," the giant said. "Hundreds or even thousands of them are in the process of taking control of this town."
"What laboratory?"
Ralph Nettles wondered. He shook his head in disbelief.
"Our science isn't far enough advanced to do this."
"The proof is before your eyes," Deucalion reminded him. Bert Cogborn stared not at the cadaver but at his wristwatch, as if his world of radio spot sales allowed no room for a development of this magnitude, as if he might announce that he had a deadline looming and needed to return to his office to write ad copy.
"Maybe a laboratory?"
Ralph acceded.
"But not on this planet."
"On this planet, in this state, this county," Deucalion assured them with unsettling certainty. "Who I am, who made these creatures, I'll explain soon. But first, you've got to prepare to defend the station and warn others, both in Rainbow Falls and beyond, what's happening here."
"Defend it with what?" Mason Morrell asked. "A couple of kitchen knives? Against hundreds, maybe thousands of these things? And they're stronger than us. Man, this isn't a movie. There's no big-screen superstar to make everything right in the third act. I can't save the world. I can't save anything but my own ass. Split this place, get out of town, way out, leave it to the army."
"You won't get out," Deucalion said. "They've taken over the police, all authorities. Roads are blocked at both ends of town. They're seizing key utilities, telephones, the power company. The weather helps them because people will tend to stay at home, where their replicants can more easily find them." "Without phones or any text messaging devices," Sammy said. "Without the internet, KBOW is the only efficient way to warn a lot of people." Ralph Nettles said,
"I've got guns I collect."
Sammy had always thought that the even-tempered, responsible, detail-obsessed engineer probably had a plan for every contingency, from falling in love to Armageddon. Although he'd never heard Ralph say a word to suggest that he collected guns, he wasn't surprised by this disclosure, and he suspected that the collection would prove to be extensive, though just short of a quantity that would justify the use of the word paranoid.
"I have enough to defend this place," Ralph said. "My house is less than a mile away. I could be back here with arms and ammo to spare in 20 minutes or so."
Deucalion said, "I'll go with you, and we'll be much quicker than 20. The front door buzzer sounded. KBOW was locked to visitors after the reception lounge closed at 5:30. "That'll be transport number 1, Deucalion said. "They think they have 4 zombies to collect. Wait here. I'll deal with them." Sammy could never have imagined that the stunning revelation of the existence of the replicants and the sight of their alien innards would prove to be less startling than Deucalion's departure from the room. He, Ralph, Mason, and even half-catatonic Bert all cried out in surprise, however, when Deucalion, turning away from them, did not merely walk out of the room, but vanished from it. 12. 2 extra cushions had been added to one of the kitchen chairs to elevate 5-year-old Chrissy Benedetto, who otherwise would have been barely chin-even with the top of the table. The girl needed both hands to lift her mug of hot chocolate, and each time that she drank her eyes widened as if with delight at the taste. "You make it different," she said. "I use almond milk," said Erica, who sat across the table from the child. "Almond like that nut almond?" "Yes, exactly. You must squeeze real hard to get milk out of one." "Other people do the squeezing. I just buy it at the store." "Can you get milk out of a peanut, too?" "I don't think so." "Can you get milk out of a cashew?" "A cashew? No, I don't think so." "You're very pretty," Chrissy said. "Thank you, sweetie. You're very pretty, too." "I was the little mermaid at preschool. You know, last time it was Halloween." "I'll bet you charmed all the boys." Chrissy grimaced. "Boys. They all wanted to be scary. They were like, ick." "Pretty is better than scary. Boys always figure that out, but it takes them a long time." "I'm going to be a princess this year, or maybe a pig like Olivia in those books." "I'd go with princess if I were you." "Well, Olivia is a pretty pig and really funny. Anyway, Daddy says what you look like on the outside don't matter. What matters is what you're like inside. You make good different cookies, too." I add pecans and coconut to the chocolate chips. "Can you teach my mommy?" "Sure. And I could teach you, too." The last quality that Erica 5, now Swedenborg, should have discovered in herself was a talent for relating to and nurturing the young. Having been grown in a creation tank in the hands of mercy in faraway New Orleans, having gained consciousness as an adult, she had neither parents from whom she might have learned tenderness, nor a childhood during which she might have been the object of the gentle concern of others. She was created to serve Victor, to submit to him without protest, and was programmed to hate humanity, especially the young. Even then, Victor envisioned a world that would one day have no children in it, a future in which sex had no purpose other than the relief of tension, a time when the very concept of the family would have been eradicated, when the members of the post-human new race owed allegiance not to one another, not to any country or to God, but only to Victor. "Mommy's in the city buying me new teddy bears," Chrissy said. That was what Michael told her. In fact, her mother was dead. "That stupid pretend mommy tore up my teddy bears." The pretend mommy was the communitarian that replaced the real Denise Benedetto. Michael had rescued Chrissy, and Carson had but moments later killed the replicant. "Where did that pretend mommy come from, anyway?" Chrissy asked. She seemed as fragile as a Yadro porcelain. The girl's trusting nature and her vulnerable heart brought Erica close to tears, but she repressed them. "Well, honey, maybe it's like bad witches sometimes in fairy tales. You know, sometimes with just a spell they make themselves look like other people." "Pretend Mommy was a bad witch?" "Maybe, but pretend Mommy is gone now and never coming back." "Where did she go?" "I hear they threw her in a cauldron of poison that she herself was brewing to use on other people." Chrissy's eyes widened without benefit of hot chocolate. "That's so cool." "She tried to turn herself into a flock of bats and fly out of the cauldron to freedom," Erica said. "But all the bats were still covered in the poison, and they just, poof, turned into a cloud of mist and vanished forever. That's what should happen to bad witches. And that's what did happen. Poof." From the study, along the hallway, and into the kitchen came again the voice of Jocko in the throes of hacker excitement. "Boom, boom, zoom! Got me the pudding, now bring me the pie!" Putting down her cookie, Chrissy said, "Your little boy don't sound like any little boy I ever heard." "No, he doesn't. He's very special." Another plum, another plum, another plum for me!" Jocko shakes the cyber tree. Ah, ha, 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 ha. "Can I meet him?" "In Just a little while, sweetheart. He's doing his homework right now.
Boogers, 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 boogers! Okay. So, clip it, flip it, dip it, nip it, rip it, tip it, whip it, and zip it! Jocko is king of the world!
Erica said, You remember what you told me your daddy said about the outside and inside of a person? Sure. Well, Jocko is very pretty inside. I hope he likes me. Jocko likes everybody. Chrissy said, Does he like to play tea time? I'm sure he'd love to play tea time. Boys usually don't. Jocko always wants to please. Honey, have you ever been afraid of something, then you discovered there was no reason to be afraid? Chrissy frowned, considering the question, then abruptly beamed. Like dogs. Were you afraid of dogs? The big ones with big teeth? Big old Doofus next door? But then you got to know Doofus better, huh? He's really all sweet inside. And I'll bet he doesn't look scary anymore outside, either. He's cute now. Her right arm shot up and she waved her hand as if she were in a schoolroom and seeking the attention of the teacher. What is it, sweetheart? The Duke. I first saw the Duke. He scared me. The Duke was what she called Deucalion. But then he picked me up and held me like you hold a baby and said, Close my eyes tight. And he magicked us from there to here, and he don't scare me anymore. You're a good girl, Chrissy, and brave. Girls can be just as brave as boys. I'm proud of you. Along the hallway from the study came Jocko's voice as he continued hacking.
Jocko spies the cake. Gotta cut him a slice, then cut a slice twice. They bake, Jocko takes. Delicious digital data. Go, Jocko, go, Jocko, go, 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 go!
13. Rafael Jesus Jaramillo, chief of police, lived in a two-story American Victorian on Bruin Drive. The house featured gingerbread moldings along the eaves of the main roof and the porch roof, as well as around the windows and the doors. It was the kind of modest but well-detailed house that, back in the day, Hollywood routinely portrayed as the home of any reputable middle-class family like Andy Hardy and his dad the judge, before movie makers decided that the middle class was nothing but a dangerous conspiracy of dim-witted, grasping, bigoted know-nothings, whose residences in films should reveal their stupidity, ignorance, boring conformity, greed, racism, and fundamental festering evil. Frost really liked the place. He and Daggett had driven past the house hours earlier in daylight. They knew that it was painted pale yellow with robin's egg blue gingerbread. But at night, with no landscape lights, it appeared as colorless as the snow-covered ground on which it stood. As he parked at the curb, Daggett said, "Wife, mother-in-law, and 2 kids, all right?" "That's what the background sheet said. No dog, no cat. A canary named Tweety." Seen through the bare limbs of a tree, the second floor lay in darkness, but lamplight brightened every downstairs room. An oval of leaded and beveled glass in the front door sparkled like an immense jewel. Frost didn't usually find Victorian houses charming. Following Daggett along the walkway to the porch through the snow, he decided that this residence struck him as inviting primarily because it looked warm. If there was such a thing as reincarnation, then in a previous life Frost must have been a member of some loincloth-wearing tribe in a sultry equatorial jungle, or maybe a desert iguana that spent his days on sun-baked rocks. Deep in his bones and marrow he seemed to carry a past-life memory of extreme heat that left him not merely especially vulnerable to this Montana chill, but also aggrieved by it, offended, abused. The irony of being born into the Frost family, with an intense aversion to cold, was not lost on him. The mysterious power who remained hidden behind the machinery of nature expressed his sense of humor in an infinite number of ways, and Frost found the world wonderfully amusing even when he was the butt of the joke. Daggett rang the doorbell, and they could hear the chimes inside. When no one answered, he rang again. The draperies were not closed over the windows, and Frost moved along the porch, checking out those rooms flush with warm light. He saw no one, but in the living room evidence of recent violence caught his attention. An overturned needlepoint chair, a figured bronze lamp that had been knocked off an end table, a ginger jar lamp on which the pleated silk shade had been knocked askew, and a cracked mirror above the fireplace. After he called Daggett's attention to these signs of a struggle, they went around to the back door, which featured 4 panes in the top, only half covered by sheer curtains. On the kitchen floor lay scattered knives, a meat cleaver, a few pots and pans, and shattered dishes. The door was locked. Daggett unzipped his ski jacket, drew his pistol, tapped the barrel hard against the glass, broke a pane, and reached inside to disengage the deadbolt. The blanketed night and the thick falling snow muffled sound so much that Frost doubted a neighbor would have been alerted by the cracking of glass. He drew his pistol and followed Daggett into the kitchen, closing the door behind them. The house was as silent as a dream of deafness. Bracketing doorways, taking turns crossing thresholds, they searched the ground floor. By the time they arrived at last in the living room, they had found no one. A cascade of sweet, clear notes put an end to the creepy silence as Tweety, in his cage, greeted them. In spite of the circumstances, Frost found the birdsong cheerful and even calming, perhaps because he was reminded of the parrots and other feathered denizens of the equatorial jungle in his past life. "What neighborhood of hell is this?" Daggett muttered. Frost's attention dropped from the bright yellow bird to a furry blue bedroom slipper lying beside the overturned needlepoint chair. It required a moment to realize that the footwear was not what had inspired Daggett's question. Beyond the slipper lay a bare foot, with toenails painted candy-apple red. A woman's slender foot with well-formed toes, and a delicate arch. Severed at the ankle. Severed was not the right word because it implied a blade. The flesh and bone were neither clean cut, as they might have been if the dismembering weapon were a razor-edged sword, nor ragged and splintered, as any kind of saw would have left them. The stump looked both glazed and finely pitted, as if dissolved but simultaneously cauterized by an acid. Daggett settled on one knee beside that grisly object to examine it closely. He spoke in a murmur. "Damn pale, isn't it? Skin as white as plaster. No visible surface veins or arteries. The exposed flesh? It's as pale as halibut, as if all the blood was sucked out of it." Not a drop of gore marred the carpet around the foot. Leaning closer, Daggett said, "And the flesh isn't pitted exactly. It looks as if it's been chewed on by 1,000,000 tiny teeth." "Don't touch it," Frost whispered. "I don't intend to," Daggett assured him. "It's evidence." Frost's admonition had nothing to do with a concern about contaminating evidence. The foot looked so strange that he wondered if they could be contaminated by it. Although Tweety had most likely continued to sing, for a while Frost had not been aware of the canary. The trilling notes reclaimed his attention, but instead of being cheerful as before, they sounded thin and shrill and bleak. "What now?" Frost wondered. "Upstairs." Leaving the living room through an archway, entering the foyer, they discovered part of a hand. 14. As Teague took them on a quick tour of the house, the residence of Hank and Dolly Samples, he brought them up to speed regarding what happened at the country music nightclub earlier in the evening. Considering his certainty about the extraterrestrial identity of their adversaries, Carson wondered how she and Michael would be able to convince these people that their interpretation of events was incorrect. The men of the Riders in the Sky Church were distributing guns and supplies of ammunition at key defense points throughout the house, fortifying and barring most windows with spaced 2x4s that were screwed to the interior casings, allocating compact fire extinguishers that they routinely carried in their pickups and SUVs, and taking every precaution they could think of to make the house as much of a fortress as possible. Meanwhile, the womenfolk were in the kitchen and dining room with the younger children, turning mountains of groceries brought from other, less defendable houses into pasta salads, potato salads, and casseroles. These could be stored in both the kitchen and garage refrigerators, ready to feed on demand everyone here gathered. 3 portable generators fueled with gasoline were being tied into the house's electrical system to ensure refrigeration and microwave oven availability if Rainbow Falls lost its power supply. Because the heating oil tank had been filled only 2 days earlier, they could keep the furnace going for at least a month. No one expected this War of the Worlds to last anywhere near a month. Either the Lord would support humanity in the quick and utter defeat of these obviously godless invaders from a far world ruled by Satan, or this must be Armageddon. If this was in fact the final conflict, it would surely be swift, because ultimate good and ultimate evil were clashing head-on at last, and the latter could not endure more than a single pitched battle with the former. After Teague delivered them to the spacious and busy kitchen to meet Dolly Samples, he went away to rejoin the guards patrolling the perimeter of the property. Although Dolly was industriously rolling out one disk of dough after another, making pumpkin pies, "End times or not end times, a well-made pumpkin pie lifts the heart and gives us fortitude," she insisted on getting mugs of coffee and homemade sugar cookies for them. Carson noticed that to one side of Dolly's pie fixings lay a .38 Colt revolver. The other women working in the kitchen were talking with one another about the recent events at the roadhouse, but also sharing such mundane things as fine details of recipes and their children's latest escapades. They also had serious weapons near at hand: a SIG P245, a Smith & Wesson Model 1076, a Smith & Wesson 640 .38 Special Pocket Revolver, a Super Carry Pro 45 ACP from Kimber Custom Shop. They exhibited determination but no desperation, concern and diligence but no obvious fear. There were preparations to be made, work to be done, and busy hands meant busy minds that had no time for dread or despair. The coffee tasted fabulous. The sugar cookies were divine. "There were 2 kinds of these hateful creatures," Dolly explained as she returned to her pie dough. "The first looked like people we knew, and you would think they would be the worst because they're deceivers among us, children of the father of lies, but when they revealed their true nature by their actions, we could deal with them. They tried to shoot some of us, but we were faster on the draw and they could be killed. It takes some real good shooting. One well-placed bullet, even point blank, won't do it." As she picked up a disk of dough and conformed it to a pie pan, Dolly glanced at a framed painting on the wall above the dinette table. Jesus, in white robes and cowboy boots, riding a horse that was rearing dramatically on its hind legs. Instead of a cowboy hat, the Son of God wore a halo. "The Lord was surely with us at picking and a grinning, or we'd all be dead now. We can't claim it was our shooting skills alone that saved us." "But God helps those who help themselves," Michael said, "and the right gun can provide a lot of self-help." Carson noticed with some relief that in the painting Jesus wasn't packing a pistol. Dolly said, "The second kind of monster looks like people, too, but not ordinary people. They're as beautiful as angels. They look as good as Donnie and Marie Osmond back when they were young and you just couldn't take your eyes off them." Lorene Rudolph, to whom Carson and Michael had been introduced, was making potato salad on the kitchen island. She said, "Not that Donnie and Marie have lost their looks." Another woman, stirring a pot of boiling pasta on the stove, said, "Even when Marie got fat there for a while, she looked on her worst day 5 times as good as I look on my best." "Cindy Sue, don't go putting yourself down," Lorene said. "There's a world full of women who would give up all their teeth to look as good as you." "All their teeth and a leg," Dolly agreed. Michael said, "All their teeth, a leg, and an ear." Cindy Sue blushed and said, "Oh, Mr. Madison, you're just a terrible flattermouth." Frowning at Michael, Dolly said, "I hope it was flattermouth and not mockery." "It was a kind of mockery," Carson said, "but that's how Michael lets people know he likes them." "Even you, dear?" "Especially me. You must love him very much, although I'd think it's still a burden." "He's my cross to bear," Carson said. "I've got my cross, too," Michael said. "Sweetheart," Carson said, "your cross is you." "Zinger!" said Lorene, and the churchwomen all laughed. "Anyway," Dolly said,
Marie Osmond was more plump than fat, and now she's thin again and gorgeous. So, these three angels come on the stage at the Roadhouse, and we expect their music act. But then they change shape, and these silvery swarms come out of them and eat people."
Dolly's description didn't help Carson visualize the enemy. Seeing her confusion, Farley Samples, one of Dolly's teenage sons who had been listening while he peeled carrots, stepped forward and said, "What it was? These aliens have advanced nanotechnology. The three that looked like angels, they might have been machines, but they just as easy could have been animals. Say they're animals that were engineered to kill, okay? Then what they probably are... See, they're each like a colony of billions of tiny nano-animals, no bigger than viruses, programmed to do different tasks, you follow? So they can come together and operate as one creature, each doing its own part, but they can also become a swarm of individuals. Each tiny nano-animal has a rudimentary intelligence, a little bit of memory, but when they all come together they pool their intelligence, and so when they're united, they're smarter than even a smart human being." Beaming at Farley, his mother said, "He's always done well in science. I expect he'll be the next Bill Gates." "Bill Gates isn't a scientist, Mom." "Well, he's a billionaire, which is just as good." "He didn't even graduate college," Farley said. "When would he have had the time?" "Who I want to be," Farley said, "is the next Robert Heinlein. He wrote the best science fiction ever." Recognizing Farley Samples as the instrument by which she might convince these people that the threat wasn't extraterrestrial, Carson said, "Son, nanotechnology isn't just science fiction, is it?" "No, ma'am. It's going to be the next big thing. They're making advances every day, but our nanotechnology isn't so far along as what these ETs can do." "Maybe it is," Carson said. "Maybe there's a secret underground lab out there somewhere along what you folks around here call the End Times Highway. Maybe I know who runs the place, and maybe Michael and I are part of a team trying to shut it down. What would you say about that?" Farley said, "Holy, bite your tongue, boy," his mother warned. "Macaroni," Farley finished. Calling to a couple of the women at work in the adjacent dining room, Dolly said, "Shanona, Vera, the best way for Carson and Michael to understand what we're up against is to show them your video." Shanona Fallon and Vera Gibson came into the kitchen with their cell phones, with which they had been taking video of the stunningly beautiful young woman at Pickin' and Grinnin' when suddenly she had turned into a death machine that bored through Johnny Tancredo's face and then seemed to dissolve and absorb him entirely. Michael, being Michael, said, "Holy macaroni." Carson said nothing, because if she had put her thoughts into words, she could only have said, "We're dead." 15. Mr. Liss switched on the living room lights, and Nummie saw the Bose sitting at the upright piano playing sad music. The real Officer Barry Bozeman was dead in the kitchen in his underwear and bathrobe. If Mr. Liss was right, this was like a Martian Xerox of the Bose. The Xerox didn't react to the lights coming on, he just kept making music. Holding his long gun out in front of him, Mr. Liss crept closer to the piano player, but not dangerously close. Mr. Liss was bold, but he wasn't dumb. Nummie stayed farther back and ready to run. He was dumb, all right, but not dumb enough to think he might not have to run.
"You,"
Mr. Liss said sharply. When the Xerox didn't respond to him, the old man said,
"Hey, you son of a bitch, Martian asswipe, what are you doing?"
The music was so sad it made Nummie want to cry. It was that kind of music in movies when a young mother is dying of cancer, and they bring her little children one at a time to her bed for goodbyes, and the kid's daddy is coming home from war but might not get there in time for his goodbye, and you want so bad to switch to Animal Planet or the Food Network or even Spike TV, anything but this. You can't remember why you started watching this, but now you can't look away. You have to know, will the daddy get there in time? He always gets there in time, but the mother always dies. And then you're just a mess for the next day or two. You go through boxes of Kleenex, and you'll never know what happened to the little kids with no mother. That kind of music. When the Xerox still didn't speak, Mr. List said,
"You too good to have a conversation with me? Don't you dare snub me, you murderous Martian filth. You snub me, I'll cut off your stuck-up nose, put it in a blender with ice cream, make a meat shake, and drink it up. I've done it before 100 times.
The thought of a nose-flavored milkshake made Nummy gag and gag again, but he felt pretty sure he wasn't going to puke up his dinner.
I'm giving you one more chance, you stinking outer-space pile of crap. What are you doing here?"
The Xerox didn't look up. He watched his hands, the keys. He said,
"What I'm doing here is playing the piano."
And he sounded exactly like the Bose.
"I got eyes. Don't tell me what I can see already. Why are you playing the piano?"
When I downloaded his memories, I learned how to play. He could play pretty well, and now so do I.
"What, am I supposed to applaud?"
Mr. List asked, his anger growing even brighter, as it usually did when he got it lit.
"Should I go out and buy a dozen roses and wait at the damn stage door for your sorry Martian ass? You never did a minute's practice, so don't expect any standing ovation from Conway Liss. Why are you screwing around with the piano instead of taking over the world like the rest of your pestilent kind?"
I sat down here before dawn, and I've been playing straight through since then,"
the Xerox said. Nummy was impressed, and he wanted to ask the Martian how long he could go without peeing, but he figured then he would become the target of Mr. Liss's anger. He liked not being the target.
"You're trying my patience, Darth Vader. You're no more to me than a smear of cockroach vomit, so don't try my patience. I didn't ask you how long, I asked you why."
For some reason he didn't know, Nummy was half hypnotized by the hands of the Martian Bose, how they seemed to float across the keyboard, barely touching the black notes and the white, in fact seeming not to touch them at all, seeming instead to draw the music out of the piano with magic. The Xerox said,
"This morning, in the kitchen, during memory transference, as his life experience was being transmitted to me, he died of a brain hemorrhage."
"I know he's dead," Mr. List said, and spat on the floor. "That copper is as dead as Wyatt Earp, deader than a freaking rock. What the hell is wrong with you? All you do is tell me what I already know, not what I want to know."
The hands floated across the keys like they were searching for something. To the left together, then apart, then together in the middle, then both to the right, like they lost something important. They were trying to find it, and the music was just something that happened during the search, the way music just happened in movies when the actors needed it. Whatever the hands were searching for, they were sad because they couldn't find it, and that was why the music was sad. The Xerox Bose still didn't look up from the keyboard. He said,
"When he died, our minds were twined. I saw exactly what he saw in the moment."
"In the moment?" Mr. List asked impatiently. "In the moment? What moment?"
"In the moment between."
"Damn it all and damn it twice!" Mr. List exploded. "Are you a Martian dummy? Do I have two dummies to contend with, neither of you able to speak so that more than other half-wits can understand you? The moment between what and what?"
"Between life and death,"
the Xerox said.
"Except it wasn't death."
"Oh, more double talk. I could just pull this trigger and blow your head clean off your body, and maybe that would kill you, or maybe it wouldn't, but it would for sure at least be a big inconvenience for a while."
Usually music itself couldn't make Nummy cry. It needed to be music in a certain kind of movie. But this music was getting sadder and sadder, and he was worried that he was going to cry. He just knew that if he cried, Mr. List would make fun of him and say really mean things, call him sissy boy, and worse.
"Moment between life and life,"
the Xerox said. Now his hands looked as sad as the music sounded, but beautiful, too. Beautiful, sad hands floating back and forth on the music. The Xerox piano player said,
"For just a moment, as he slipped away, I saw the world beyond the world where he was going, where my kind can never go."
Mr. Liss was silent. Watching Mr. Liss be silent was almost as hypnotizing as the hands floating on the music. He was silent for a long time, too, longer than seemed possible in a situation like this. Finally, the old man said, "You're kind. What kind are you? Not a Martian, I know." "A communitarian. And what might that be?" "Not born of man and woman," said the piano player, and now the soft notes came as sad as drizzling rain in a graveside funeral scene in a movie where good people die in spite of being good. "If not from man and woman," the old man said, "and from what?" "From laboratory and computer. From genetically engineered flesh combined with silicon nerve paths. From inert materials programmed with something that pretends to be life, and then programmed further with something that resembles consciousness, something that imitates free will but is in fact obedient slavery. From nothing into the pretense of something, and from there, eventually to nothing again." Those words were to Nummy what his conversation sometimes was to Mr. Liss, gibberish. Yet his heart must have understood part of what was said, even if his brain couldn't make sense of it, because a big feeling came into him, a feeling so enormous that he seemed to swell with it. Nummy couldn't give a name to the feeling, but it was like sometimes when he was walking through a meadow with trees along one side, and suddenly there was a break in the trees so he could see the mountains in the distance, mountains so big, and yet he had forgotten they were there, mountains so big that the tops of them poked through a layer of clouds and reappeared above, mountains so high and beautiful and strange that for a moment he couldn't get his breath. This feeling was like that, but many times more powerful. Mr. Liss was silent again, as if he was remembering mountains of his own. The sad music played into the silence, and after a while the Xerox Bose said, "Kill me?" Mr. Liss said nothing. "Be merciful and kill me." Mr. Liss said, "I've never been a man known for his mercy. If you want to be dead, be merciful to yourself." "I'm what I am, and have no mercy in me, but you're human, so you possess the capacity." After another silence, Mr. Liss said, "Whose laboratory?" "Victor's." "Victor who?" "He calls himself Victor Laban and Victor Immaculate, but his real name, of which he's proud, is Frankenstein." Nummy knew that name. He shivered. Those were the kind of movies he never watched. He'd seen part of one some years earlier, turned it on not knowing what trouble he was getting into, and it so upset him that Grandmama came into the room to see what was wrong, and she turned it off. She hugged him, kissed him, made him his favorite dinner, and told him over and over that none of that stuff was real. It was just a story, the same way that a nice and happy story like Charlotte's Web was just a story, what Grandmama called fiction, and no fiction story could ever be real. If the Xerox Bose wasn't lying, Grandmama was wrong. She had never been wrong about anything before, not any blessed thing. The possibility that Grandmama could have been wrong about even one thing was so disturbing that Nummy decided never to think about it again. "Frankenstein, you think I'm a fool?" Mr. Liss asked, but he didn't sound angry, just curious. "No, you asked, I told you. It's the truth." "You said you're an obedient slave. You were made that way. Why would you betray him?" "I'm broken now," said the Xerox Bose. "When I saw what Bozeman saw and the moment between, something broke in me. I'm like a car and the engine runs all right, but the gears won't shift any more. Please kill me. Please do it." The piano player still didn't lift his gaze from the keys, and Mr. Liss watched those floating hands as if they fascinated him as much as they hypnotized Nummie. The tune sort of slipped into a new tune, which was even sadder than the first. Grandmama said great composers could build mansions with music, mansions so real that you could see the rooms in your mind. Nummie could see the room that was this one song. It was a big empty space without furniture, and the walls were dull gray, and the windows were gray because they looked out on nothing. "Frankenstein," Mr. Liss said. "If meant from outer space, then why not this? But I won't kill you. I don't know why. This doesn't feel right." Surprisingly, the old man lowered the long gun. Nummie worriedly reminded him,
"Sir, he killed the bows. He'll kill us. He's a monster."
"He was," Mr. Liss said. "Now he's just what he is. He saw too much through Bozeman's eyes, too much beyond. It finished him. I'm just damn glad I didn't see it. At least he's got the piano. If I'd have seen it, whatever it was, I'd probably be lying on the floor just talking baby talk and sucking on my toes. Come on, Peaches, let's find that snowmobile." The old man turned away from the piano and crossed the room toward the hallway. Nummie backed out of the room, keeping his eyes on the Xerox. 16. Mason Morell's evening talk show centered around advice about relationships between husbands and wives, between parents and their children, between spouses and their in-laws, between siblings, between young romantics seeking their ideal mates. He was not married, had no children, had no brothers or sisters, and had burned through 6 women in the past 18 months. But he was a successful talk show host because he had extraordinary confidence in his opinions, could subtly browbeat his callers while seeming to be their best friend, was able to fake compassion exceptionally well, was a fearless host who would not shy from any topic no matter how outrageous, and had a baritone voice that was both masculine and silky. Mason was a fraud, but a likable and amusing fraud, now carried on 5 other stations in Montana and Wyoming, and he might prove to be one of those talents whom Sammy Chakrabarty could build into a nationally syndicated money machine. Therefore, the talk show host's reaction to the gutted replicant on the floor and to Deucalion's disappearance were deeply dismaying to Sammy, not only because their survival might depend on a united front against an imminent assault on the building, but also because losing Mason might have a negative impact on his plan to own KBOW by the age of 29. The moment the tattooed giant vanished to deal with whatever contingent of lab-born monsters was pressing the door buzzer, Mason lost all of his trademark confidence and fearlessness. In a voice that soared 2 octaves, he said, "I'm not dying like a cornered rat in a crappy Tanktown AM noise shop." The first step he took put his foot in some of the pale spilled guts of the thing that had looked like Warren Snyder, which inspired an almost girlish shriek of horror. Scrubbing his shoe on the carpet in disgust, Mason shuffled across the room, went through the open door to the hallway, and turned left, away from the broadcast booth. Ralph Nettles said, "He's gonna unlock the front door. He could get us all killed." And Bert Cogborn, whose usual ad salesman glibness had deserted him, said, Sammy Chakrabarty began to move on the word front. He entered the hall in time to see Mason pull open the door to the reception lounge. He cried out, "Mason, don't!" But the talk show host kept going. At the front door, Sammy caught up with his quarry as Mason twisted the thumb turn on the deadbolt. Sammy grabbed him by the belt and tried to pull him backward off his feet, but Sammy stood 5'10" and weighed 130. Mason stood 6'2" and weighed 200. And even the most desperate effort of a determined radio entrepreneur could not compensate for the talk show host's advantage of size. With Sammy trying to climb his back, Mason flung open the door and plunged into the snowy night. Sammy had dreamed of becoming a radio-made multimillionaire for as long as he could remember. He never wanted to be a rodeo cowboy, but a little experience in that field might have helped, as now he clung to his star talker's broad back like a buckaroo riding a bull. Mason snorted in rage and panic, shrugged his big shoulders, heaved hard and twisted. In the light of the parking lot lamps, from his continuously pitching and spinning perspective, Sammy glimpsed a large white-paneled truck with a dark blue cab. He saw an apparently dead man sprawled on the snow-covered pavement, which was probably not really a man, but instead a replicant like the Warren Snyder duplicate with the abdomen full of something like fish parts in Alfredo sauce. He saw Deucalion lifting another man off the ground, above his head, which seemed an impossible feat, something that even the great Buster Steelhammer, superstar wrestler, wouldn't dare pretend to be able to do even in an extravagantly choreographed performance. But then Sammy briefly lost sight of the giant, and when next he could see him, the tattooed wonder slammed the second replicant down on the radiator cap of the truck, surely shattering the creature's spine. Mason's shirt tore. Sammy flew off his mount, landed face down, slid through the snow, came to a halt against a lumpy something, and found himself face to face with one of the dead replicants. From the nostrils of the thing streamed a noxious blue gas that plumed into Sammy's mouth. Spitting in revulsion, rolling away from the fiendish creature and onto his knees, Sammy wondered for the first time in his life if his mom and dad had been wise to emigrate from New Delhi. Maybe contemporary America was too wild for anyone to ride. Not just an angry bull of a country, but a crazy bull of a country, all hooves and horns and bucking muscle. Sammy's doubt lasted only as long as he took to get to his feet. Mason was climbing behind the wheel of his Toyota Sequoia, which was the last in the line of parked vehicles, and Sammy was the only alternative for the on-air voice that would warn Rainbow Falls and the county at large about the invasion, or whatever it was, of the Stepford people, or whatever they were. An hour from now poor Bert Cogborn would probably still be able to say nothing but, And though Ralph Nettles was a good man, a solid man, he was far from a silver-tongued orator. Sammy didn't sound like a geek or a snark or a weasel, but he didn't have a trained voice. He wasn't radio talent, he was radio executive. He wouldn't be half as convincing as Mason. Suddenly Sammy was energized once more by his particular American dream. Not only for the people of Rainbow Falls, who were evidently being slaughtered, and not only for the future of humanity, which might hang in the balance, but also for Chakrabarti's syndication, which had not yet been incorporated, but which would one day dominate the AM landscape. Sammy staggered toward the Sequoia. He intended to drag Mason Morrell out of the SUV or be clubbed senseless in the attempt. Fortunately, Deucalion got to the Sequoia not only first, but in time. The doors of the SUV were locked, but before Mason could start the engine, the giant thrust both big hands under the flank of the vehicle, gripped the frame, and with an effort that made him roar in agony or rage, or both, he lifted the passenger's side off the ground. Deucalion heaved again, and he rolled the Sequoia onto its roof. 17. In the foyer of Chief Rafael Jaramillo's house, the portion of the hand on the floor consisted of the thumb, the forefinger, the connecting span that was called the anatomical snuff-box, and a piece of the fleshy thenar eminence. The tips of the thumb and finger were pressed together as if in the OK sign. Frost had no way of knowing if someone had arranged the digits in that fashion, or if instead the macabre gesture occurred by chance. In either case, he was not amused. Most cops lacked a sharp sense of black humor when they entered law enforcement, but they quickly developed one as a psychological defense mechanism. Nevertheless, Frost suspected that nothing he encountered in this house would tickle the dark side of his funny bone. The eaten edges of the flesh had the same appearance as the stump of the foot in the living room, bloodless, glazed but pitted, and the flesh was unnaturally pale. Daggett flicked a switch, and the open staircase brightened. In a hunt, stairs were always bad, either going up or coming down. You were vulnerable from above and below, with nothing to duck behind, with nowhere to go other than straight into the line of fire, because turning your back and running was even more surely a ticket to the morgue. Cautiously but quickly they ascended. Daggett took the lead, back to the curved wall, attention on the head of the stairs. Frost followed 6 steps behind, focused on the foyer below. Although they had cleared the ground floor, there might be a way someone could get behind them. They didn't even whisper to each other anymore. They had nothing to say. From here on, what needed to be done would be clear as events unfolded. They didn't find any additional scraps until they reached the upper hall, where a bloodless ear, as white as a seashell, lay on the carpet. Judging by the size and the delicacy, it must have been the ear of a young child. Chief Jaramillo had 2 children. Of all crimes, those involving violence against children most infuriated Frost. He didn't believe in life sentences for child murderers. He believed in any kind of slow execution. Jaramillo's behavior on duty the previous 12 hours argued strongly for his corruption. If the chief was part of some bizarre conspiracy, then it seemed to follow that he, rather than a serial killer chancing upon them, must have murdered his wife, mother-in-law, and kids. Murdered and dismembered. But Frost couldn't make sense of what they had found thus far. The huge sums funneled into this town through Progress for Perfect Peace suggested a criminal enterprise vast in scale. In fact, the laundered funds were so enormous that the possibility of a terrorist plot of historic dimensions could not be dismissed. A cop on the take, getting immensely rich for helping the bad guys conceal their activities, wasn't likely to derail the money train by chopping up his family over a disagreement with the wife. 4 bedrooms, a master suite sitting room, various closets, and 2 of the 3 bathrooms offered them only 2 more grisly pieces of evidence. Both were in the master bedroom. On the floor near the dresser lay a fragment of a jawbone from which protruded 2 molars, 2 bicuspids, and a single canine tooth. Something green trailed from between the molars, perhaps a sliver of skin from a bell pepper or a jalapeno. The facets of the bone that should have been shattered, where they had been broken away from the rest of the jaw, instead looked melted. Because it was not just another bit of biological debris, but an impossible construct out of a surrealist fantasy, the second find in the master bedroom proved more unsettling than anything they had discovered thus far. It lay at one corner of the neatly made bed, near the footboard, not as if carefully presented, but as if tossed aside, or as if spat out. The thick tongue, curved and with the tip raised as though licking something, would have been repulsive and alarming if it had been nothing more than that. But instead, it was like an image by Salvador Dali inspired by H.P. Lovecraft. In the center of the fat tongue, not balanced upon it but snugly embedded in its tissue, actually growing from it, was a brown and lidless human eye. Frost saw the monstrosity first. In the instant of discovery he was overcome by a sensation about which he'd often read but of which he had no previous experience. The skin on the back of his neck went cold and seemed to be crawling with something as real as centipedes or spiders. As an agent of the FBI assigned to the equivalent of a Black Ops division, he had seen horrors enough and had known fear in a variety of textures and intensities. But nothing until this had touched that most deeply buried nerve, which was not a physical nerve at all, but an intuitive sensitivity to the uncanny, whether of a supernatural or merely preternatural kind. Neither all of his education nor his vivid imagination could explain the existence of this abomination. As he stared at it, the crawling sensation burrowed deeper, from the back of his neck into his spine, and a chill scurried down his laddered vertebrae. He gestured for Daggett to join him. Frost didn't need to look up to gauge his partner's reaction to the loathsome object. The sudden intake of breath and a wordless expression of revulsion in the back of his throat conveyed Daggett's disgust and dread. For a moment Frost anticipated that the eye might turn in its fleshy socket, focusing on him, or that the tongue might flex and curl in an obscene quest. But that expectation was imagination run wild. The tongue and the eye on the bed were dead tissue, no more capable of movement than the teeth in the jawbone fragment would be able to chew the carpet under them. A mere pistol and 2 spare magazines seemed to be inadequate armament against whatever enemy they faced. The explanation behind the event in Rainbow Falls was neither ordinary criminal activity nor terrorism of a kind before seen. as though he had been cast back to childhood, to the confusions and anxieties of a preschooler. Frost looked down at his feet, inches from the hem of the quilted bedspread, and he wondered if something hostile might be hiding under the bed, where in the past there had never been a boogeyman or a troll or any kind of witch's familiar. Might there now be something more mysterious and yet more real than any of those fairy tale threats? The spell of childish timidity held him in thrall only for a moment and was broken by the announcement of a real threat. From the darkness in the adjoining bathroom, through the half-open door, into the stillness of the master bedroom came a sound like scores of urgent, whispering voices. 18. The front passenger side window dissolved as Deucalion rolled the Toyota Sequoia onto its roof. When Mason Morrell refused to abandon the overturned SUV, the giant expressed the intention of smashing the windshield as well, and hauling the reluctant warrior from the vehicle whether he wanted to come out or not. Sammy Chakrabarty prevailed upon Deucalion to let him negotiate with the on-air talent. He reached through the broken window, pulled up the lockstem, and dragged open the passenger door. After using the side of his foot as a broom, sweeping away the broken glass that sparkled in the snow, he got on his hands and knees, and he crawled into the Sequoia. On all fours, on the ceiling of the overturned SUV, he faced Mason at a curious angle. The talk show host hung upside down in the driver's seat. Actually, he wasn't hanging because he hadn't taken the time to put on his safety harness, so eager had he been to start the engine and split the scene. He maintained his position by holding tightly to the steering wheel and by hooking the heels of his shoes under the seat as best he could. Of the two men, Mason was the one whose head was nearer the ceiling. Sammy found himself peering down into his friend's face when the orientation of the SUV suggested that he should be looking up into it. The only light, the bluish glow of the parking lot lamps, seeped through the low windows of the inverted vehicle. The air was cold and smelled of new car leather and of Mason's spicy aftershave. Besides their breathing, the only sounds were the clicks and tinks and pings of the Sequoia adjusting to its new unconventional relationship to the pavement. "I'm so sorry this had to happen," Sammy said. Mason sounded more resigned than aggrieved. "It didn't have to." "Maybe it didn't, but it has. The station will pay for repairs." That's the way you are, but it's not the way Warren is. Warren pinches pennies." "Remember," Sammy said, "Warren Snyder is dead, and the thing that looked like Warren is dead too. It's weird guts all over the floor in there, so I'm in charge now." Refusing to look at Sammy, Mason declared solemnly, "We're all going to die." "That's not what I believe," Sammy said. "Well, it's what I believe." "I haven't told you this," Sammy said, "but I have big plans for you and your show." "It's the end of the world. There won't be any radio after the end of the world." "It's not the end of the world. It's a national crisis, that's all. If we pull together, if we defend the station and get the word out about what's happening here, we can turn this around in no time. I've always been an optimist, you know, and my optimism has always proved to be justified." "You're not just an optimist, you're insane." "I'm not insane," Sammy said. "I'm an American." "Hey, you're an American too. Where's your can-do spirit? Listen, I have plans to expand the format of your show, make it emotionally deeper, really let you spread your wings. I want to advertise it more widely, too. With your talent and my dogged determination, we can take this show to regional syndication, then national. Not just 5 other stations, but hundreds. You could be the male Dr. Laura. You could be a more human Dr. Phil." "I'm not a doctor." "You are if I say you are. That's how radio works." A few flakes of snow spiraled through the broken-out window and danced on the frosty plumes of their breath. Sammy was cold, and the thinly padded ceiling was hard under his bony knees. The weird angle made him feel like he was in one of those topsy-turvy dreams in the movie Inception. But he smiled and patted Mason on the arm in a most friendly way, as if to say, "I'm here for you." Tipping his head forward, rolling his eyes down and sideways to get a better look at his program director, Mason said, "Because I'm tall and built like a football star, people think I'm tough. I'm not tough, Sammy. I don't think I'm tough enough to stand the pressures of national syndication." "I'm tough enough for both of us," Sammy assured him. "And did you just listen to your voice? The timbre, the natural reverb, the exquisite diction, it's a gift, Mason. You can't throw away a gift like that."
I don't know," Mason said doubtfully. "Sometimes I kinda sound squeaky to myself."
"Trust me, big guy. Listen. If you were doing one of those shows about flying saucers and parallel worlds and secret civilizations under the sea, well, then you'd be all wrong for what we've got to do tonight. Everyone would think it was just the usual shtick. But your show is intimate. People let you into their lives all the way in. They trust you. They take your advice. They admire you. They love you, Mason. You're a friend to your listeners. They think of you as family. If you tell your listeners that monsters made in some laboratory capable of passing for human are taking over Rainbow Falls, they'll believe you. They wouldn't believe my voice. I sound like a skinny kid." The talk show host closed his eyes and hung, or clung, upside down in silence for a long moment, like a big frightened bat. Then he said,
"They love me?"
"They adore you."
"I try to do my best. I really try to help them."
"That's why they adore you."
"It's a terrible responsibility, giving advice."
"It is, I know. I think it would be exhausting. But you're a very giving man."
"I'm always afraid one of them will take something I say the wrong way."
"They won't, Mason. You express yourself with great clarity."
"I'm afraid some wife will, misunderstand my advice and go shoot her husband."
"That only almost happened once," Sammy counseled. "And almost happened. It didn't really happen." Eyes still closed, Mason chewed on his lower lip. Finally he said,
"Orson Welles sold that crazy Jules Verne thing back in the 1930s. He had half the country believing it was true when it was just a stupid sci-fi story."
"The War of the Worlds," Sammy said, and didn't correct Jules Verne to H.G. Wells.
"He got famous from that. It was just a silly sci-fi thing, but he got famous. This is real."
Sammy smiled and nodded, even though Mason's eyes were closed. "By the time this is over, you'll be huge, an international star. Not just a star, Mason, not just a star, a hero." Mason shook his head.
"I'm not hero material. I'm not a hero just because you say I am, like you can make me a doctor."
Sammy was freezing, so cold that his voice trembled in time to his shivering. He wanted to grab the talk show host by the ears and shake a sense of urgency into him, but he remained calm. "Yes, you are a hero, Mason. It's even easier to make you a hero than to make you a doctor. Some people might want to see a college degree to prove you're a doctor, and we'd have to go to the trouble of buying you a Ph.D. from some online university. But if we say you not only saved the world, but at the same time you fought off a horde of violent clones trying to seize KBOW, remember we already have the bodies of 4, who's to say you're not what we claim you are?"
"Bert and Ralph, they'd know."
"Bert and Ralph become part of the Mason Morrell team. Their careers soar with yours. They'll play along."
"I don't think they will."
"They will."
"I don't think so."
"They will!" Sammy shouted, and immediately added, "Sorry, I just get frustrated that you keep underestimating yourself. You're always so confident on the air."
"That's on the air. This is life."
At last he opened his eyes.
"But I guess I'll do it. What do you want?"
"You won't try to run away again?"
"No. I can't run away from this. There's nowhere to run. I see that now."
Sammy said, "My hero."
"I think this door might be buckled. If you back out, I'll crawl over the console and come through the passenger door."
Grinning, Sammy said, "Let's do radio."
"Yeah. Let's do great radio."
"Immortal radio," Sammy declared. Mason hanging upside down, Sammy kneeling on the ceiling. They tried to high-five each other, but the weird perspective defeated them. Mason boxed Sammy's left ear, and Sammy blew the sequoia's horn. 19. Pistols ready, flanking the partially open door to the master bathroom, Frost and Daggett listened to the voices whispering in the darkness beyond the threshold. They sounded conspiratorial and eager and sinister, but if anything being said had a scintilla of meaning, the conspirators were speaking in a foreign tongue. Frost couldn't understand a word. This sounded like a language entirely of sibilants, hissing and sissing and snuffling and fizzing, which seemed highly unlikely. Then, after a moment, the whispering no longer struck him as being conspiratorial, but instead restless and agitated. When he began to think of it that way, he realized he wasn't listening to whispering voices after all, but to friction of some kind, one thing sliding against another, or a horde of small things swarming over one another, all their carapaces and quivering antennas and brittle legs rubbing together. The door was hinged on the left, and Frost stood to the right. He reached around the jamb with his left hand, found the switch in there, and flipped light into the bathroom. Daggett moved even as the doorway brightened, crossed the threshold, said a word that Frost had never heard him or any other Mormon say before, and backed into the bedroom so fast that Frost hadn't yet moved in behind him. The large bathroom featured white ceramic tile with blue tile accents, a pair of sinks and a long counter, a shower stall directly ahead, and to the left a soaking tub spacious enough to accommodate husband and wife at the same time. Over the bathtub, depending part way into it, hanging from the ceiling on a thick and lumpy organic rope that looked like the umbilical cord of the Antichrist, was a greasy-looking sack larger than a man, glistening in a variety of shades of silver and gray. The teardrop shape suggested pregnancy. The slithering noise that arose from the sack, the whispering he'd heard through the open doorway, perhaps indicated a restless fetus of an unthinkable nature, and the overall impression was of a cocoon. The movement within that ominous incubator did not distort it. The surface neither bulged nor rippled. Farther from the doorway, beyond the tub, in the shower stall, behind a glass door, hung another cocoon. It virtually filled that space. Foreboding had gripped Frost upon the discovery of the eye in the severed tongue. Now that feeling ripened fully into dread. He tried to reassure himself that these things were preternatural, beyond the ordinary course of nature, strange and inexplicable, yes, but only because this was an expression of nature never seen before, an extraterrestrial life form, natural to the universe, just not to this world, or the consequence of some mutation of an earthly animal. Intuitive knowledge, however, trumped what he had been taught to know. He could not reason himself out of the recognition that behind this scene, at the bottom of this situation, a supernatural force was at work. Adjusting to the shock of his first sight of the cocoons, Daggett entered the bathroom again. Frost stepped onto the threshold behind his partner. They had never before fled from any threat, not because they were fearless, but because once they took the coward's way out, they would take it again and again, until they would be forever incapable of fulfilling their duties. With evident uneasiness, Daggett approached the cocoon that hung over the bathtub, and Frost cautioned him, and Daggett said, "There's something strange about the surface of this thing." "Not just the surface," Frost said. The continuous slithering noise didn't grow louder, but Frost found it increasingly sinister. He thought of snakes, but he knew that it wouldn't be snakes, wouldn't be anything he had ever seen before. Daggett's face was hardly 12 inches from the sack when he said, "It looks greasy or wet, but I don't think it is. It glistens because the surface is in constant motion, crawling with something silvery like tiny specks of metal. But they can't be metal because they seem alive, like fleas, only smaller than fleas, so small I can't see what they are, thousands of them, maybe millions, all sort of shivering, ceaselessly dancing across the surface." Where the umbilical met the ceiling, the gray tissue appeared to have eaten through the plaster in order to anchor the cocoon to a joist. "This is beyond our pay grade," Frost said. "Light years beyond. And we need backup." "Yeah," Daggett said. "Like maybe the National Guard. Or a Vatican SWAT team." "Be ready to shoot the son of a bitch if it does anything," Daggett said as he holstered his pistol in the rig under his ski jacket. Although he knew his partner to be prudent, Frost's dread was now sharpened with alarm. "What are you doing?" Snaring a hand towel from a wall rack and folding it into a thick pad, Daggett said, "When we call Moomaw about this, we better have all the details we can gather." Maurice Moomaw, their boss, had the glower of a carved stone god. "I'm not saying Moomaw is scarier than this thing, but when we're 3 sentences into a report, if we aren't convincing, he's going to punch the speakerphone button and start filling out a psychiatric evaluation order for both of us." Frost took a 2-hand grip on his pistol as Daggett wiped the folded towel down the side of the glistening sack. Holding up the towel so Frost could see it, Daggett said, "It's clean. All those little tiny things crawling over the surface, why didn't some of them wipe off on the towel?" He stroked the cocoon again, and as before, the cloth remained clean. "I just realized," Frost said. "Bacteria. Extraterrestrial viruses. We could be contaminated, infected. Microbes are the last thing I'm worried about." "What's the first thing you're worried about?" "Is the thing that spun this cocoon now curled up inside it?" Daggett wondered. "Or did it plant something in this, like inside a spider's egg, then crawl away? And maybe if it crawled away, where is it?" "Not in the house. We searched the house. We didn't search the attic." Frost glanced at the ceiling. He imagined some immense insect queen in the raftered space above them, attracted by their voices and homing in on them. He focused on the cocoon again, and it didn't seem as ominous as it had a moment ago, considering other possible threats. Daggett shook out the folded hand towel. With only one thickness of the cloth between his hand and the sack, he pressed his palm against the glistening surface. Frost watched the front sight of his pistol jittering on the target. He took a slow, deep breath, exhaled even more slowly than he had inhaled, imagined his hands perfectly still, and his tremors faded. "Interesting," Daggett said, towel-protected hand flat against the sack. "What?" Frost asked. "It's very warm, even hot. The heat comes right through the towel, and yet I don't feel any heat escaping from it into the air, none at all." Ever more disturbed by the slithering noise, Frost said, "Can you feel movement in it?" Daggett shook his head. "Nothing moving. But do you smell that?" "No, nothing. Very faint." "What?" Frost asked. "Sort of like burning insulation on a shorting electrical cord." "I don't smell anything." Leaning closer to the sack and sniffing, Daggett said, "Yes, like burning insulation." "Maybe it's the hand towel scorching." "No." Daggett's face was 6 inches from the glistening cocoon. "Not the hand towel. It's hot, but not that hot." "Oh. Oh, what?" "The smell just changed. It's like roses now." "From burning electrical cord to roses." "And I think—" "What?" Frost asked. "I'm not sure, but I think I just felt something moving in there." With a sound that was like 2 lengths of Velcro detaching from each other, but also like the bloated belly of a cadaver parting wetly under the scalpel of an autopsist, the sack split. 20. After pausing in the mudroom to take off their snow-caked boots, the male parishioners of Riders in the Sky Church came to the kitchen in groups of 4 or 5 to listen to Carson and Michael sell them the alternative to the space alien explanation. They knew their wives had already been persuaded, and they put a lot of store in their opinions. The Riderettes, as they were sometimes called, were women that the world could never confuse or make weary. They firmly held the reins of their lives and kept their feet in the stirrups. Neither Carson nor Michael mentioned the name Frankenstein. Dolly and Hank Samples and their friends were remarkably open-minded. They had proved they could cope with developments that in an instant turned their world upside down. But Carson and Michael were outsiders in this community, and even the most welcoming and trusting and swayable of the riders would at some point hit a wall of disbelief. Nanotechnology, people-eating machine animals, replicants, a scheme to kill all of humanity. The current situation was already over-the-top fantastical. Adding to it the revelation that at the root of this chaos was a 240-year-old scientist much farther off his nut than Colin Clive had played him in the movie, and a 200-year-old monster who had made himself into a good man, even a hero. This was sensible rural Montana. This was not a place where people were conditioned to believe anything they were told. Carson claimed she and Michael had been working on an industrial espionage case that led them to the discovery of the replicants, and now the people-eating nanomachine animals, and to the belief that these things were being produced in a federal facility buried deep along the End Times highway. 1,000 movies and books prepared the writers to believe in evil extraterrestrials, but their daily lives prepared them to embrace the idea that their own government might want to replace them with obedient engineered citizens. As Carson expected, 15-year-old Farley samples proved to be a great help convincing the riders that their enemies didn't have to be from another planet, that nanotechnology was a real and rapidly advancing field on this world. His enthusiasm for science and for science fiction proved contagious. His deferential nature allowed adults to learn from him without feeling belittled, and he had absorbed a thing or two about effective storytelling from those novels of Robert Heinlein that he loved so much. More than Carson's and Michael's private investigator licenses, more than their expired photo IDs from the Homicide Division of the New Orleans Police Department, what gave them street cred were their weapons. The riders revered guns nearly as much as they loved Jesus. They were impressed with Carson's and Michael's Sig Sauer P226X6s with 19-round magazines, but especially with the Urban Sniper slug-firing shotguns. Even though Carson proved at the kitchen table that she could hold her own in arm wrestling with men half again her weight, some were dubious that she could fire that hardcore shotgun without being knocked flat by the recoil. None of the doubters among the riders were women. When Carson stood up from the table after an intense battle to a draw with a man named Glenn Botine, a full-time car mechanic and part-time quarter-horse breeder, he said, "Thank you, ma'am, for a lesson in humility. Now, as ex-police, what do you and your husband think we should be doing here that we're not doing?" "Instead of just preparing to defend this place, we need to go door to door in the neighborhood," Michael said. "Alert as many people as possible. You've got the cell phone videos. You're locals, they'll believe you. Make the entire square block a garrison and defend it, falling back to individual houses only if the larger perimeter can't be held." Carson thought of her brother Arnie and Little Scout in San Francisco, safe for now, if perhaps not for long, and she asked, "How many children do you have here?" The women conferred and quickly agreed that there were 7 teenagers and 12 younger children among the 44 riders at the sample's house. 80-some other riders had either gone to their individual homes from the roadhouse or, like these folks, were gathered at 1 or 2 other more defendable locations elsewhere in Rainbow Falls. "Making a garrison of the entire block with fallback positions, that's a good idea," Carson said. "But I think we also need to get the 12 younger kids out of town to a safe house, just in case everything goes badly here." The sudden anxiety among the riders was palpable. They knew what she suggested was the right thing to do, but they were loath to be separated from their young ones. Glenn Botine said, "But how? Both highways out of town are roadblocked. Maybe we could get hold of some snowmobiles, but one adult could only drive out with 1 kid at a time. That'll either take all night, or a caravan so big it'll draw attention we don't want." Carson said, "There may be a way." 21. In the basement of Memorial Hospital, the replicant of John Martz, a Rainbow Falls policeman and the husband of a member of the local Red Hat Society, was greatly enjoying the slaughter. He had witnessed the killing and processing of scores of people, but he was not in the least bored. In fact, he delighted in each new murder more than the one before it. Communitarians were granted no free will. They possessed no capacity for any kind of sexual activity. They were engineered to have no appreciation for music and the arts because such interests were an impediment to efficient function. But in the interest of motivating them to carry out their mission with enthusiasm, they were programmed to take great pleasure in the destruction of each despicable, world-polluting, self-important, grubbing, grasping human being. In John Martz's case, pleasure had grown into something like delight, and each killing that he witnessed gratified him more than the one before it. Genocide proved to be addictive. 4 more patients had been brought to this unfurnished basement room under the pretense that they needed to give blood samples to be sure they had not been contaminated by an unspecified toxic material supposedly released by accident in the building. The 4 were in wheelchairs, 3 women and 1 man, but only 2 of the women were actually too incapacitated to walk. The replicant of Nurse Ginger Newberry was present to assist John Martz with the management of the patients. Managing these people was enormous fun. A number of hospital visitors had been dispatched as well. They couldn't be permitted to leave after they arrived and discovered that friends and loved ones were missing from their rooms. Because the visitors were not ill, they were more difficult to manage than the patients, which was why John had a nightstick and why Nurse Newberry kept a taser clipped to her uniform belt under a white cardigan sweater. 3 builders were busy here on the basement level, first reducing their victims to various component molecules and then using those resources to create another generation of gestating builders in the suspended cocoons. Builders produced only others of their kind. Communitarians were extruded and programmed only in the labs of the hive. Several rooms were now filled with cocoons that hung from the ceiling, which was a sight that profoundly pleased John Martz. Gestation required not fewer than 12 hours, but not more than 36. As new builders emerged, fed on more useless human beings, and created ever more of their industrious kind, their numbers would increase geometrically. Within a week they would be traveling to other towns with support teams of communitarians, and by then they would be an unstoppable force, a rapidly growing army of exquisitely lethal biological machines, a nanotide of death. The pajama-clad patients in the wheelchairs expressed their worries and confusions in that whiny way that was a hallmark of humanity, but Nurse Newberry coddled them with what seemed to be genuine sympathy until the builder arrived. This one was a young woman designed to the highest standards of human beauty. Whether a builder looked like a man or woman, it was always crafted to be so striking in appearance that the people who were its potential victims would be at first sight enchanted by it. Beauty disarms. Beauty lures. All of the patients, regardless of gender, were riveted by this blonde and blue-eyed vision who wore ordinary hospital greens as if she were an intern or an orderly. She stood in front of them, their wheelchairs arranged in a semicircle of which she was now the focal point. "I am your builder," she told them, her voice seductively musical and smoky. She first approached the male patient, who smiled at her and no doubt entertained the last lascivious thoughts that he would ever have. She reached toward him, right palm turned up, and he seemed as charmed as he was confused by her apparent invitation. He reached out and put his hand in hers. In the instant, the details of her hand, skin, fingernails, knuckles, seemed to dissolve up to the wrist. The shape of a hand remained, but her flesh appeared to have magically transformed into countless millions of extremely tiny insects with iridescent wings, swarming among one another while maintaining the basic shape of a hand. The patient cried out in surprise, tried to snatch his hand back, but could not break free of her grip. Her hand, the teeming horde that it had become, bloodlessly consumed his flesh and bones to his forearm, and then, in a mere 2 seconds, all the way to his shoulder. Terror broke the hold of paralytic shock, and the patient began to scream, but she silenced him. Her generous mouth widened until it became grotesque, and she vomited another silver swarm into his face, which collapsed inward. The nano-animals invaded his skull, consumed it from within, and surged downward through his neck stump into his body, continuously feeding the essence of him back along the stream into the builder's mouth in a kind of reverse regurgitation. The only ambulatory patient among the three women bolted up from her wheelchair, but Nurse Newberry tasered her into submission. The twitching woman fell at the feet of the builder. The other women were screaming too, while the hollowed-out body of the male patient withered inward as though he were a deflating balloon and disappeared altogether. These women were old and sick, but nevertheless they wanted to live. John Martz loathed them. They were avaricious for life even in their decrepitude, because the cancer that was humanity would accept no restraints on its greed. The builder had become weirdly misshapen from the incorporation of the man's body mass. As she redirected her attention to one of the wheelchair-bound prey, her clothes seemed to effervesce into a mist that she absorbed into herself, for they had never been clothes, but instead an aspect of her amorphous body. In her nakedness she was no longer beautiful by any human standard, and abruptly she ceased to be human in any aspect of her appearance. She became a furious fluid mass of mottled gray and silver matter, ribboned through with ugly streaks of red that rapidly darkened to fungal gray, a churning storm of living tissue that seemed to revel in chaos and required no structured organs or skeletal system to function. From out of this seething mass came a thick silvery corkscrew composed of perhaps billions of nano-animals, which bored into the chest of one of the women in the wheelchairs, at once silencing her. The turning motion of the corkscrew changed direction, and appeared to draw the reducted substance of the dissolving patient into the builder, which throbbed and swelled further, blistered and cankered and healed. The other non-ambulatory patient tried to turn her wheelchair around, intent on getting to the door, but John sprang into action, clubbing her hands with his nightstick. He pulled her to her feet, thrust her toward the now immense and looming builder, and with savage glee cried, "Use her! Use her! Use her!" The builder took the weeping woman even more violently than it had taken the other patients, and then rendered the tasered woman on the floor with such brutality that John's delight escalated into a kind of rapture. The nature of a communitarian's program made it impossible for him to know any joy other than the joy of efficient destruction, and so he gave himself completely to the experience, and was transported, as were certain members of some Pentecostal sects during worship, though the reasons for his vigorous jubilation were far different from theirs. He beat his chest with his fists, pulled at his hair, writhed, thrashed, and spoke in tongues, meaningless words gushing from him, until he gagged himself by biting on his fisted right hand. John became aware of Nurse Newberry watching him with what might have been disapproval, but he didn't care. This was a joy that he was permitted, and he needed it. He felt justified in giving himself to it because the 4 patients were killed and processed, and there was no one for him to manage at the moment, in this brief point of stillness between the builder's destruction and its acts of creation. Now a toothless, lipless orifice formed on the amorphous mass of the builder, and from it spewed a stream of grey goo that struck the ceiling, penetrated the plaster, and at once firmed into a thick and gnarled rope. At the end of this anchor line a cocoon spun into existence, as billions of nano-animals with various tasks, working in concert, formed the womb from which another processor of human debris would eventually emerge, and flooded it full of themselves and the reducted substance of the 4 patients, which was the raw material they would use to build another builder. As the current builder began to hang another cocoon, John Martz's rapture peaked and declined to a much quieter but delicious gladness. He stood motionless, overcome by awe, still biting on his fist, because biting better expressed his deepest desire more than did any of his previous frenetic motions or speaking in tongues. If he could have any wish fulfilled, he would wish to be a builder, to bite into human flesh as if with 1,000 chainsaws, devour them and transform their hateful kind into a killing machine that would destroy even more of them. He wanted to eat people alive. He realized that he should not express this desire to Nurse Newbury or to anyone else. Such a longing was an affront to Victor, who had made him what he was and to whom he must always be obedient and grateful. Besides, one of the principles of the communitarian culture was that every one of them was absolutely equal to all the others, that no one was smarter or stronger or better in any way. That he could even dream of being a builder, which was an infinitely more deadly and efficient killing machine than any communitarian, meant that he aspired to being more than what he was, and therefore must think that he had the capacity to be superior to others in the community. He wanted to eat people alive, lots of them. But that was okay, as long as he didn't think about it too much. If he allowed himself to dwell obsessively on what it might be like to be a builder and process human flesh into human killing machines, he could not be an efficient communitarian. Inefficiency was the only sin. When the current builder finished the second cocoon, it returned to the form of a beautiful young woman, clothed once more, and walked out of the room. After glancing at John in what he believed to be disapproval, Nurse Newbury departed too. John remained there for a moment, admiring the pair of cocoons. As he was about to leave, he noticed something lying on the floor, under one of the wheelchairs, half hidden by the chair's floor plates. He rolled the chair aside, dropped to one knee, and saw a human ear lying concave side down on the vinyl tile. The convex back of the ear was smooth, with no torn tissue, as if it had never been attached to a head and therefore had never been cut off, though this peculiar detail didn't mean much to him at first. During all other jobs of rendering and processing to which he had been witness, John had not seen a builder overlook even a tiny scrap of human tissue. To leave a portion of a body unused must surely qualify as inefficiency. When he turned the ear over in his hand, he saw that it proved something worse than inefficiency. In the folds and curling down into the exterior auditory canal were human teeth, not loose, but embedded, growing from the ear. This shell of flesh and cartilage was not a scrap of any of the 4 patients. It could only be a created object, manufactured by the builder during the rendering and processing and then spat out. Most likely the toothy ear had been created without conscious intent, just as the human urinary tract didn't think about making a kidney stone before producing one. This was proof that the builder was malfunctioning. The only sin was inefficiency, and the ultimate inefficiency was malfunction. By comparison, John's yearning to be a builder and to eat lots of people seemed insignificant. After all, his desire could never be fulfilled. He was what he was and could be nothing else. He therefore could not malfunction by realizing his desire. But this builder had badly malfunctioned by creating this macabre ear and spitting it out instead of using the tissue in its assigned work. John felt better about himself. He probably should report the transgressive builder, but there was no rule requiring him to do so, most likely because Victor did not believe builders could malfunction. Throughout development, only the communitarians had sometimes gone wrong by acquiring obsessions, and even that, too, had been resolved by identifying the potential obsessives and eliminating them before they left the hive. If John reported the builder, Nurse Newbury would also be asked to provide a report. She might then make note of John's rapturous reaction to the builder's work, whereupon he would be asked to explain his actions. He turned the ear over and over in his hand. He ran his thumb along the curve of teeth within that fleshy shell. He decided that he had better not report the builder. Before moving on to his next assignment, he bit off the lobe of the ear and chewed it. An interesting taste. 22. The KBOW parking lot, after Sammy Chakrabarti coaxed Mason out of the overturned Sequoia, and as they and Bert returned to the station, Deucalion asked Ralph Nettles which of the other vehicles belonged to him. Still unsettled by the tattooed giant's magical disappearance from the engineer's nest, and by the way he had almost effortlessly overturned Mason's Toyota SUV, Ralph hesitated before indicating a 3-year-old black Cadillac Escalade. "We'll go to your place and get the guns and ammunition you mentioned," Deucalion said. "Give me the key." Producing the key, Ralph hesitated to surrender it.
Well, it's my car, so I should drive."
"You can't drive like I do," the giant said. "You saw how I took one step from your room back there and into this parking lot. I had no need to walk it, no need to use doors. I can drive the same way. I understand the structure of reality, truths of quantum mechanics that even physicists don't understand."
"Well, good for you," Ralph said. "But I love that Escalade. It's my big-wheeled baby."
Deucalion took the keys from his hand. Having seen how the giant killed 4 of those things called replicants, Ralph decided against an argument. The snow came down hard, obscuring everything like static in a lousy TV image. In fact, Ralph half felt as if he had stepped out of reality into some television fantasy program in which all the laws of nature that he knew well as an engineer were laws that Deucalion, and perhaps others, could break with impunity. He liked stability, continuity, things that were true in all times and all places, but he figured he'd better brace himself for turbulence. He got in the front passenger seat of the Escalade as Deucalion climbed behind the wheel. Ralph wasn't a small man, but he felt like a child next to his driver, whose head touched the ceiling of the SUV. Starting the engine, Deucalion said, "Your place, is it a house or an apartment?"
"A house?"
Ralph told him the address. Deucalion said,
"Yes, I know where it is. Earlier I memorized a map of the town laid out in fractional seconds of latitude and longitude."
"It makes as much sense as anything else,"
Ralph said. Light pulsed through the giant's eyes, and Ralph decided to look away from them. As Deucalion popped the brake and put the Cadillac in drive, he said,
"Do you live alone?"
"My wife died 8 years ago. She was perfection. I'm not a big enough fool to think it can happen twice."
Deucalion began a wide U-turn in the parking lot.
"You never know. Miracles do happen."
During the turn, for an instant there was no falling snow, and every source of brightness in the storm clicked off, the parking lot lamps, station lights, headlights, and the night was more deeply dark than any night had ever been. Then snow again, and lights. But though they should have swung around toward the exit to the street, they had turned directly into Ralph's driveway, 5 long blocks from KBOW. 23. As the sack split, Daggett staggered backward into the counter that contained the bathroom sinks. Pistol in both hands, covering the cocoon, Frost almost squeezed off a shot. He resisted the urge to fire when he saw what began to emerge. Even in childhood, Frost hadn't been given to picturing monsters in his closet, but he had never before encountered a cocoon as big as a grown man, either. Now his pent-up imagination suddenly abandoned the usual mundane trail and galloped into grotesque territory. He expected something insectile to spring out of the splitting sack, nothing half as attractive as a monarch butterfly, some strange hybrid cockroach with 3 heads, or a spider with the face of an evil pig, or a ball of snakes because of all the slithering noise. Instead, from the sack, came a breathtakingly gorgeous, nude young woman, such a perfection of face and body as Frost had never seen before, such a flawless brunette that she seemed to have been airbrushed and photoshopped. Her complexion was not marred by even the smallest blemish. Her smooth and supple skin seemed to glow with good health. If she had not been so provocative in her nudity, even an atheist might have entertained the thought that an angel had appeared before him. This lovely apparition, gliding gracefully from the cocoon, stepping out of the big jacuzzi tub and onto the bathroom floor, did not seem surprised to discover 2 strangers in her house. Neither did she appear to be embarrassed by her nudity or concerned about their intentions, or the least bit alarmed by the pistol in Frost's 2-hand grip. She had an air of supreme confidence, as if she had been raised to believe that the world had been made just for her, and in the intervening years never had a single reason to question that belief. When this exquisite woman emerged from the silvery grey sack, which now sagged like some immense leather raincoat hung on a hook, Frost wondered if the thing was not a cocoon after all. Perhaps it might be a new invention in this age when revolutionary products poured out of the cornucopia of high technology by the thousands every year. Maybe it was a luxury beauty appliance into which a woman could climb in order to be moisturized, depilated, toned, tanned, and oxygenated for better health. When it was directed at Frost, the woman's smile was spectacular and exhilarating and contagious. But when she smiled at Daggett, Frost filled with a simmering jealousy, which made no sense. He had no claim on this woman, didn't even know who she was. "Who are you?" Daggett asked. "What were you doing in that thing? What is that thing?" She glanced at the deflated sack and frowned as if she had seen it now for the first time. She looked at Daggett again, and opened her mouth as if to speak. All her teeth spilled over her lips and rattled like 32 dice on the tile floor. As though puzzled but not alarmed, she surveyed the scattered teeth until they had stopped bouncing. She looked up, exploring her toothless gums with her tongue. And new teeth sprouted in the empty sockets, bright white and as perfect as the rest of her. Frost saw that Daggett's pistol had gone from the shoulder rig under his jacket into his right hand almost as magically as the new teeth had materialized. He eased along the counter away from the woman toward the doorway that Frost occupied. The teeth on the floor were related somehow to the severed foot in the living room, to the OK thumb and forefinger in the foyer, to the portion of jawbone with teeth on the bedroom floor, and to the tongue from which grew a lidless eye. But Frost couldn't put it all together. Nobody could have put it together. It was crazy. This wasn't like anything he'd expected to find, not just a criminal enterprise or a terrorist plot. The woman wasn't just a woman, she was something more, and her singular beauty was perhaps the least astonishing thing about her. But whatever else she might be, she was a woman, naked and seemingly defenseless, and he couldn't shoot her just because she could grow teeth in an instant, apparently at will. Never in his career had he shot a woman. As Daggett arrived at Frost's side, the woman studied herself in the long mirror above the twin sinks. She cocked her head, frowned, and said, not to them, but to herself, "I think my builder built this builder wrong." On the floor, the 32 teeth abruptly became animated and rattled against the ceramic tiles, returning to the woman as if she produced an irresistible magnetic field. As each tooth drew within an inch or two of her bare feet, it ceased to be a tooth and became a cluster of tiny silvery specks, and all the clusters vanished into her skin as if she were a dry sponge and they were water. Frost's training had given him tactics and protocols for every situation that he had previously encountered in his career, but not for this. He could see nothing that he and Daggett could do other than wait, observe, and hope for understanding. The woman was more than a woman, and she was strange, and the pieces of bodies strewn here and there were proof that terrible violence had been committed in the house, but there was no proof that she committed it. Traditional interrogation wouldn't get them anywhere in these extraordinary circumstances. She seemed to be half in a trance, not much interested in them. Although Frost couldn't make sense of what she'd said, "I think my builder built this builder wrong," he detected in her tone the dismay of someone who had sustained a serious offense, suggesting that she was a victim rather than a victimizer. As she regarded herself in the mirror again, a fine twinkling cloud of mist came off her skin, and for a moment she seemed to have the radiant aura of a supernatural being. And then the mist coalesced into a blue silk robe that clung to her body. Daggett said, "Son of a bitch." "Yeah," Frost agreed. "Something is going to happen." It just did. "Something worse," Daggett said. The woman raised her right hand to her face and stared at it in what appeared to be bafflement. She turned her head to look at Frost and Daggett as if she had just remembered that she was not alone. She reached out to them with her right hand, and when her arm was fully extended, she revealed to them her palm. In it was a mouth bristling with teeth. 24. One-eyed, one-eared, with a steel and copper mechanical hand at the end of his left arm, Sully York could see and hear as well as anyone, better than some. As well as anyone, he could serve up mixed nuts, 3 varieties of cheese, 3 varieties of crackers, thick slices of Armenian sausage, and drinks, a 40-year-old Scotch for him and Bryce Walker, and a Pepsi for the boy, Travis Ahern, who was only about 10, which in Sully's opinion was 4 years too early, either for Scotch or women or life-and-death exploits. By the time that Sully had been 14, he had enjoyed a good whiskey now and then and could hold his liquor. But of course he had been 6'3" at that age, had looked 21, on his own in the world and ready for adventure. Back then he hadn't lost the eye yet, or the ear, or the hand, and he hadn't sustained the saber slash from his right eye to the corner of his mouth that left him with a livid scar in which he took much delight. In fact, at 14, he hadn't known much fun at all, but was determined to have some, which he damn well did over the decades. Back then, all of his teeth had been real, whereas they were all gold these 47 years later, and he had cracked and broken off and simply lost each of them in a thrilling and memorable fashion. They settled in Sully's den, which was his favorite room in the house. Over the stone fireplace hung a fierce boar's head, the tusks as pointed as ice picks, and with it the knife that Sully wielded to kill the beast. One wall and his desktop offered framed photographs of him and his buddies in exotic locales, from jungles to deserts, from mountain passes to ships sailing on strange tides, and in every case he and those good old boys, all dead now, each killed as colorfully as he had lived, had been in the service of their country, though never once in uniform. The kind of work they did was so deep cover that it made the CIA seem by comparison as open as a community outreach organization. Their group had no name, only a number, but they had called themselves the Crazy Bastards. On shelves and tables were souvenirs, a perfectly preserved 6-inch-long hissing cockroach from Madagascar, an ornately carved wooden leg once worn by a dwarf Soviet assassin, a dirk and a dagger and a kriss, all of which had cut him and all of which he had taken away from the cutters who were rotting in hell. The knobkerrie that had knocked out his left eye and with which he had dealt immediate vengeance to the one who had half-blinded him, a blowgun, a scimitar, a pike, a tomahawk, a yataghan, intricately worked iron handcuffs, and many more items of sentimental value. They settled in big leather armchairs around the coffee table where all the food was laid out, while Bryce and Travis recounted events they had witnessed and escaped at Memorial Hospital. Of the two, Bryce did most of the talking and most of the eating, as the boy slumped in a bleak mood that damn well did not become him. Sully had no patience for sulkers or whiners or negativists in general. He would have given Travis some sharp advice about the necessity to have a positive and high-spirited response to everything in life, from a certain glorious young woman in Singapore to a knobkerrie in the eye, but he restrained himself because he suspected that in spite of the boy's current annoying mood, he had the right stuff. Sully York had a nose for people with the right stuff, which was one of the reasons he was the only surviving crazy bastard. The story Bryce told of patients being killed at the hospital, of some kind of mass murder conspiracy that Travis insisted had to be the work of extraterrestrials, was so screwball and wild-assed that Sully quickly recognized it as the dead serious truth. Besides, Bryce had as much of the right stuff as anyone Sully York had ever known. Bryce hadn't spent his life cutting the throats of slick villains who needed their throats cut. He hadn't pushed off cliffs the people who, in being pushed off, gave noble meaning to those cliffs. Instead, Bryce had written Western novels, damn good ones, full of heroism, in which he portrayed exactly how true evil operated, and how good people sometimes had to deal hard with the bad ones if civilization was to survive. When Bryce finished, Sully looked at the boy, who sat holding a cube of cheese at which he had fitfully nibbled.
"Son, I really believe you've got moxie in your veins, steel in your spine. I have a nose for people with the right stuff. And you smell to high heaven of it, but there you sit, spiritless as that damn chunk of cheese. You know, the cheese looks more capable of being ornery than you do. If half of what Bryce has told me is true, and I think it's full true, front to back, then we have a hard job of work ahead of us. And we have to go at it with spunk and spirit, and absolute confidence that we're going to storm the hill and plant the flag. If we're going to be on the same team, I have to know why you're moping like this, and that you have the guts and the love of glory to get up out of your funk and fight to win."
Bryce said, "Sully, his mother's gone missing. Travis doesn't know for sure, can't know, but he thinks they got her. He thinks she must be dead." Thrusting up from his armchair, making a fist of his mechanical hand, Sully said,
"Maybe she's dead. Is that all? Hell no, she's not dead. Nobody's dead until you see the stinking body. I won't damn well believe that I'm dead until I can look down on my corpse and see for sure there aren't any vital signs. I've known people who were surely dead. He was flung out the door of a chopper at 2,000 feet without a parachute. Another supposedly took 3 rounds in the back and fell into an ice crevasse. But a year or two passes, and one night in a dark alley or in a crowded bazaar in Morocco, here he is coming at you with a meat axe, or pushing your face first into a huge old basket full of cobras. Dead my ass. You haven't seen your mother dead, have you? If you haven't seen her dead, she's not dead. And we're going to go out there and find her. So eat the rest of that cheese and prepare yourself. You understand me, short stuff?"
The flat, dull look in Travis Ahern's eyes had given way to a lively light.
"Better,"
Sully York said. 25. Carson would have preferred to stay at the Samples house with the riders and riderettes, having all those well-intentioned, well-armed, tough and savvy people covering her back, not to mention the excellent coffee and the pumpkin pies in the oven. But considering their numbers, the percentage of them who had been in the military and therefore knew something about strategy and tactics, and the cell phone videos of the horror at the roadhouse, they didn't need Carson and Michael to recruit their neighbors and turn their block into a garrison. The most urgent task at hand was locating Deucalion. With his singular gifts, only he would be able to drive the children out of Rainbow Falls, past the roadblocks, to the comparative safety of Erica's house 4 miles west of town. With no telephone service of any kind, they would need to track him down somehow, which at first seemed to be an almost impossible mission in a town of nearly 15,000. As Carson piloted the Grand Cherokee through a sea of snow, tides washing across the windshield and foaming at the wheels, heading toward the center of Rainbow Falls, Michael said, "I've got an idea." "You always have an idea. You always have a dozen ideas. That's why I married you. Just to see what ideas you'll come up with today." "I thought you married me for my looks, my sensitivity, and my fabulous bedroom stamina." Carson said, "Lucky for you, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But I will acknowledge you really do an exhaustive job cleaning the bedroom." "Here's an idea. Why do I have to do any house cleaning? We have a full-time housekeeper. Why doesn't she do it?" "Mary Margaret is a great cook and a nanny. She does only light housekeeping. Keeping a spotless house requires someone with muscle, determination, and fortitude." "Sounds like you." Carson said, "Do you want me to clean, and from now on you do all the stuff I do, like fix plumbing and electrical problems, keep the cars fine-tuned, do the accounting and taxes?" "No. I'd wind up electrocuted trying to replace a valve in the toilet just before the IRS seized the house. Back to my idea. We know Deucalion intends to take out the crews of as many of those blue and white trucks as he can. So if we can locate one that's still operating and we tail it, maybe we'll find Deucalion when he finds the truck." "That's pretty much a lame idea." "Well, I don't hear any dazzling suggestions from our plumber, electrician, mechanic, accountant." They rode in silence for a couple of minutes. Then she said, "I've got a bad feeling about this, Tonto." The way I see it, Kimosabe, we can't fail. When Deucalion received his gifts on the lightning, they had to have come from a higher power. The riders call him the trail boss in the sky. I didn't know that. Lorene Rudolph told me. You were at the other end of the kitchen checking out the contents of all those cookie jars faster than the kids could. Have you ever known anyone with 5 cookie jars? Anyway, for over 200 years, Deucalion has been on Victor's trail, and he won the round in New Orleans. I think he'll win this round too, the entire fight. He's on a divine mission. It's his destiny to stop Victor and undo everything Victor does, so this is going to turn out okay. No snowplows were on the streets. The replicants of the city employees were engaged in other activities, mostly murder. Carson drove past a park where walkway lampposts dwindled along a serpentine path, the snow like white-hot sparks immediately around each lamp, but like pale gray falling ashes in the gloom between them, and past the lamp-post lay a black nothingness that felt as vast as the ominous dark of an ocean on a moonless night. "The thing is," she said, "this is Deucalion's mission. We're supporting players. We don't have to live for him to fulfill his destiny." "Well," Michael said, "I'm putting my trust in the trail boss." Only a few pedestrians were on the sidewalks, heads bent into the endless skeins of snow, and Carson looked them over as she passed them, wondering if they were ordinary men and women, or instead might be dark beasts slouching into the world from a subterranean manger where demons were born. When Carson turned left off Cody onto Russell Street, she saw one of the blue and white trucks parked at the curb, engine running, crystallized exhaust smoking from the tailpipe. She coasted past it. Michael confirmed what she thought she had seen. No one in the cab. Go around the block. She went around to Cody, turned onto Russell again, parked 50 feet behind the truck, and doused the headlights. They watched the vehicle for a few minutes, the pale exhaust feathered up into the night like a procession of spirits answering some celestial trumpet that only they could hear. Why would they leave the truck unattended, she wondered. And they wouldn't herd their silver-beaded zombies into it in such a public place. Alleyways, back entrances, that's where they'd want to load up. Check it? Let's check it. No businesses remained open in this block. Traffic was even lighter than it had been before they stopped at the Samples house. Russell Street looked as lonely as a trail through some Arctic wasteland, so they boldly carried the urban snipers. The night had grown colder, the snowflakes icier. The cab of the truck was still unoccupied, but 2 dead men were sprawled in the cargo hold. Not men, replicants. This was clearly Deucalion's work. Closing the cargo space door, Michael said, "I already have another idea." "Your last one didn't get us killed, so let's hear this one." "Instead of us trying to find a truck to follow until Deucalion attacks it, we switch our gear from the Jeep to this and cruise until our monster buddy comes to kill the crew." "Let's hope he recognizes us before he breaks our necks." 26. The sad piano music followed them through the house and all the way into Officer Bozeman's 2-car garage. The garage contained no cars, but there were a Ford Expedition, a motorcycle, and in front of the cycle, a snowmobile on an open trailer, just as Numme O'Bannon had told Mr. List there would be. "Peaches, every time I think you're as useless as a 2-legged cat, you come through for us. You're all right." This praise greatly pleased Numme until he realized they were stealing another vehicle, just one without wheels this time. He was being praised for helping Mr. List to steal.
"Sir, when that there lottery ticket in your wallet wins big, it'll be good if you pay for the Boze's snowmobile then."
"Hell and all, who would I pay? Bozeman's dead in the kitchen. His wife is dead and buried. They never had kids. I'm damn well not going to pay his monster look-alike so it can make the next mortgage payment and just sit on its ass playing morbid piano."
He poked Numme in the chest with one finger.
"You've got this fixation about always paying for things."
He poked Numme again.
"It's not just because you're a moron. It's psychological."
He poked Numme a third time.
"It's neurotic is what it is. Sick. It's deeply sick. Sick and damn annoying. Nobody pays for everything. I guess I should pay for the air I breathe, for the sounds I hear, for all the things I can see, because I've got eyes. Who do I write those checks to, Who?
Numbie was pleased that Mr. Liss had begun to understand. He said,
You want to tithe? Grandmama, she always tithed to St. John's over on Bear Claw Lane. So if you want to tithe where she did, then that'd be good.
Mr. Liss just stared at Numbie while the piano got even sadder. Then he threw his hands in the air as if shouting hallelujah and tossing away all his cares.
I give up! How can I expect you to learn some street smarts when you don't have any other smarts of any damn kind? Can a donkey waltz? Can a monkey sing opera? Can a cow jump over the freaking moon?
Numbie didn't know what to say because he didn't understand any of those questions. They didn't make sense to him. Fortunately, Mr. Liss didn't try to shake answers out of Numbie like he sometimes did. Instead, the old man climbed into the open, roofless trailer with the snowmobile and began examining the controls, all the while muttering to himself. Numbie shuffled around the garage, looking at the tools hanging on the walls, the workbench with all its little drawers, several gasoline company signs the Bows collected, and the spider webs here and there in the corners. He didn't like spiders at all. Charlotte and Charlotte's web was okay. She was nice, but she wasn't a real spider. She was a story spider with a good heart. He hoped it was too cold for spiders now, because real ones didn't have good hearts. Once, more years back than he could count, he came upon a web where a fly was stuck and a spider was eating it alive. Numbie felt awful for the fly because it didn't know webs were sticky. It just didn't know. It made one mistake, and now it was being eaten. The fly was hardly alive. Numbie was too late to save it. He turned away but couldn't stop feeling awful for the fly. He felt awful all that day, way back when. And later that evening he realized why he was upset about the fly's suffering. The little fly was dumb, and the spider was smart, making its sticky web, and so the dumb fly never had a chance. When he figured that out, Numbie told Grandmama about the fly, and he cried while he told her. Grandmama listened to every word. She never cut him short, and then she said the fly wouldn't want Numbie to cry for it. She said the fly led a happy life, just as free as any bird, exploring all day and always delighted by what it saw in the world, playing fly games, no need to work because it ate crumbs and other things that were free, and it didn't have to have a house with all the upkeep that required. Meanwhile, the spider was always spinning webs, scheming, either working or lying in wait, which was just another kind of work. The spider couldn't fly. It crouched in corners while flies flew. The spider could only watch flying things and envy them. The spider lived in shadows, darkness, but the fly's life was full of light. Because it only ate flies and such, never a cookie crumb or a dropped bit of candy bar, the spider never tasted anything sweet. The spider was proud about how smart it was. But when you really thought about the situation, the fly had all the fun. And even though the fly came to a terrible end, it didn't know that such a thing could happen to it, and therefore it lived without worry. Because the spider knew what it did to flies, it also knew that some other creature might do the same to it, some toad or frog or bird. So the fly lived without worry, and free and flying, while the ever-working spider lived in fear and shadows, crouched and wary or scuttling for cover. After circling Officer Bozeman's garage, Numbie saw no spiders in the webs or out of them, but he found the keys to the 3 vehicles on a pegboard by the open door to the kitchen. He knew which one was for the snowmobile because he'd seen the Bows use it. He took the key to Mr. Liss, who was just climbing over the railing of the open trailer. Accepting the key, pointing at the snowmobile, the old man said, "I think I've got this bugger figured out. But before we go scooting off into the storm of the damn century, let's find some gloves and get your feet properly protected." Mr. Liss led the way back into the house and into the sad piano music. Numbie reluctantly followed because he didn't want to find a spider when he was alone in the garage. Searching the bedroom closet, the old man found waterproof boots. Mr. Liss was already wearing good boots, but Nummie had only shoes. Mr. Liss stuffed some of Officer Bozeman's socks in the toes of the boots, and then they fit Nummie's feet well enough.
"I won't take these here boots," Nummie said. "I'll only borrow them."
There were a few pairs of gloves. For both of them, Mr. Liss chose 2 pairs with what he called wrist and gauntlet straps. He could pull the straps to make the gloves fit nice and tight.
"I'll only borrow these, too,"
Nummie said. "Me too," Mr. Liss said. "I'll just borrow these gloves for the rest of my life, and when I'm dead like Bozeman, I'll give them back to him." Because the Bose had only one snowmobiler helmet, which Mr. Liss would need because he was driving, Nummie had to settle for a toboggan cap. He could pull it down over his ears once they were moving fast and making cold wind. "But you don't go thinking that cap is yours now," Mr. Liss said. "It's only yours on loan."
"I know,"
Nummie assured him. Mr. Liss found a red and gray wool scarf for Nummie to wrap around his face later, when they were speeding through the snow. "You understand this is only on loan, too?"
"That's right."
"You lose it, I'll make you pay for it, even if you have to work the rest of your life to earn the money."
"I won't lose it,"
Nummie said. From the Bose's bedroom, Mr. Liss went to stand in the living room archway. He watched the Xerox Bose playing the piano. At last the old man said, "I don't know why it doesn't feel right, but it doesn't. I just can't kill him."
"Maybe you're not a killer."
"Oh, I'm a killer, sure enough. I've killed more men than you've ever met in your whole life. I'd as soon kill most people as look at them. I've killed some people just because they smiled and said hello to me." Nummie shook his head.
"I'm not sure you really did."
"You better not be calling me a liar. Somebody calls me a liar, I cut him open, rearrange his innards, sew him up, and for the rest of his life he has to pee out of his left ear."
"What you said before is you cut out his tongue and fried it with onions for breakfast."
"That's right, I do that sometimes. And sometimes I make him pee out of his ear. Depends on my mood. So you better not be calling me a liar."
"I'm not. That wouldn't be nice. People, they should always be nice to each other."
In the garage again, the old man pushed a button to put up the big door. A little wind had come up, and snow blew in from the night. Putting his long gun on the workbench, he said, "I can't see any way to take this. It won't fit in the saddlebags. We'll have to hope the pistols are enough." The smaller guns were in the deep pockets of his long coat, and there were lots of bullets in other pockets, all borrowed from the preacher's house that they'd burned down. Nummie had been with Mr. Liss not even a day yet, but it seemed like a life's worth of stuff had happened. You didn't have time to be bored around Mr. Liss. "We'll pull the trailer into the driveway and drop the ramp in the snow," the old man said. "But wait, just let me put on this damn thing." The damn thing was the helmet. It was silver and black with a clear window across the face. A circle of little holes in the helmet in front of Mr. Liss's mouth let out his voice. "How do I look?"
"Like a spaceman."
"Scary looking, am I?"
"No, you look funny."
"You know what I've done to any snarky bastard who says I look funny?"
"Nothing nice,"
Nummie said. 27. The instant he saw it, Frost knew the mouth in the palm of her hand was real, but nevertheless he tried to tell himself that it was just an unusually dimensional tattoo or a joke decal, because if it was real, none of his training or experience would be worth spit in this situation. If it was real, this town didn't need undercover FBI agents. It needed exorcists, a platoon of them. When the tongue licked out of the mouth, fondling the teeth and fluttering obscenely, Frost looked to the woman's eyes. Previously they were glazed, as if she were half in a trance, but they changed now. Her stare became bold and sharp, her eyes as fierce as the eyes of any bird of prey, although no bird's gaze ever burned with the scorching hatred that informed this creature's eyes. The blue silk robe that had materialized around her became mist again, like the smoke that rises off dry ice, and the mist appeared to be absorbed into her skin. From her toes to the top of her head she rippled like a heat mirage, and the ultimate playmate proportions of her body melted away as her flesh and bones flowed like soft wax. Some of the substance of her torso poured into her outstretched right arm, which swelled, the skin stretching like sausage casing being pumped full of liquefied meat. Her hand thickened, and the tongue in the mouth of that hand unraveled toward them, now silvery gray, as flat as a tapeworm undulating through the air, the tip of it flaring like the hood of a cobra. Daggett let out a cry of revulsion and terror that startled Frost, but also prepared him for the deafening boom of his partner's pistol, 6 quick shots that echoed off the tile floor and walls, off the glass shower door, off the mirror, like flying through the heart of storm clouds when thunder broke the sky. The range was point-blank, and Daggett was a master marksman, and Frost saw the bullets tear into the naked body, which was now as weird as someone reflected in one of those distorting mirrors in a carnival funhouse. But no blood spilled. No wounds bloomed raw and red. The beast didn't drop or reel backward from the impact of the high-power rounds, but instead absorbed them as a pond would absorb a dropped stone. The flesh didn't even dimple with concentric ripples as water would have done. The tissue received the bullets, and at once closed around them, smooth and unscarred. Daggett's next 4 shots had no greater effect than the first 6, except that the undulating gray tongue abruptly grew thicker and shot at him with the lightning speed of a striking snake. It wasn't a tongue any more. It was an auger, and it bored into Daggett's face. In an instant it was not a drill any more either, and it seemed to have become the hose of a vacuum cleaner, sucking out the contents of his head, his skull imploding like a papery husk, head gone in a blink. Backing out of the bathroom doorway, Frost stumbled, almost fell, got his balance. In the bathroom, beyond the open door, Daggett's pistol clattered against the floor tiles, but his headless body didn't collapse. The ravenous gray tentacle now seemed to be composed of a swarming mass of small somethings, millions of tiny silvery piranhas, and all of them schooled down through his neck into his dead body, apparently holding him erect, his legs jittering and his feet seeming to dance on the bathroom floor. Looming beyond the headless marionette, the thing that had been a beautiful woman was now nothing that had a name, a mottled gray and silver mass, clotted with red, that quickly darkened to veins of charcoal gray, larger than it had been. It surged even larger as the substance of the corpse was drawn out like soda through a straw, until there were only empty clothes flapping in the air like a scarecrow's costume. But then the clothes wadded up and were sucked away into the vacuuming tentacle. Daggett had been killed and devoured in 5 seconds. Frost ran. 28. Sammy Chakrabarty always thought the old building that housed KBOW was an ugly pile, but the features that made it off-putting in the past were virtues in the current crisis. Built in the 1870s by the local arm of the Patrons of Husbandry, otherwise known as the Grange, it served as the Grange Hall, offices and meeting rooms and a big space for community dinners and dances. The Granger movement was an organization of farmers who, in those days, wanted the government to confiscate and operate the railroads and the grain elevators as a public service, thus shifting some of the farmers' costs from them to the taxpayers. For most people in the Grange, the motivation was self-interest, but as in any such political organization, a minority of the members were also paranoids. When you were lobbying to have the government seize some people's property for your benefit, it wasn't paranoid to think those on the losing end of that deal might take decisive action to halt your activities, might even come around one night with the intention of using more than words to persuade you to rethink your position. But the truest apostles of the paranoid faith spread wild stories, fevered fantasies of bloodbaths in distant states, fierce armies of railroad goons and brutal mercenaries in the employ of grain elevator barons, entire units of the Grange shot in cold blood, hundreds of people at a time, shot and beaten and stabbed and set on fire, and then shot again, and then hung, and then rehung and subjected to verbal abuse, their farm animals sold into slavery, their dogs forced to wear humiliating costumes, their barns burned, their land salted and paprikaed. As Sammy quickly walked the rooms and hallways of KBOW, assessing the strengths and weaknesses of this fort, he figured that the head of the building committee for the Rainbow Falls Grange had been one of the squirreliest of the group, forcing a design that assumed any Grange supper and dance night could become a battleground and the building put under siege. The exterior walls, alternating layers of concrete and brick, were 18 inches thick. The double-hung windows were kept to a minimum number, narrow and protected by decorative bronze grids that were essentially attractive prison bars. In respect of the building's historical status, the decorative bronze doors remained, as well, one on each side of the structure, but they were so heavy that they had been retrofitted with concealed ball-bearing hinges to make them easier to use. By design, nothing in the construction materials was flammable, yet the contents of the place would have made it a fire trap without the sprinkler system that had been added decades ago to meet the building code requirements for KBOW to occupy the premises. The parapeted, nearly flat roof featured glazed brick paving sloped just enough to the perimeter scuppers to let rain drain off quickly. In snow season, maintenance men regularly shoveled the roof. But tonight would be the first time, at least in recent history, that a gunman would be stationed up there to defend the building. Ralph Nettles and Deucalion were gone less than 10 minutes, and they returned with enough firearms to delight the paranoid head of the Grange Building Committee if he had still been alive to see them. 6 pistols, 4 assault rifles, 3 pistol-grip shotguns. They also brought several metal ammunition boxes with strap handles packed with boxed ammo and with pre-loaded spare magazines for the various weapons. In the conference room, which they had chosen to designate the armory, Sammy said to Ralph, "I know you're not a gun nut in the negative sense." "How do you know?" Ralph asked, sweeping his arms wide to indicate the array of firearms on the conference table. "This is like 1/5 of my collection, and none are antiques. You're not any kind of nut. You're steady. So you have some good reason to gun up like this." Ralph hesitated. He wasn't a guy who talked much about himself. "I used to have only a single pistol for the nightstand drawer. 8 years ago this past September I started the collection." 8 years earlier Sammy had been just 15, a high school student in Corona del Mar, California, where his parents lived. Deucalion said to Ralph,
"Your wife died 8 years ago."
Sammy knew this but hadn't made the connection. "Jenny couldn't die that young. She was so good, so very alive. It was the most impossible thing that could ever happen. But it happened. So I knew then everything else that seemed impossible might happen too. All my life I've been practical, prudent, prepared, the 3 Ps, that's what my mother called them. There was no way I could have been prepared for Jenny dying. But the day I buried her, I swore to myself I'd be ready for every other impossible thing that could happen next. So, maybe I am a nut after all." Sammy glanced at Deucalion, saw pulses of strange light throb through the giant's eyes, and looked at Ralph again. "Evidently not." 29. Suddenly an ardent believer in everything that he previously disbelieved, from extraterrestrials to Satan, Frost sprinted across the room, past the eye and the tongue still lying on the bed, and into the upstairs hallway. His heart galloped, and he heard himself gasping for breath. He knew that he was sprinting as fast as he ever had, ever could, but he felt that he moved in slow motion, through air as resistant as water, his legs as leaden as those of a deep-sea diver in a pressure suit and a massive helmet, trudging across the ocean floor. Even above the desperate bellows of his ragged breathing and the slamming of his feet, Frost heard his pursuer, a buzzing, hissing, sizzling, zippering that was all those things and yet none of them, nothing like the sly, slithering noise that had come from the cocoon, a never-before-heard sibilation, now a wet and clearly biological sound, but now as dry as wind-blown sand. At the midway point of the hallway he turned right toward the open staircase, and as he changed directions he glanced back. The thing wasn't giving chase in either its womanly form or as the amorphous mass of seething tissue that it had been when it sucked in the last of Daggett. Now it manifested as an airborne silvery grey mass, as dense as smoke, a teeming and twinkling swarm that might have been insects so tiny that the eye could not discern any details of them, billions upon billions. But he knew in fact they were together the body of the woman who came from the cocoon, nothing as ordinary as insects, but the substance of the woman, now a racing cloud of grey that, falling upon him, would render him as rapidly as Daggett had been rendered. Pistol in hand, but under no delusion that it would be effective, Frost plunged down the stairs. The swarm passed overhead, perhaps intending to swoop around and into his face and dissolve the eyes out of his skull as they entered and possessed him. In passing, however, they encountered the chandelier above, a many-armed brass affair with amber glass cups containing flame-shaped bulbs. They sizzled through it, dissolving the chain from which it was suspended and the cord from which it drew power, leaving the foyer lit only by the staircase lights and a soffit light above the door. The extinguished chandelier fell, but only half as fast as gravity demanded, borne by the boiling cloud of ravenous microscopic mites, descending toward the ground floor like a ship slowly sinking through the fathoms, diminishing as it went because it was being consumed in its fall. What reached the foyer below was in the end only the cloud, the swarm, no twist of metal or shard of glass remaining of the chandelier. Just past the landing on the lower of the two curving flights of stairs, Frost halted. Death waited below him. The swarm appeared less bright now, less silvery, darker shades of grey, and clotted. It looked more like dirty water than like smoke, slopping around in the foyer, lapping at the walls, seeming to build a tide toward the lower hallway that led back into the house, but then rolling toward the front door. In spite of its watery appearance, the swarm didn't make liquid sounds, still buzzed and hissed and sizzled. But the tone had become lower, less the furious zzz of angry wasps, more the grumbling drone of bumblebees. Through the spiraling currents of this pool, which included numerous whorls that intersected and spun off new coils and curls, there bobbled what appeared to be lumpy forms more coherent than the rest, though they seemed to dissolve as new lumps formed elsewhere. Frost might have fled back to the second floor to leave the house by an upper window and a porch roof if instinct had not said, "Wait." Weak-kneed and shaking on the stairs, he slipped his pistol in the shoulder rig under his jacket. He gripped the railing with his left hand to steady himself, leaned against it. With his right sleeve, he wiped at the cold sweat that stippled his brow. In the foyer below him, under a mirror, stood a narrow side table holding 3 ceramic vases of different sizes. The grey tide washed under it, around its legs. For a moment the table seemed to be of no interest to that voracious multitude, but then the slender legs began to dissolve. The table tipped forward, and the vases slid off. They didn't shatter as they fell into the pool, but bobbled briefly before apparently dissolving. The table came apart, and the pieces were briefly flotsam before deliquescing out of sight into the spiral currents. Intuition needed a while to be heard through the roar of Frost's terror, but finally he began to suspect that the swarm had lost track of him. There was something aimless in its motion as it swashed back and forth in the foyer, as though it had forgotten its purpose and quested this way and that, in search of some reminder of what it had been pursuing. Frost suspected that if he moved or in any way drew attention to himself, he might inspire an attack. He leaned against the railing and quieted his breathing. Daggett was dead. They had been not just partners, but also best friends. Frost wanted revenge, but he knew there would be none. The best he could hope for was to survive, and with his sanity. 30. After Nancy Potter, replicant of the mayor's wife, threw down the last of the angels and crushed them underfoot, shrieking with delight, she eventually grew somewhat calmer. But she was not able to keep her promise to hurry at once with Ariel to the barn to assist the girl in becoming what she was meant to be. All of the shattered figurines had left a mess on the living room floor, and Nancy could not merely walk away from such appalling disorder. She was alarmed that by eliminating the porcelain icons, which in themselves were symbols of unreason and disorder, she had created this other chaos herself, and she was unable to remember the chain of reason by which she had justified such behavior. In a disordered environment, the highest efficiency could not be achieved, and she must at all times be efficient. She must vacuum the living room and restore order before going to the barn. Ariel was not a replicant. She was a builder, although a much different kind of builder from those at work elsewhere in Rainbow Falls. As a builder, she lived by the same principles that were programmed in the replicants. Indeed, builders had an appreciation for order and efficiency even greater than that of the replicants. Each replicant was a single organism, but each builder was a colony of billions of nano-animals, each of which was mandated to destroy only for the purpose of efficiently constructing other things, new builders, that were more finely ordered than those beings that they deconstructed. When the colony acted as one, either as a swarm or in the form of a single creature, the imperative to order things around them according to their programmed directives was an irresistible motivating force. Consequently, Ariel fretted about the delay, but didn't protest much when Nancy wanted to clean the living room and put things right once more. She dusted diligently while Nancy gathered the larger fragments of the figurines, and she vacuumed while Nancy polished the glass shelves and the display case with Windex. When Nancy became disturbed about a few scratches in the shelves, realized she could not make them look perfect, and smashed them, Ariel picked up the bigger shards of glass and disposed of them. She also vacuumed again while Nancy went to the kitchen and for a while sat at the dinette table with her eyes closed and her hands limp in her lap. Replicant Nancy's thoughts were as jumbled as laundry tumbling in a dryer. The real Nancy had not kept the most spotless possible house, but she'd been a demon about laundry. Therefore, because the replicant had downloaded the woman's memories, the laundry metaphor occurred to her, and it served her well. One by one, she took her tumbling thoughts from the dryer, ironed them, folded them, and put them away. When Ariel finished bringing order to the living room, she came into the kitchen and said, "Can we go to the barn now?" Eyes still closed, Nancy said, "I need a couple minutes more." After 9 minutes and 26 seconds, Ariel said, "I really need to become what I'm meant to be. I really do." "Just a minute," Nancy said. 4 minutes and 9 seconds later, Ariel said, "Please." At last, Nancy opened her eyes. She felt much better. Her mind was ordered. Efficiency was again possible. Oblivious of the weather, Nancy and Ariel crossed the yard from the house to the barn. Most of the building's 1,600 square feet were in the main room, with a small tack room at the back. The walls were well insulated, and there was an oil furnace. Along the south wall, horses watched the women from 3 stalls, Queenie and Valentine, the mares, Commander, the sorrel stallion. The interior of the stalls in which the mares stood had earlier in the day been fortified with 1/8-inch thick steel plating. All of the windows had been filled with insulation and covered with inch-thick squares of soundboard. When the work began, the mares, in terror, were likely to try to kick out the walls and doors of their stalls when they saw what happened to the stallion. Victor's plan was more ambitious than merely the elimination of humanity to the last pathetic individual. He intended also that every thinking creature in nature should be chased down in every field and forest and deconstructed by Ariel's variety of builder. Victor's definition of thinking included any life form with even minimal self-awareness. Any animal that took joy in life, that exhibited even the least curiosity about the world, that had the slightest capacity for wonder, must be hunted to extinction. The substance of those creatures would be used to make more builders that could mimic all the myriad species, to mingle with their herds and run with their packs and fly with their flocks and ruthlessly eliminate them. In the seas, too, were beings with capacity for joy and wonder, dolphins, whales, and others, that must eventually be extinguished to the last specimen by aquatic builders in the event that the seas proved too vast and self-cleaning to be effectively poisoned. With a triumphant smile that Nancy understood, Ariel walked to Commander's stall. The girl had no apple for him, but she let the stallion snuffle and work his soft lips over her hand. When in time nothing lived upon the planet other than builders, replicants, insects, and plants, the two kinds of communitarians would die at Victor's satellite broadcast command. Only he would remain for a short while to witness a world without performers or audience, without anyone but him to remember its history, with no one to seek a future or even to want one. In the beginning had been the Word, but in the end no word would ever be spoken again, from pole to pole. Victor's rebellion had begun more than 200 years earlier, and it had not ended with his death in Louisiana, for it continued here under the management of his clone, Victor Immaculate. This rebellion would be the greatest in history, not only in the history of the earth, but also in the history of all that is, for Victor Immaculate would, in the end, kill himself, the last self-aware creature on earth, and thereby signify that his maker, the New Orleans Victor, and his maker's maker were as meaningless as history, which had led to this nothing, these unpopulated landscapes, in which no eye delighted. The triumph that Ariel anticipated as she moved to the mares in response to their nickering, the triumph that tasted sweet to Nancy as well, was the eventual obliteration of everything of which they could not be a part, which happened to be everything, whereafter even the community, having fulfilled its purpose, could cease to exist. They had been made to unmake, and ultimately to be unmade, an exquisite efficiency. In time the insects whose existence depended on animals would perish, and the insects who fed on those insects would perish next, and the plants whose roots were aerated by those insects would die off. On it would go until the world in every corner remained irreparably barren and silent and still. Returning to the center of the barn, Ariel said, "Help me to become what I am meant to be." Surveying the scattered stalks of hay that littered the floor, Nancy grimaced and said, "Just give me a few minutes to sweep this floor. You can't create in all this disorder. Just because it's a barn, there's no excuse for this mess, no excuse at all. This just makes me livid." 31. From the arsenal on the big conference room table, Mason Morrell chose only a pistol, and from the cache of ammunition he selected one spare magazine, which he loaded. "I'll be locked in the broadcast booth," he told Sammy. "If they get as far as breaking down that door, the rest of you are dead, and I won't have any hope of holding out against them. I'll want to kill a couple, just for the principle of it, but then I won't need anything but one round for myself." He went away with Deucalion, who needed to coach him a few more minutes about what he should say when he pulled the current recorded program and went live. More familiar with all of these weapons than the average radio ad salesman might have been in, say, Connecticut, Bert Cogborn took some time deciding what he might need. He chose a pistol, an assault rifle, and a pistol-grip shotgun, plus spare magazines for the first two and a box of shells for the 12-gauge. "I know there isn't time," Bert said, "but I sure wish I could go home and get Bobby." "Bring him back here." Bobby was his Labrador retriever. He always took Bobby with him on sales calls and usually brought the pooch to the station as well. Mason Morrell called them the Cogborn twins, Bert and Bobby. For some reason, Bert had left the dog at home this time. "I don't know what I'll do if anything happens to Bobby." "Nothing's going to happen to Bobby," Sammy assured him. "He's smart and tough." "Well, if something happens to me," Bert said, "will you take in Bobby and treat him like your own? like you'd had him since a puppy? I trust you to be good to him." Sammy was touched, though he figured that if Bert died defending KBOW, they would all be overwhelmed and killed. "I will, sure. I'll take him in." "He really likes those Royal Canin treats." Bert spelled the brand name. "They're made with fruit and vegetables, so they're good for him. Little brown cookies with ridges in them." "Royal Canin treats," Sammy said. His favorite toy is the bunny. Not the fully stuffed one, the floppy one. Not just the one with floppy ears, but the one that the whole thing is floppy. And not the white floppy one, but the light green one. "Light green, fully floppy bunny," Sammy said. "I've got it." Bert was not by nature an emotionally demonstrative person, but with tears standing in his eyes, he hugged Sammy. "You're a good friend, Sammy. You're the best." Bert took his guns to the reception lounge to set up a defense position near the front door. Ralph Nettles had already armed himself, which left only Sammy to choose from the dazzling variety of weapons that remained. Because his roots went back to the land of Mahatma Gandhi, some people assumed that Sammy must be an ardent advocate of nonviolence, but that was an erroneous assumption. His family had long included Hindu apostates who had numerous reasons to be unmoved by Gandhi, and many who were Americophiles. Sammy's grandfather had been a fan of the hard-boiled novels of Mickey Spillane, and his father thrived on Spillane and the thrillers of John D. MacDonald. Sammy had read everything by both those authors, adored the work of Stephen Hunter and Vince Flynn, and couldn't resist learning to use the guns in the stories that he had been reading since he was 10. Besides, this was not gun-fearing San Francisco or Malibu. This was Montana, and Sammy wanted to fit in with the locals, unlike most Californians who fled their state and moved here and then wanted to make Montana into a version of what they left behind. As the program director, promotion director, and community affairs director of KBOW, Sammy was the most senior company officer on the scene. With Warren Snyder dead twice if you counted his replicant, Sammy was certain to remain the big bear as long as this crisis continued. By his standards, this required that he take for himself the most difficult role in the station's defense, rooftop sniper and guardian of the broadcast tower. At 130 pounds, he would find many shotguns difficult to control, but he could handle the low-recoil Beretta Extrema 2 12-gauge, which some well-trained shotgunners could even fire with a one-hand grip. He also, and primarily, wanted the Bushmaster Adaptive Combat Rifle, which was a gas-operated semi-auto with a 30-round magazine with Trijicon optics. He didn't think he would need a pistol, but he took one anyway. Ralph Nettles had brought 3 spare loaded magazines for the Bushmaster. Sammy filled a waterproof ammo bag for the other guns, collected additional gear that he needed, and piled everything in the break room off the kitchenette where a set of spiral stairs in one corner led up to the roof door. The areas of the studio directly associated with the broadcast were kept cooler than other rooms, and Sammy tended to chill easily. He had come to work wearing insulated long johns, blue jeans, and a wool sweater, so he wasn't underdressed for rooftop work. When he went into his office to snatch his ski jacket from the hook on the back of the door, Sammy realized that the station feed coming through the wall speaker was no longer the recorded material that had been running. Mason had gone live again, although not with advice to the lovelorn and dysfunctional families. Sammy turned up the volume. "This town that I love, the wonderful people of both this town and the county beyond, and perhaps the people of Montana and of the entire United States, are in grave peril tonight. Many who are listening might have turned on their radios to find out why they have no telephone or internet service. Others may have tuned in to KBOW because they've seen something strange or inexplicable, and they're seeking information that might make sense of it to them." It's begun, Sammy thought, and for the first time he began to feel the true momentous nature of these events. So much had happened so fast, so much of such a fantastical nature that his ability to absorb it, believe it, and react properly to it had required all of his energy, and had prevented him from grasping the more profound implications of events. The danger had initially seemed primarily personal, to himself and his co-workers, to his plans for KBOW. Now he had a chilling sense of the full existential nature of the threat, to the town, to the county, the state, and to all of humanity. "Others of you may be missing family members," Mason continued. "Some for a short enough time that you attribute it to bad weather, delays because of road conditions. Others may know people who have been missing for the larger part of the day and are puzzled as to why the police seem to dismiss your concern. Folks, you've been listening to me for 2 years. You know I tell people truths that they need to hear, no matter how difficult it is for me to say it or for them to hear it. And what I tell you now is truth of a very hard kind, hard both to say and believe. You cannot trust the Rainbow Falls police. They aren't who they appear to be. Your missing friends and family members may be dead. An unknown number of people in this town have been killed. The killing continues as I speak." Sammy ran to the spiral stairs in the break room. He needed to get to the roof. Mason had blown the lid off the conspiracy, and the blowback would be coming. 32. On the stairs, leaning against the railing, making not a sound, Frost warily watched the thing in the foyer, seething swarm or blob-like in the movies, machine or animal, terrestrial or alien from a far world. He didn't know which, didn't care which, at least not now. Not until he got out of this house and away and was somewhere safe where he could think. After the table and the 3 vases were dissolved, the thing became less active. The arches, loops, and whorls formed by apparent currents in its substance were fewer and churning slower than before. Frost's initial impression was that the beast must be resting, but after a couple of minutes he decided that it might be thinking. Something about its attitude, if the blob was capable of having an attitude, suggested deliberation, a pondering of the situation, and a consideration of its options. Options? Based on what he had seen of the thing's capabilities, its options were virtually unlimited. It was a shape-changer. It could fly, bullets had no effect on it. It was fearless and aggressive to an extent that suggested it was invulnerable, and instantaneously it could incorporate into itself people and objects of all kinds. Why would such a creature have any need to brood about its options? It could do anything it wanted, with no mortal consequence to itself, but with plenty of mortal consequences for everyone who got in its way. The idea of this thing meditating, musing, reflecting somberly upon its destiny almost teased a laugh from Frost, but he didn't give in to the impulse because the laugh would have been a dark, despairing giggle. Besides, he remained convinced that if he made a sound, the creature would be reminded of its pursuit of him and in an instant would be upon him in one hideous form or another. The wisest thing he could do for the time being was remain still, silent, and wait for some development that he might be able to use to his advantage. He didn't have to wait long before something happened. The thing began to act once more like a pool of thick liquid, washing back and forth in the foyer, its whirling currents returning to their previous level of activity. Frost tensed. He put a hand under his open jacket, on the grip of the pistol in his shoulder rig, but then withdrew his hand without the weapon. Going for a gun was a reflex action. An agent's reflexes were usually reliable, the result of experience, but in this case reflexive responses would get him killed. The living pool, whether its life was that of an animal or an intelligent machine or both or neither, slopped against the bottom step, lapped at the front door and the walls. The patterns of the currents within it were for the most part as liquid and sinuous as before, but here and there the currents twitched, stuttered briefly before spiraling smoothly once more. Suddenly a woman's hand rose out of the pool, a hand in various shades of gray with veins of black, as if carved from stone and yet animated, clutching at the air in search of something to which it could secure itself. After a moment other hands reached through the surface of the pool, or rather formed from the substance of it. A second female hand, slender and beautifully shaped, had skin like brass, like the shiny brass of the fallen chandelier that had been incorporated into the swarm. A man's hand, then a second, one with skin the color of the glazed vases that had stood upon the foyer table, the other with normal flesh. All the hands receded, melted into the pool, but then the gray surface glistened like water, and an immense face appeared in it, as if just below the surface, perhaps 5 feet from the point of the chin to the top of the brow. This countenance was at first as blank as that of a stone temple god, with pale limestone eyes, but then it swelled from the surface, taking dimension and acquiring the color of skin, and Frost saw that it was becoming Daggett's face. The eyes opened, but they weren't eyes, were instead ovals of what seemed to be amber glass, like the cups that contained the flame-shaped bulbs on the chandelier. Frost waited for the glass eyes to shift toward him, but they did not. The Daggett face dissolved to be at once replaced by another immense countenance, that of the beautiful woman who had emerged from the cocoon in the bathroom. Her eyes looked real, but had a fixed gaze like that of a blind person. The enormous face formed more completely than Daggett's had done, and the woman seemed to be struggling against invisible bonds, trying to free herself from the pool. Her mouth went wide as if in a scream, but no sound escaped her. Frost remembered what she had said upstairs, after the teeth had fallen out of her mouth and she had grown new ones, as she gazed at herself in the mirror above the bathroom sinks. "I think my builder built this builder wrong." As he watched the huge face strain to scream and form further out of the pool, he began to suspect that everything this creature had done since taking down the chandelier had been evidence of malfunction. Abruptly the face disintegrated back into the pool, or the swarm, whichever or whatever it was, and the whole of the abomination became highly agitated, roiling as though a school of eels thrashed in it, serpentine forms slithering across the surface, wriggling, twisting. From it issued both the grumbling bumblebee drone and the zzz of angry wasps that Frost had heard before. The sounds swelled in volume and seemed to promise violence greater than any thus far committed, so that Frost dared to take a step backward and then another, even if movement might still make a target of him. He retreated cautiously to the landing, ready to run, but also mesmerized by the spectacle in the foyer below. Simultaneously the pool stopped thrashing, and the 2 insect voices fell silent. The creature became very still, exhibiting none of its previous spiraling currents. Its color began to change. Instead of many shades of gray from charcoal to mouse skin, with patches of glittering silver, it grew dull, with no sheen anywhere, and swiftly paled to a uniform, concrete gray. It looked as dead as any dead thing Frost had ever seen. Minutes earlier he had thought that it must be invulnerable and therefore immortal. Now he imagined that if he descended the stairs and stepped on that gray mass, it would prove to have petrified, to have turned to hardest stone underfoot, a strange slab there in the foyer. Perhaps if sliced with a high-powered mason's saw, it would appear to have the grain of granite, allowing no clue that it had ever been anything else, certainly not anything more. But he did not descend to test the accuracy of his perceptions. He backed quietly off the landing and onto the upper flight of the open staircase, all the while watching the stone but not stone through the railing. He found a bedroom with a window that opened onto the front porch roof. He climbed out of the house, crept toward the edge of the snow-covered roof. The slope was gradual, and he did not slip. He jumped to the yard below, tucked and rolled as he landed, and sprang to his feet, covered in snow, turning fearfully in a circle, certain that something must be coming at him. Nothing pursued him. He was alone. No neighbors seemed to have heard Daggett's 10 shots. Maybe no one remained alive to hear them. No traffic passed in the street. The silence could have been no deeper if he had been sealed in the vacuum of a snow globe. Behind the wheel of the Land Rover he realized that Daggett, who had been driving, had the key. The key was not a key any more. It was whatever Daggett had become, part of the granite-like mass in the foyer. If it had been an older vehicle, he might have tried to hotwire it, but it was too new for that, with an electronic ignition. He got out of the Land Rover and stood in snow that fell so thickly it seemed to be something other than snow. It seemed to be the whole world coming apart around him. 33. In the offices of the Rainbow Falls Gazette on Beartooth Avenue, Addison Hawk, the editor-in-chief and publisher, worked late. He was alone, and aside from the noises he made at his cluttered desk, the only sound was the tick-tock of the silver-plated pendulum in the grandfather clock. Among the original furnishings of these premises, the handsome clock dated back to the late 1800s, when Ellsworth Hawk, Addison's great-grandfather, founded the Gazette. It had stood in the reception lounge for decades, until he moved it into his private office upon ascending to the editorship. Many people these days had no patience for the monotonous counting of such a clock, but to Addison it was lovely background music. He would no more have disposed of it than he would have ripped out the stained oak beadboard wainscoting and the ornate decorative tin ceiling. He was an advocate for tradition in a world that had gone mad for change, that valued destructive and constructive change equally, and in fact seemed unable to tell the difference between the two. He generally put in long hours, but it never seemed like work because he treasured this town, its history, its people. Chronicling life in Rainbow Falls was a work of love, and therefore his writing and editorial duties were really play. This evening he might have left earlier, but he was slowed in his work by the loss of phone service and internet connection. And his mind wandered repeatedly to the California detectives, Carson and Michael, who had paid him a visit in the late afternoon. They told him a patently false story about working on an inheritance case, searching for an heir. He had known they were stonewalling him, and they had known that he knew, but he had liked them anyway. In spite of the couple's personable nature, and at times even light-hearted demeanor, Addison had been aware that they were tense and worried, even though they were hiding it well. Worried might be an inadequate word. His newsman's sixth sense told them that they were scared, which had been most evident when they had talked about the End Times highway. If something frightened two former homicide detectives who had worked a tough city like New Orleans, perhaps Addison needed to be concerned, too, for the people of this town. These thoughts kept distracting him, until suddenly he wondered if there might be some connection between the detective's case and the failure of phone and internet service. The weather could not be responsible. At most 2 inches of snow were on the ground, which most locals would dismiss as flurries. Full-scale blizzards rarely disrupted services because everyone here was prepared for extreme winters. The Gazette's receptionist, Katie Ormond, kept a radio on her desk. Addison went out there to switch it on and see if KBOW might be reporting anything about the phone problems. Mason Morrell seemed to have lost his mind. Or not. While the talk show host's usual material held no interest for Addison, he knew the man was not one of the tinfoil hat crowd. The media community in Rainbow Falls was arguably the smallest social circle in town. He and Mason often found themselves at the same functions. Never had Mason said a word about alien abductions or black helicopters or anything else to suggest that for him reality and the Sci-Fi Channel were one and the same. He wasn't a conspiracy theorist who thought Osama bin Laden was secretly a Zionist and that the Holocaust was all a lie invented by the same crowd that faked the moon landing. Besides, Sammy Chakrabarti, who lived for the radio station and would have slept there if permitted, would never allow Mason to rant like this if the talk show host had come to work stoned. Sammy had big plans, and given his intellect and drive, he had a good shot at fulfilling them. Sammy would pull the plug on Mason rather than let him ruin both their careers. Something else chilled Addison. Mason sounded sober, afraid, and sincere. Indeed, there was almost something Churchillian in the force of his delivery, but no faintest note of hysteria or inebriation. But mass murder, brain probes, replicants, monsters among us, it defied belief. collecting people in these big blue and white panel trucks and taking them to warehouses where they're killed, having been replaced by their replicants. Still listening, Addison put on his Stetson, coat, and neckscarf. He lived near the heart of town and always walked to work. Now he intended to go home, get his SUV, and drive out to KBOW to discover firsthand whether this was some kind of ill-advised stunt to promote the radio station or an inexplicable descent into madness by the talk show host. He clicked off the radio, switched off the lights room by room, stepped outside, and locked the front door behind him. As he turned toward the street, before he stepped onto the lamplit sidewalk, he saw an approaching paneled truck, blue cab, white cargo section, just as in Mason Morell's warning. In the lightless, recessed entryway, Addison shrank back against the door. The truck was the sole vehicle on Beartooth, which usually wouldn't be this deserted even in the early stages of a snowstorm. He could discern 2 people through the windshield, but he doubted that they would spot him in this dark pocket. Maybe his imagination had been overheated by what he'd heard on the radio, but the night felt wrong, the only sound being the engine of the truck, no pedestrians passing even though the hour was not yet late. The street hadn't been plowed or salted, although the town's maintenance department always hit the pavement by the time the first inch was down to stay ahead of the storm. The wrongness wasn't in those details alone. There was also an eerie atmosphere that Addison felt but could not easily define. Because he was intensely watching the suspicious truck, he saw the tall, hooded figure, immense across the chest and the shoulders, appear out of thin air on the running board of the passenger side of the vehicle. Magically, materializing like an apparition. Gripping the assist bar at the back of the cab, the giant smashed the side window with his fist and wrenched open the door as the truck braked, skidded slightly in the snow, and came to a halt. 34. 1 second Papa Frankenstein's prodigal son wasn't there, the next second he was very there, and fragments of the shattered window cascaded in upon Michael without harming him. The door came open, and Michael shouted his name, "Michael! Michael! Me! It's me!" so that the big guy wouldn't break his neck, although even as he cried out, and even as Carson braked, he saw that he had been recognized. Deucalion dropped off the access step as the truck came to a stop, and Michael clambered out. "Thanks for not killing me."
"Any time."
Michael didn't know why Deucalion should look even bigger in the falling snow than he had looked in other environments, but he seemed to be a lot bigger. Maybe it was because heavy snow at night created a magical mood in any circumstance, which emphasized Deucalion's nearly supernatural appearance. Maybe it was because this was the start of Armageddon. They were in the quick of it, and Michael was so happy that Deucalion was on their side that he imagined the giant to be even bigger than he was. "I'm babbling," Michael declared. Deucalion frowned.
"You only said 5 words.
"In my head, I'm babbling. To myself, in my head." Carrying her urban sniper, Carson hurried around from the driver's door to the giant. "What have you learned?"
"Does the truck have a radio?"
Deucalion asked.
"Have you been listening?"
"We haven't really had time to be digging any tunes," Michael said.
"I convinced the radio station staff. They're warning anyone who might be listening."
"Convince them how?" Carson wondered.
"Killed the replicant of their general manager, slashed open his gut to show them what was inside."
"Vivid," Michael said. "I get the feeling this thing is coming down faster than we can form a resistance to it," Carson worried.
"Why do you say that?"
"Listen." She had switched off the truck engine. The silence of Rainbow Falls was the silence of an Arctic outpost 1,000 miles from any human habitat.
"Significant but not decisive,"
Deucalion decided.
"The weather keeps some inside, and anyone listening to KBOW will be fortifying their homes to better defend them. We've told them the roads out of town are blockaded, so it would be foolish to try to drive out."
Carson shook her head. "I don't know. I'm no quitter. The way of the world is you kick ass or you die, and I'm always going to kick, but we've got to be real. A lot of people are dead already. And a lot more are going to die. I don't want to see children dying. Not any that we might just save. Michael thought of Arnie and Scout back in San Francisco. He wondered if the day would come when he and Carson, if they survived Rainbow Falls, would find themselves on the shore of that western bay, with nowhere left to run, only the sea at their backs and a city full of replicants coming for them. "We've already got a dozen kids at this house, the Samples place," Carson told Deucalion. "We'll have more soon. Only you can drive them out, with that trick you have. Take them to Erica."
Deucalion agreed. "It's strategically smart. The adults will put up a better fight if they don't have their children at hand to worry about."
"You can use this truck to transport them," Michael said. "Once we get rid of the dead replicants in the back." Something drew Deucalion's attention to a nearby building. Carson saw it too and leveled the shotgun. Following their lead, Michael recognized Addison Hawk as he stepped out of the recessed entryway to the offices of the Gazette. More than ever, he looked like a town sheriff in an old Jimmy Stewart Western. Carson did not lower the shotgun. The publisher had evidently been alone in his office. Maybe the real Addison Hawk was sitting in there in the dark, a bead of silver face jewelry on his left temple.
"I heard the radio," Hawk said, "but I didn't think I could believe it."
"Believe it," Carson said, "and stop right there for a minute."
"I want to help," the publisher said. "What can I do to help? This can't happen, not to this town. Not to this town of all towns."
"How can we be sure of him?" Carson asked Deucalion.
"You mean short of opening him up and looking inside? I don't know. But we have to decide quickly, not just about him, everyone we encounter from here on."
This night provided Michael's first experience of snow. None in Louisiana, none in San Francisco. He expected it to be beautiful, which it was, but he didn't expect it to be unsettling, which it also was. The millions of flakes whirling, movement everywhere, so much movement that you couldn't trust your peripheral vision or your visual instinct to identify something hostile if it was approaching with any subtlety. In the windless dark, the graceful descent of the flakes, still fluffy although a little icier than before, was as lulling as it was alluring, fading the hard edges of things, by its beauty ceaselessly selling the lie that the world was a gentle place, soft with no sharp edges. Michael said, "Carson, you remember those guys who came into the restaurant to get Chrissy Benedetto's mother? How they were?" Denise Benedetto, muted and brain-damaged, a silver bead on her temple, had somehow gotten away from her captors. 2 policemen and 1 man in civilian clothes had come after her into the restaurant where Carson and Michael were having dinner. "They were bold," Carson said. "Arrogant, cold bastards."
"I've lived my whole life here," Addison Hawk said with some distress, "except when I was away in the service. My dad and Mom are here. My Aunt Brenna, she's all alone now. Uncle Forrest and Aunt Carrie. What are you telling me is going to happen to them? What are you telling me?"
"Arrogant, cold," Michael agreed, "and something almost dead in their eyes." After a hesitation, Carson lowered the shotgun. "I guess sometimes we'll just have to trust and hope." 35. At first Ariel seemed all right with Nancy's need to bring some order to the littered floor of the barn. There was a push-broom for the purpose of doing exactly that, and Nancy wielded it diligently, starting near the door by which they had entered and working her way back toward the tack room. She had no intention of cleaning out the stalls. Mucking them out was the correct term, and she felt sure that she could resist that temptation as long as she didn't look inside them. Horses were engines of disorder, dropping all their road apples, pawing their hooves at the soft covering of their stall floors until little clouds of dust and minced hay and probably feces billowed out from under the doors. They were no messier than other animals, of course. Pigs and cows and chickens and goats, dogs and cats, birds and fish, all of them crapping, on land and in the sea and in the air, pissing and crapping every day, every hour, every minute. All of nature was a filthy, untamed chaos, a riot of plants that cast their seeds and spores everywhere, growing in wild tangles, relinquishing their fruit to rot on the ground, growing until they collapsed and rotted themselves and then grew again out of their own disgusting rot. All of it topsy-turvy, unsymmetrical, pure confusion, muddle, jumble, all living things a bedlam, pandemonium since time began. Someone had to put an end to it, to the chaos, and the community was ready for the job. Nancy was particularly ready for the job, sweeping the scattered stalks of hay into little piles, and then sweeping the little piles together into bigger ones. If she could have swept the horses into piles, she would have done that too, the horses and the mice. No doubt there were dozens of mice quivering in corners all over the barn, quivering and crapping. 11 minutes and 41 seconds after she began to sweep the barn floor, Nancy Potter became aware of Ariel's screaming. She realized that the girl had been shrieking for a while, perhaps for a minute or longer. Initially the sound didn't seem sufficiently important to allow it to distract Nancy from the sweeping, and she didn't register the source. It was just a mildly annoying background noise. Reluctantly, after hesitating another 23 seconds, she paused in her sweeping and turned to the girl. Ariel trembled violently as she screamed. More than merely trembled, vibrated. She was like a machine with several flywheels coming loose inside all at the same time, connecting rods knocking, cranks rattling against crankshafts, overlapping waves of succussion loosening every weld and rivet and bolt and screw. The horses were growing agitated. The mares whinnied in fear. The stallion began to kick the barn wall at the back of his stall. His quarters hadn't been fortified with steel plate because he was supposed to be the first to be processed, in which case it would be the mares who, standing witness, might attempt to kick out of their stalls. "All right, Ariel, all right," Nancy said. "Just let me finish sweeping. Then I'll bring Commander out here. I'll prep him. You can tear him down and get started. I need a few minutes to finish the sweeping, to do it exactly right, and then I'll wash out the bristles of the broom. I can't put the broom away when the bristles are full of hay bits and mouse crap." Ariel's scream escalated for a moment, and then her mouth grew so wide that the corners of her lips extended to her earlobes. She gagged, choked off her scream, and spewed forth a thick stream of silvery nano-animals, such a violent disgorgement of her essence that she appeared to deflate. She pulled off the seemingly impossible feat of collapsing inward, sort of folding up and disappearing into the tail end of her spew. Airborne as a dense cloud of buzzing, hissing nano-animals, Ariel became frenetic and appeared to ricochet around the room, diving and soaring. She ate a hole through the barn roof and disappeared into the night, only to reappear through another hole, plunge into the dirt floor, and tunnel across the room. The swarm resurfaced under Nancy's left foot, surprising her, consuming her leg to mid-thigh in an instant, and raced away. The leg stump was essentially cauterized by the action of the nano-animals. No vital fluids drizzled out of it. Because Nancy was a communitarian and not a mere human being, she had no pain. She remained on her feet, foot, because she could use the push-broom for a cane. This development would make sweeping up the last of the hay a more difficult task, and Nancy was not sure how she would be able to proceed in a timely and efficient manner. And now she needed to deal with the additional issue of 2 holes in the floor and the 15-foot-long swale caused when Ariel's tunnel collapsed between her entry and exit points. Furthermore, Nancy noticed for the first time that where she had already swept the hard-packed earthen floor, the stiff bristles of the broom left shallow brush marks going every which way in the dirt. She wouldn't feel the job was done until all the brush marks went in the same direction. The horses were going nuts. Nancy glared at them, but of course they didn't care. They were like so many other animals in the mismade nature of this world, so easily startled, frightened, panicked, stampeded like herds of cattle or packs of lemmings, like frantic flocks of gobbling turkeys and overexcited fans at rock-and-roll concerts trampling one another to get nearer the stage. Toward the back of the barn the swarm was behaving strangely, spinning in place like a miniature tornado. Under the buzzing and hissing rose another sound like a starter grinding and a car engine trying to turn over on a bitter cold morning. The funnel cloud kept trying to form back into the shape of a girl, Ariel, but appeared to be having difficulty making the transition. Nancy wondered if this builder had something like indigestion. Ariel was designed to use the flesh, blood, bone, cartilage, and even the waste matter within the horses and eventually other animals to create the specific molecules with which to build more builders of her variety. She was not supposed to eat sections of barn roofs, or nibble on dirt, or, for that matter, on the legs of non-builder communitarian associates who were simply trying to make a barn floor neat in an efficient manner. The funnel cloud of nano-animals at last coalesced into a kind of Ariel, although this Ariel was short and had 2 heads. And after a moment she began vibrating violently. 36. En route to Meriwether Lewis Elementary School, Sully York drove his black Hummer not much differently from how he would have driven a Ferrari Testarossa, with a love of speed and with great panache. The snowy streets were of no concern to him, nor were the curbs at corners which he sometimes drove over while making a turn. Every time they passed a telephone pole to which was stapled a politician's sign that had not been taken down after the last election, Sully gestured rudely at it and declared, "Bunkum!" Bryce Walker, now riding shotgun, had traded his pajamas and robe and slippers for some of Sully's clothes that fit him well enough. He had been in Memorial Hospital after a heart attack scare that proved to be only a scare, and young Travis Ahern had been there for tests to determine what caused 3 bad episodes of anaphylactic shock that apparently were triggered by an allergy to something in his drinking water, perhaps even to chlorine. When it became clear that the staff of the hospital weren't who they had once been, that no patient was going to be allowed to leave, and that they were killing patients in the basement, Bryce and Travis had conspired to escape. Travis's mom, a dietitian and chef, worked in the kitchen at Meriwether Lewis. She had not called him all day, nor had she come to visit. She was reliable, she loved him. She would not have failed at least to call, unless something happened to her. After escaping from Memorial when Bryce and the boy went to the Ahern house in that neighborhood known as the Lowers, they found no one home. The boy's father had abandoned his wife and son so many years earlier that Travis had no memory of him. The family now was just Grace and Travis, and they were close, the 2 of them against the world. He adored her. Bryce knew that if Grace had perished, the loss would not break the boy. Nothing would ever break Travis. He was so young, but Bryce could see the toughness in him. Travis would grieve hard and for a long time, but he would neither bend nor break, because he was a fine boy, and he had been raised this far by a woman of strong character. Bryce prayed that Grace would turn up alive. As a widower, he knew too much about grief. There would be great grief in this town in the days to come, supposing that any of them survived to mourn the dead. If Grace was alive out there somewhere, he would give his life to save her, if it came to such a sacrifice, because he wanted to spare the boy from the long-enduring sorrow of such a loss. In the back seat, Travis said, "If she's not at the school, where would we look next?" Sully said,
"In an investigation as tricky as this, conducted in the midst of an invasion of hostile moon men or whatever the hell these critters are, it doesn't pay to get ahead of ourselves. What happens next is surely not going to be like anything we might expect, because they're aliens after all. Meaning they think is different from the way we think, as we think different from the way a bunch of pencil-neck Ivy League professors of conflict resolution think. So putting ourselves through the what-if ringer until we're all wrung out, well, that's just a hellacious waste of time and energy. We're going to think positive and make the world be what we want it to be, which is a world where your mom is safe at Meriwether Lewis, where maybe an injury has incapacitated her just a little, but where she's probably only in hiding."
Travis said, "I like the way you talk, sir."
"I like the way I talk, too. You know that question they always ask? If you were stranded on a desert island for a year, what 3 books would you take? Truth is, I find myself so damn entertaining I wouldn't need any books. I wouldn't even need a short story. If it was just me, my memory, and my mouth on that island, then I might even sign on for a second year."
"There's the school," Bryce said. They cruised past, looking over the place. All the windows on the two-story building were dark. At the end of the block, Sully turned left and drove to the parking lot entrance, which was on the cross street. Bryce noted that no tire tracks marred the mantle of snow on the entrance and exit lanes. Another entrance/exit served the lot from the parallel cross street, at the farther end of the school, but he suspected that the snow over there would also be pristine. Everyone had gone home before the storm began, and no evening maintenance crew had reported to work. The parking lot lamps weren't aglow, but Travis said they never were used at night unless there was a school function of some kind. This was his school. He was in 5th grade, so he knew what he was talking about. Draped in snow, half a dozen school buses stood in one corner of the lot. Sully parked between two of them, where the Hummer couldn't be seen from the street. He switched off the headlights, the engine. Sully said,
"Travis. Now there's a name that's always ready. Are you as ready as your name, boy?"
"I'm not afraid," Travis said.
"You better be afraid. Afraid but ready keeps you alive."
"I meant," Travis said, "I'm not afraid of what we'll find. She's going to be in there, and if she isn't, she's going to be somewhere else, and okay."
"By all that's holy, boy," Sully said, "before this is over, I just might have to make you an honorary member of my old unit, the Crazy Bastards."
The three of them walked through the snow to the back of the school. Sully and Bryce each had a shotgun, and the boy had Sully and Bryce. Of the several doors they could choose from, Travis led them to a double pair marked kitchen deliveries. He had come here a few times at night with his mother when she'd needed to do some prep work for the following day's lunch. As he had told them earlier, there was an alarm, but he knew his mother's 4-digit code that would disarm the system from the keypad just inside the door. Their only problem was that he didn't have his mom's door key. Sully kicked the doors twice where they met, hoping to break the lock. Then he said,
"One big noise is better than 100 half-big."
And he blew out the lock with his shotgun and pushed open the right-hand door, which wasn't latch-bolted to the sill, as the left one was. "We've got 1 minute to enter the code before the alarm goes off," Travis said. The boy stepped into the receiving room, to which food and other kitchen supplies were regularly delivered, went to the lighted keypad, and entered 4473. The tiny red indicator lamp turned green. Without the lock or latch to hold it closed, the door was likely to drift open. As Sully used an eye and hook bungee cord to link the door handles together, he said,
"We're far away from the nearest house. Not much chance anyone could say for sure where that shot seemed to come from. Nevertheless, let's be quick about this."
From the receiving room, guided by 3 flashlights, they entered the large walk-in refrigerator. Beyond the walk-in lay the kitchen, where everything was weird. 37. Victor Immaculate's mind races whether he is sitting as still as the heart of a stone or taking random walks through this windowless world of which he is the prince. Cloned from the DNA of the original Victor Frankenstein, he is Victor purified, Victor distilled, Victor to the nth degree, and therefore has the most brilliant mind in all of history. The facility is hardly less immense than a dream labyrinth that the sleeping mind constructs as a metaphor of eternity. Sterile white corridors with polished gray concrete floors branch and branch again. Spacious rooms open into expansive laboratories, beyond which lay more chambers of daunting scale, some equipped with extrusion machines in the process of making communitarians, others featuring towering mazes of supercomputers. Each silent stairwell earns the last 4 letters of its name, far below ground from even its highest level, boring down through the strata of the vast building as if through bedrock toward a perpetually dark subterranean lake. Considering that civilization is being overthrown and the world is being unmade from this redoubt, there is little noise. Except for the soft treading of Victor's rubber-soled shoes, he usually walks in silence. Constructed to sustain direct nuclear strikes and continue to function, the building is not only buried deep in the earth, under a deflecting steel and concrete cowl 60 feet thick, but every wall and every floor is made of massively thick steel-reinforced concrete. Few sounds can penetrate from room to room or from level to level, and Victor seldom hears anything but the voice of his own thoughts in the 11-dimension nautilus of his intricate mind. 222 work here, replicants of the scientists who originally staffed the facility. Needing no sleep, they toil at all hours every day. Victor speaks only to a handful, key personnel, and never sees most of the others. Face-to-face encounters are distractions. His mind works most efficiently in solitude, for no one is a fraction as intelligent and insightful as he is, and no one exists who might inspire him to greater brilliance than that with which he already shines. The core computer tracks Victor and everyone else in the hive, and by direct-to-brain messaging as he approaches, they are warned to retreat to other rooms until he passes. Victor is not a replicant. He's a clone, and so he's technically as human as the original Victor. Direct-to-brain messaging is not an option for him. Throughout the facility at strategic